Chapter 240. Just as Li Wanyu was feeling proud of himself, he was hit by Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi was still cursing and scolding him, leaving him dumbfounded. What was going on? He was just showing Pai Lupi the sand table of the manor. Why did he hit him? Was Pai Lupi jealous? Before Li Wanyu could figure out what was going on, Pai Lupi turned around and shouted to the eunuchs in the Yin and Yang Palace. Immediately summoned Duke Wei, Duke Lu, Duke E for an audience. Pai Lupi summoned a dozen or so founding dukes in one breath. The eunuchs received the order and turned to summon Li Jing, Cheng Yaojin, and the others to the Yin and Yang Palace. Li Wanyu was still confused. What was Pai Lupi doing? Why did he summon a group of military bigwigs for no reason? Could it be that he was not satisfied with the sand table of the manor and wanted to summon a group of bigwigs to beat him up? After Pai Lupi finished instructing the eunuchs, he ignored Li Wanyu and continued to look at the real estate project's sand table in front of him. This made Li Wanyu very embarrassed. Li Wanyu coughed softly. "Uncle, is there a problem with the sand table I made?" What a waste. You scoundrel. Why didn't you offer up such a good thing earlier? You deserve a beating. Pai Lupi glared at Li Wanyu angrily. Good thing? What did he mean? Li Wanyu was still very confused. Did Pai Lupi take a fancy to his manor and want to build one? But what did he mean by calling a group of military bigwigs? Seeing Li Wanyu's bewildered expression, Pai Lupi did not want to pay attention to him. He looked at the sand table in front of him and kept gesturing with his hands as he muttered something. The mansions of the Grand Dukes were not far from the Taiji Palace. It did not take long for them to gather in the Yin and Yang Palace after being informed by the palace servants. Your Majesty, why did you call us here? But who is so blind as to provoke the Tang dynasty? Wahahaha, my spear has been thirsty for a long time. Cheng Yaojin roared. Ever since the book Romance of the Sui and Tang dynasties became popular, everyone thought that Cheng Yaojin used an axe as his weapon. Cheng Yaojin's 3 axes were very famous. But in reality, Cheng Yaojin's weapon was a long spear. It was similar to the red-tasseled spear and axe. These military bigwigs were suddenly summoned into the palace by Pai Lupi. They all thought that there was going to be another war, and all of them were very excited. When Li Wanyu heard Cheng Yaojin's hoarse voice, he couldn't help but shrink back. This old hooligan was really afraid of him. However, although the Yin and Yang Palace was large, where could Li Wanyu hide? Naturally, Cheng Yaojin, who had just entered the palace, saw him. Hey, nephew of the Li family, why are you here? Don't tell me that you also know how to go in a battle and kill the enemy? Li Wanyu was speechless. He hurriedly greeted the Guogong and replied, Uncle Cheng, please don't joke around. After meeting Pai Lupi, the military bigwigs were very curious about why Pai Lupi had summoned them. Pai Lupi pointed at the sand table that Li Wanyu had brought. Everyone, look at what this guy made. Well, this guy calls it a sand table. It was the sand table of the manor in Hu County. Country bumpkin. Li Wanyu silently complained at his heart. Li Jing and the others' gazes followed Pai Lupi's finger and fell on the sand table. Li Wanyu and Carpenter Liu had made the sand table for this construction project. In order to be more intuitive, he and Carpenter Liu had not only made a model of the castle, but they had also made a terrain model based on the topography of the hillside facing the sun. Li Wanyu had used yellow mud to build the undulating hillside. In order to make it more realistic, he had even covered it with green peacock stone powder. It looked lush and verdant, just like a hillside full of trees. When Li Wanyu's manor was chosen, he had only used part of the hillside facing the sun to build the castle. The European-style garden and pond were built on the flat ground at the bottom of the hillside. When making the sand table model, Li Wanyu and Carpenter Liu had used gelatin and blue dye to create the shape of the lake. In addition to Carpenter Liu's exquisite skills, he had made the castle model out of wood. The entire sand table looked very realistic at a glance. It had completely displayed Li Wanyu's imagination of the manor and the surrounding terrain. Such a realistic sand table had never appeared in the Tang dynasty since the creation of the world. When a group of military leaders looked at it, their eyes immediately lit up. Your Majesty, this thing called a sand table was made by Li Ziyo? Good stuff, good stuff. Li Jing took a few glances and immediately said to Pai Lupi. However, Cheng Yaojin shook his head. Son of a bitch, this battlefield is too small. At most, it can only be used to command a battle of 1,000 people. What a waste. Li Wanyu couldn't help but be stunned when he heard that. F***CK, what is this old bastard talking about? My manor's sand table, he actually said that the battlefield is too small. Qin Xiong, Yuqi Jingda, and the others also commented on Li Wanyu's sand table. Finally, the confused Li Wanyu understood what was going on. This group of military leaders, including Pai Lupi, had used his construction sand table as a military sand table to command battles. He turned his head to look at his proud work, the sand table of his manor. It seemed like it could really be used as a military sand table. He hadn't thought about this before. The key point was that he wasn't a military fanatic. He didn't realize the military significance of the sand table at all. In fact, sand tables had a wide range of military uses. They could vividly show the terrain of the battle area, the composition of the enemy's position, the deployment of troops, the configuration of weapons, and so on. Later generations of the army often used sand tables to study the terrain, the enemy's situation, battle plans, organize coordinated actions, carry out tactical drills, study battle examples, and summarize battle experience. In the Tang dynasty 1,300 years ago, even the maps used for battle command were quite rough and simple. Most of these maps were of a schematic nature and were far from accurate. This was actually quite disadvantageous for battle command, but the level of technological development at that time was like this. It was too difficult to draw an accurate map. At this time, the sand table presented in front of Pai Lupi and the military leaders seemed to have opened up a new world for everyone. For a horse emperor like Pai Lupi, he saw the military use of the sand table at first glance. So he immediately asked the chamberlain to inform Li Jing and the others. The appearance of the sand table piqued the interest of the military leaders. Everyone, including Pai Lupi, surrounded the sand table and looked at it with interest. On a whim, the Minister of War, Li Jing, and the other founding dukes actually planned to make a military chess deduction on the sand table. Seeing Pai Lupi and the group of military leaders rubbing their hands together, Li Wanyu felt very stifled. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. My manor, not for you to play like this. Chapter 241. I'll use a brigade of MO blade soldiers to block the manor's gate, and 2 brigades of armored soldiers to harass you with arrows. I don't believe you can break in. Bah, old man, why'd I have to go through the gate? Which part of the manor's wall can't be broken through? Any cavalry can break into the manor with a single charge. You can only retreat to defend the castle. Even if I retreat to defend the castle, I can defend it for 10 days to half a month. So what if you have several times more troops than me? Don't forget, you are all cavalry. How can you attack the castle? In the Yin and Yang Hall of Taiji Palace, there was an uproar. Those founding dukes were divided into 2 factions. They were playing chess on the sand table of Li Wanyu's manor. Pai Lupi was the judge. The history of military chess in Wuxia could be traced back to 4,500 years ago. The Xia dynasty had begun to use stones and wooden sticks to demonstrate formations and research war on the ground. The most indispensable thing for the valiant generals in China's history was the deduction ability before and after the battle. The most famous chess deduction in history was during the Spring and Autumn Warring States period. Mozi wanted to stop Chu from attacking Song. Gong Shuban made cloud ladders for Chu, wanting to use them to attack Song. Mozi and Gong Shuban, in front of King Chu, used their pockets as the city walls and the wooden pieces as the city defense weapons, and began to deduce the strategy of the game of chess. Gong Shuban used many ingenious siege tactics, but they were all resolved by Mozi. Until Gong Shuban used up all his siege methods, Mozi's defensive equipment was more than enough. King Chu finally gave up attacking Song because of this deduction. In the Tang dynasty, the rules of chess deduction in the military were more complete. There were detailed rules and deduction methods. These military big shots could only do chess deduction based on a map that was not very detailed, which made them very unhappy. But today, Seeing Li Wanyo's sand table, this kind of chest deduction method that seemed to have a god's view, made these big shots exclaim. The military big shots who were having fun even called the servants to bring wine, drinking while continuing the battle. Even Pai Lupi was the same. He kept drinking the wine in his cup and laughed heartily. Li Wanyu was completely speechless. If it weren't for the fact that he really couldn't beat these bastards, he would have fought it out with these old fogies who destroyed the sandbox of his manor's buildings. This was too much. This was not a F*King military sandbox. A bunch of old men, old killers. Each and every one of them was trying their best to figure out how to destroy the small castle that he hadn't started building yet. This feeling was really too strange. However, he was just a small county official. In front of Pai Lupi and this group of old ruffians who were all dukes, he really had no right to speak. He could only grit his teeth and endure. It was not easy to endure until the group of military bigwigs had their fill. They even drank several jars of wine before the deduction of the military flag was finally over. Satisfied, Cheng Yaojin used his palm leaf fan-sized palm and began to ravage Li Wanyo's small shoulders. "Nephew, not bad. This sand table is a good thing. You little bastard, you finally came up with something interesting. It's simply a waste of time to make water wheels and carriages." Cheng Yaojin's words made Pai Lupi want to beat him up. Water wheels and four-wheeled carriages were so important to the Tang dynasty that he was willing to give Li Wanyu a title. However, this old man actually said that it was a waste of time. Pai Lupi was too lazy to pay attention to Cheng Yaojin. He reached out his hand and called Li Wanyu to his side. "Zio, tomorrow you will teach the Ministry of Works how to make this sand table. Look at how rough you made it. It's really unusable." Pai Lupi even complained that Li Wanyo's sand table was not exquisite enough. Li Wanyu only felt his teeth itch. He really wanted to bite someone. Enduring Pai Lupi's ridicule, Li Wanyu rubbed his hands and looked at Pai Lupi with an embarrassed smile. "Your Majesty, what do you think of my mansion? Is it okay to build it like this?" The main reason he made this sand table was to get Pai Lupi to agree. Now that their war was over, he had to quickly ask. Pai Lupi once again looked at the sand table. After a while, he said, "Zio, your castle is extravagant. I'm afraid I can't agree with you building it like this." Hearing his words, Li Wanyu became anxious. "How could it be extravagant? Your Majesty, I'm afraid you've made a mistake. I've calculated it with the Ministry of Works Fenglang. It doesn't cost a lot of money. It doesn't exceed the cost of building the mansion." Li Wanyu wasn't speaking nonsense. Although his mansion was not small, it didn't have the complicated structure of traditional buildings. Therefore, it didn't cost a lot to build it. The labor cost of building a traditional Chinese wooden building was quite high. Just the mortise and tenon structures that didn't use nails and only used tenons and tenons would require a lot of skilled craftsmen to build. In the future, the cost of repairing ancient buildings was much higher than the cost of cement. The main reason was the labor cost. Li Wanyu felt that his mansion didn't need that many skilled craftsmen to carve those complicated patterns. Why did Pai Lupi say that it was extravagant? Pai Lupi pointed at the small castle on the sand table and said with a bit of dissatisfaction, "Zio, how many stones do you need to build your castle? How many corvée laborers do you need to transport the stones for your castle? We can't agree to your nonsense. There are still many things to be done in the Tang dynasty. The plague of locusts hasn't been extinguished yet. How can you casually recruit so many corvée laborers just to build a mansion for you?" Hearing Pai Lupi's words, Li Wanyu couldn't help but laugh. It turned out that Pai Lupi had misunderstood. He quickly explained, "Your Majesty, you misunderstood. My small castle doesn't need to be built with stones. It can be built with bricks. I don't need to recruit corvée laborers to transport the stones. Many of the traditional European castles were built with large stones." However, Li Wanyu wasn't preparing for war. He just wanted to build a castle-like house to show off. Therefore, Li Wanyu's plan was to prepare bricks and then use cement to build a castle-like house. Build with bricks? Pai Lupi was slightly stunned, but he still shook his head. Nonsense. How can bricks be used to build a house? When Cheng Yaojin and the others heard the conversation between Pai Lupi and Li Wanyu, they all came over. "Zio, How can you build a house with bricks? Moreover, your castle is several stories high. That's right. This old man has never heard of using bricks to build a house. Zio, you should stop fooling around. Haha, Zio is a genius, but there are times when you make a fool of yourself. This old man has never heard of using bricks to build a house. Using bricks to build walls and towers, this old man knows. How do you build a castle? In the Tang dynasty, there was no cement. Therefore, the bricks were made with sticky loess mortar. The walls of the Tang dynasty were built with loess and covered with bricks. Although it was strong, it wasn't suitable for building a house. If glutinous rice was boiled and added to lime to make bricks, it would be strong and durable after solidification. It wouldn't be inferior to the cement of later generations. However, the cost of doing this was very high. Only a small number of royal buildings could be used this way. In the history of China, it wasn't until the Ming dynasty's Emperor Zhu Di built the Forbidden City that they started to use bricks on a large scale. Therefore, when Pai Lupi, Cheng Yaojin, and Li Jing heard Li Wanyu's words, they only thought that he was talking nonsense. However, Li Wanyu couldn't help but laugh. Your Majesty, everyone, do you want to make a bet with me? Chapter 242. Pai Lupi, Cheng Yaojin, Li Jing, and the rest were all stunned. A bet? What bet? Li Wanyu laughed mischievously. Let's bet that I have a way to glue the bricks together and make it very firm. If I can do it, your Majesty will allow me to build a mansion. How about that? Uncle Cheng and the rest of you will pay for the wood in my mansion. How about that? Would refer to the decorations and furniture of the later generations. Because most of the buildings were made of wood, the mansion was mainly decorated with wood. Pai Lupi said that he would build a mansion for him, but he did not include decorations and furniture. He was as stingy as the developers of the later generations. Since Cheng Yaojin and the rest did not believe that he could build a house with bricks, Li Wanyu naturally did not mind making a bet with them and extorting some of money. After all, he was poor. Li Jing suddenly asked, Ziyu, can you glue the bricks together? How firm can it be? It won't fall with a hammer. Li Wanyu replied confidently. Pai Lupi's eyes also lit up. He and Li Jing looked at each other and revealed a smile in their eyes. Okay, I will bet with you. Ziyu, if you can stack the bricks together and not fall with a hammer, I will agree to build this castle for you. Li Jing also twirled his beard and laughed. Haha, Ziyu, if you can really do it, I will pay for the wood in your mansion. So what? Ziyu, how much time do you need to build it? Li Wanyu, who thought that he had taken advantage of Pai Lupi, Li Jing, and the rest, smiled until his eyes narrowed. He pondered for a moment. When the old mansion was remodeled last time, he still had a lot of hand-ground cement left. When he returned to Dingzhou village, he could ask the masons in the village to help him build a brick wall. After 2 more days, the cement would solidify. Li Wanyu raised 3 fingers to everyone. 3 days will do. After 3 days, your Majesty and the rest of you can come to Dingzhou village. I will show you a brick wall that won't fall with a hammer. Okay. Pai Lupi directly reached out his hand and high-fived Li Wanyu, setting the bet. Li Wanyu looked at Pai Lupi and Li Jing's smiles and vaguely felt that something was wrong. But when he thought about it carefully, he did not find anything wrong, so he did not think too much about it. After saying his goodbyes and leaving the palace, Li Wanyu hurried back to Dingzhou village to find a mason to build the wall. 3 days later, at Dingzhou village in Hu County, several dozen riders entered the village. Pai Lupi led a group of dukes to the old residence of the Li family. Speaking of which, ever since Li Wanyu moved from the county seat of Hu County to Dingzhou village, this secluded village at the foot of Qinling Mountain became more and more lively. The farmers in the village were already used to seeing all kinds of nobles that they normally wouldn't see, so they all went to the Li family's old residence. Originally, there were some farmers who were watching from afar and talking to each other. But now, other than the little kids in the village, no one was interested in the Li family's guests. After Li Wanyu was conferred the title of nobility, the Li family's old residence had a plaque with the words Hu County Male Residence hanging on the door. This really scared the farmers, including the village head. Li Jia Shaolang was conferred the title of nobility, even if it was the lowest rank of county baron. In the eyes of the villagers of Dingzhou village, he was still an extraordinary noble and was respectfully addressed as Lord Zhu. In the eyes of the farmers, Yang Mingfu of the Hu County Yamen was already a righteous official, not to mention the founding county baron, who was a noble of the Tang dynasty. Currently, the 127 families in Dingzhou village were all sealed off by the Li family. From now on, the rent of their houses will be transferred to Lord Li. For a time, no one dared to pass by the road in front of the Li family's old residence. They would rather take a long detour than disturb the county baron. The naughty children in the village were pulled by the ears and scolded for a long time by the adults at home. They were told that they didn't dare to be mischievous. If they offended the county baron, they would lose their heads. Previously, when Li Wanyo's ducks ate locusts, the farmers who blocked the Li family's front door were in fear and trepidation. They were afraid that Li Wanyu would hold a grudge against them because of this. However, the commotion caused by Li Wanyo's conferment of nobility dissipated not long after. This was because the farmers all discovered that Li Jiaxiaolang seemed to be the same as before after he was conferred the title of nobility. Which family's Lord Zhu would squat on the ground and chat with others every day without a care for his image. Which family's Lord Zhu would act like the farmers and curse people with vulgar words when provoked. Even after Li Wanyu was conferred the title of nobility, in the eyes of the farmers of Dingzhou village, he was still the same old Li Jiaxiaolang. In addition, the business of the four-wheeled carriage business was getting better and better, and the farmers had more and more copper coins in their pockets. They felt that the Li family was still the same old Li family and was still so pure and kind. Gradually, the farmers' fear of Li Wanyo's conferment of nobility dissipated. Their attitude towards the Li family returned to normal, but there was more respect. In addition, the way they addressed him had changed. The old villager originally called him Li Jiaxiaolang, but now he called him Lord Zhu. That was all. Pai Lupi led a group of dukes and bigwigs to Dingzhou village. The farmers passing by only glanced at this group of people and didn't have any strange expressions. They continued with what they were doing. The Li family's old residence, on the other hand, was wide open. Li Wanyu led his beautiful superior, Aphrodite, and the others to respectfully welcome Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi jumped off his horse and tossed the horsewhip in his hand to the imperial guard as he impatiently asked, "Zio, have you finished building the brick wall you mentioned?" Li Wanyu hurriedly bowed to Pai Lupi and the bigwigs before replying, "It has already been built. Your Majesty, please inspect it." Pai Lupi nodded in satisfaction and took the lead to lead the group of bigwigs into the Li family. In the front courtyard of Lai Hat, a brick wall had appeared out of nowhere. This was the wall that Li Wanyu had the village masons build for him. In order to make it sturdy, Li Wanyu even had people dig a foundation for this brick wall. Pai Lupi walked forward and patted the wall with his palm. He found that it was abnormally sturdy. "Zio, is this really a brick wall that you had people build? You didn't get someone to transport a stone slab to deceive us, right?" Pai Lupi asked in astonishment. In order to make this brick wall sturdy, Li Wanyu had even had people smear cement on it. Now that the cement had dried and solidified, it indeed looked like a stone slab. Cheng Yaojin also used his fist to pound the brick wall twice and smiled at Li Wanyu. "Nephew, you're cheating. How is this a brick wall? It's clearly a stone slab." Li Wanyu chuckled and pointed to the hammer that he had already prepared. "Uncle Cheng, you'll know once you hit it. Could it really be a brick wall?" Li Wanyu's attitude made Pai Lupi and the bigwigs somewhat suspicious. Cheng Yaojin didn't hesitate. He picked up the hammer and smashed it at the brick wall. With a clang, there was only a white mark left on the brick wall after being knocked. "Son of a bitch, Li Wanyu, are you sure you're not messing with me? This is clearly a stone slab." Cheng Yaojin swung his hand that had been shaken by the hammer and cursed at Li Wanyu. Li Wanyu chuckled. "Uncle Cheng, how about we make another bet?" Chapter 243. Another bet? Cheng Yaojin was amused by Li Wanyu's words. Was this bastard addicted to gambling? "Nephew, what kind of bet do you want to make?" Cheng Yaojin asked angrily. Li Wanyu smirked. "Let's bet that this wall is made of bricks. If it's really made of bricks, Uncle Cheng, you'll lose 50 troops to me. How about that? If it's made of stone, I'll give you 50 jars of the best wine. He had his eyes on Xianxia and wanted to get some elite troops from the old hooligan. Originally, the Li family's mansion was not big, and he didn't need any troops. Even the Niu brothers were killed by Niu Yong first, and then asked for permission. Thus, he had no choice but to accept them. But now he was conferred the title of countyman, and Pai Lupi was going to build him a countyman's mansion. Thus, he was short of manpower. The new countyman's mansion, according to his and the Ministry of Works plans, occupied a few hundred mu of land. When the manor was built, it would be impossible to have no one at home. Servants and maidservants were easy to find. He could go to Chang and spend money to buy them. But there was no place to buy this song. Thus, he had the idea of hiring Xianxia. For these military bigwigs, it was a trivial matter for them to choose some loyal and honest veterans from the army to be part of their troops. Seeing Xianxia questioning the brick wall made of cement, Li Wanyu naturally thought of this. He immediately teased Xianxia with a smirk. He wanted to make a bet with him and swindle some troops from Xianxia. Xianxia's big palm was about to fall again. Bastard, are my troops only worth a jar of wine? You want to take advantage of me? Get lost. Li Wanyu smiled and dodged Xianxia's palm. He smiled and said, Uncle Cheng, what are you saying? Didn't I see that you don't believe that this is a brick wall? I'll give you a chance. Hee, if you think that the wine is too little, we can discuss it again. How could Xianxia, this old hooligan, let Li Wanyu take advantage of him? Looking at his confident appearance, Xianxia knew that the stone slab wall in front of him must have been built with bricks. He glared with his bell-sized eyes. You little bastard, you want to trick me? Move aside, I won't bet with you. After saying that, he raised the hammer in his hand and smashed it at the wall again. The strength of the artificial volcanic ash cement created by Li Wanyu was naturally not comparable to the high-strength cement of the later generations. After being smashed by Xianxia with all his strength, the cement on the surface of the wall cracked and fell off, exposing the bricks inside. Xianxia put down the hammer and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Hey, this place is actually made of bricks. Nephew, what method did you use to make these bricks so sturdy? Even with Xianxia's strength and his full strength, he was only able to break the cement on the surface of the brick wall. This made everyone surprised. Pai Lupi, Li Jing, and the other military leaders immediately gathered around and carefully examined the brick wall in front of them. Zio, what exactly is this wall and the material that holds the bricks together? Why is it no different from stone? This is really mysterious. It's actually made of bricks. With Jijia's strength, he only broke the surface with a single hammer strike. What a sturdy brick wall. TSK, could it be that he melted the stone and poured it onto the bricks? Li Wanyu was speechless. To think that they could think of such a thing. Did they think that it was casting metal? To melt stone, he had to have the ability to do so. Your Majesty, everyone, this brick wall was made of cement by this little one. Pai Lupi stared at him. Hurry up and say it clearly. What is cement? What is that? Li Wanyu gave him the middle finger in his heart. Was the emperor so amazing? Was this the attitude of someone who was asking for advice? Why were you so fierce? Fine, the emperor was amazing. Li Wanyu admitted defeat. He lowered his head and obediently replied, Your Majesty, the cement is a type of adhesive that I created. After mixing it with water, it can firmly glue the sand and bricks together. After it solidifies, it hardens into this state. Zio, how much did this cement of yours cost? Li Jing asked. Li Wanyu scratched his head. Cost? It didn't seem like it cost anything. The cement he was using now was made by grinding broken pottery pieces, so there was almost no cost. If you wanted to make it on a large scale, it would be simple. You just needed to put lime and clay in a kiln. The process of making this kind of cement was very simple. The calcining temperature was low, and the requirements were not high. Of course, compared to the Portland cement of the future, it was far inferior in terms of strength and hardness. But in the Tang dynasty, this kind of artificial volcanic ash cement was enough. Li Wanyu didn't know how to make real cement. He wasn't a professional. It was the same as making glass. He knew what it was, but didn't know what it was. After pondering for a while, Li Wanyu replied with uncertainty, Duke Wei, if this cement is made on a large scale, the cost should be very low. I haven't calculated the exact cost. It's just putting lime and clay in a kiln and calcining it. It's very simple. Pai Lupi couldn't believe it. It's that simple? Zio, this is a matter of great importance. You can't talk nonsense. Li Wanyu said with a wronged face. It's really that simple, Your Majesty. I'm not talking nonsense. Pai Lupi, Li Jing, and the others surrounded Li Wanyu and asked him again and again. Finally, they confirmed that this thing called cement was really that simple to make. Li Jing twirled his beard and smiled. Your Majesty, if what Zio said is true, and this cement can be made on a large scale, then it's really a blessing for the Tang dynasty. Yes, Your Majesty. This cement is really good stuff. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The Tang dynasty has obtained such a divine item. Damn it. If we use this cement to build a city outside the Great Wall, let's see if the Turks can still be so rampant. Li Wanyu was a little confused. The cement I used to build my own house. How did it become Pai Lupi's? Congratulate you, my ass. You want to steal my things again? Bah, none of you are good people. Every day, you think about how to steal my treasures. In the future, I have to ask my beautiful boss to take care of the things at home. The emperor and ministers of the Tang dynasty are all bandits. In fact, Li Wanyu is not stupid. He naturally knew the importance of cement to a country. In the Great Tang, even this artificial volcanic ash replacement cement was a priceless divine artifact. Whether it was used to build cities, roads, or dams, it was indispensable. Since he took out the cement, he had already expected that it would attract Pai Lupi's attention. Pai Lupi was a Pai Xiao. He wanted to take all the good things into his mouth. However, Li Wanyu did not intend to hide it. He also wanted to make the cement public to benefit the Tang dynasty. Although Li Wanyu was mentally prepared, when he saw Li Er and the group of high dukes acting as if the cement was already in their pockets, it still made him feel very unhappy. He simply coughed lightly. Cough, Your Majesty, everyone, how much can I sell this cement formula for? Pai Lupi, Cheng Yaojin, and the others heard this and could not help but be stunned. Sell it for money? Chapter 244. Without waiting for Pai Lupi to speak, Cheng Yaojin went berserk. Bastard brat, how can you sell this kind of military weapon for money? I'll beat you to death. After Cheng Yaojin finished speaking, he reached out to grab Li Wanyu and wanted to beat him up. When Li Wanyu saw the old hooligan flip out, he hurriedly ran away. Too shameless. This kind of threat of force, it's really infuriating. I can't afford to offend you. Do you believe that I won't find your 3 sons for revenge? However, when Li Wanyu thought about the size of Cheng Chumo's 3 beast brothers, he felt that he should forget about it. It seems that he can't deal with the old hooligan's 3 sons. It's really a tragedy. In the face of the old hooligan's deterrence, Li Wanyu could only raise his hands and surrender. Uncle Cheng, please wait. Little nephew has thought about it and feels that things like cement should be offered to His Majesty. Li Wanyu's tactful made Pai Lupi very satisfied. He raised his head and laughed, pretending that he didn't hear Li Wanyu's request for money, and began to discuss the use of cement in the military with the military bosses. Pai Lupi actually complained that Li Wanyu's name was unpleasant to hear. Such a divine object was given a rotten name like cement. With a wave of his hand, he directly changed the name of cement. The earliest lime that appeared in the history of China was made from the shell of a big clam. It was called mirage ash. Hongji State records, mirage ash, oyster shell ash is the top, small oyster shell is the second, and small clam shell is the bottom. The 3 colors are different, and the big clam is the top. Since Li Wanyu said that cement was made from lime and clay, Pai Lupi cited the classics and changed the name of cement to mirage ash. In this regard, Li Wanyu could only silently roll his eyes in his heart. As long as you are happy, then so be it. It sounds more cultured than cement. Pai Lupi proudly accepted the mirage mud freely offered by Li Wanyu. He was overjoyed and asked Li Wanyu to prepare a banquet. He wanted to celebrate with Li Wanyu and the other military leaders. Li Wanyu's heart was filled with countless mythological beasts. F***CK, isn't this too much? You stole my cement. Oh no, Mirage Mud? And you want me to hold a banquet to celebrate? You gone too far. With great resentment, Li Wanyu asked the old steward, Li Heng, to prepare the banquet. Pai Lupi was not polite in the slightest. He went to the Li family's central room and sat down. He also very impolitely asked the servant girls to pour tea and water. Li Wanyu silently criticized Pai Lupi's behavior of not treating him as an outsider. Cheng Yaojin, Li Jing, and the others were very envious. As expected, the Li clan's little boy was favored by both the emperor and the Sacred Hearts. They really treated him as their own nephew. Although Yuqi Jingde was not familiar with Li Wanyu, he was secretly calculating in his heart. His two children seemed to be very close to this county man. It seemed that in the future, he should let them be closer to Li Wanyu. Among this group of leaders, there were many who had the same idea as Yuqi Jingde. How could Li Wanyu know what these leaders were thinking? He was still thinking about how to retaliate against Cheng Yaojin, Pai Lupi, and the others. Hearing Cheng Yaojin shouting for him to bring wine again, Li Wanyu's eyes turned, and he had a plan in mind. Hey, old scoundrel, don't even think about walking out of my Li family's door today. I'll make sure you come in vertically and go out horizontally. Li Wanyu smiled and told Pai Lupi, Cheng Yaojin, and the others to wait for a moment. He went to fetch good wine for everyone. Ever since he drank the disgusting water wine of the Tang dynasty, Li Wanyu planned to open a wine factory in the Tang dynasty. He had already begun to try brewing a small amount of sorghum wine. Although Li Wanyu's third uncle's family opened a wine factory in the future and specialized in brewing sorghum wine, he knew the process and method of brewing sorghum wine. However, he had never actually brewed it himself. Therefore, as early as when he moved to Dingzhou village, Li Wanyu tried to brew some sorghum wine as an experiment. He didn't expect that he would succeed on his first try. After more than 40 days of fermentation, the sorghum wine he brewed had already been distilled by Li Wanyu. It was now ready to drink. The biggest difference between the liquor of the future and the water wine of the Tang dynasty was the distillation process. Distillation was the process of heating up the wine and turning it into wine vapor. After cooling it down, it turned back into wine. After distillation, the liquor would be colorless, but the alcohol content of the wine would be much higher than the original liquor. Tang Dynasty's 3 baskets of wine and wine were mostly fermented and then directly filtered before drinking. According to Shun Kua's Dream Creek writings, the alcohol content of the finished wine was between 3% and 15%. It was similar to the beer or rice wine of the future. After distillation, the alcohol content of the distilled sorghum wine was between 50% and 60%. It belonged to the category of hard liquor. Li Wanyu didn't believe that Pai Lupi and the others, who were used to drinking low-alcohol liquor, would be able to drink his high-alcohol sorghum wine. Today, he had to get them drunk and take revenge. He asked Niu Wu to bring out a jar of wine from the warehouse. The Arabic number 65 was impressively written on it. This was Li Wanyu's liquor with the highest alcohol content. Although there was no alcohol detector in the Tang dynasty, Li Wanyu's third uncle had taught him a few tricks that could roughly determine the alcohol content of the wine. After shaking the wine, there would be hops the size of a grain of rice to a grain of sorghum. According to the time it took to pile the hops, the alcohol content could be roughly determined. If the hops were the size of a grain of sorghum to a grain of corn, the time it took to pile the hops was about 3 seconds. The alcohol content of the wine was about 65%. The alcohol content of Li Wanyu's sorghum wine was equivalent to 3 times the alcohol content of the Tang dynasty's liquor. This was the weapon he was preparing to use to vent his resentment. Li Wanyu's face was full of smiles. He asked Niu Wu to bring the 65% alcohol sorghum wine to the central room. When Cheng Yaojin saw that there was only 1 jar of wine, he couldn't help but feel disgusted. Nephew, you're a county man now. How can you still be so stingy? How can this jar of wine be enough for us to drink? Quickly go and bring a few more jars. Li Wanyu said with disdain. Uncle Cheng, it's not that I'm stingy. It would be good if we could finish this jar of wine. What a joke. He asked Niu Wu to bring out a big jar of wine. This jar of wine was equivalent to 20 caddies of 65% alcohol content. It wouldn't kill you all. When Xianxia heard Li Wanyo's words, he immediately jumped up and said, "Brat, don't talk nonsense. I could drink a bucket of wine by myself. Your jar of wine isn't even enough for me to rinse my mouth." Not only was Xianxia jumping up and down, even Pai Lupi, Li Jing, Yuqi Jingda, and the others were dissatisfied. They felt that Li Wanyu was looking down on them. To these founding dukes who were addicted to wine, saying that they couldn't drink wine was like pointing at their noses and saying that men couldn't do it. This was a great humiliation. Pai Lupi also glared at him and said, "Zio, what nonsense are you talking about? Quickly go and bring the wine over. Don't mess around." Li Wanyu laughed mischievously and said, Your Majesty, everyone, do you want to make another bet?" What do you want to do now? What do you want to bet on?" "Let's bet on whether you can finish this jar of wine." Li Wanyu pointed at the jar of wine and smiled proudly. It was as if a fox's tail was wagging behind him. Chapter 245. When Li Wanyu proposed another bet, Pai Lupi almost laughed out of anger. This little rascal was going crazy today. Xianxia opened his mouth and wanted to agree, but he swallowed the words back down. He suddenly realized that for such a shrewd person like Li Wanyu to propose a bet, there must be something fishy going on. Today, he almost fell for Li Wanyu's trick. Now that this little rascal proposed another bet, he might be up to no good. Xianxia's tone changed. "What bet? Go play on the side. Hurry up and pour the wine. If you make any more noise, I'll deal with you." Li Wanyu wanted to trick Xianxia with a belly full of evil tricks, but who would have thought that the old scoundrel would learn to be smart? It was a pity. He was still thinking about how to trick Xianxia into giving him troops. The servant girls in the central room who were serving everyone quickly came forward to open the seal on the wine jar. As soon as the wine jar was opened, a strong fragrance overflowed. The fragrance of the wine filled the entire central room. This strong fragrance that had never been seen before immediately attracted everyone's attention. Pai Lupi's eyes lit up. "Ziyu, what kind of wine is this? Why is it so fragrant and alluring?" Xianxia, Li Jing, Yuqi Jingda, and the other big shots were so stimulated by the wine that they almost drooled. They didn't even blink as they stared at the jar of wine. Li Wanyu chuckled. "I've let your Majesty see a joke. This is the wine that this subject brewed. I ask your Majesty and the other officials to taste it." "Little rascal, don't say so much. Hurry up and pour the wine," Xianxia impatiently shouted. When the servant girls brought in cups of clear and transparent wine that looked like clear water, everyone, including Pai Lupi, was dumbfounded. If it wasn't for the alluring wine fragrance that kept going into their nostrils, everyone would have thought that Li Wanyu had brought a jar of clear water to trick them. How could the people who were used to drinking turbid wine believe that wine could become as transparent as water? For a moment, they all held the wine cups and carefully sized it up. They leaned closer and greedily sniffed the wine fragrance. Only Xianxia couldn't care less. He directly raised his head and poured a glass of white wine into his mouth. In the Tang dynasty, the alcohol content of the wine was not high, so the wine cups were quite bold and unrestrained. The size of the wine cups was also very large. Li Wanyu was also deliberately mischievous. The wine cups that he poured wine for everyone were extremely large. Each cup could hold at least 3 liters of white wine. Xianxia drank the 65% liquor in one gulp out of habit. His eyes bulged and his face turned red. He shut his mouth tightly, afraid that he would spit out the liquor. After swallowing the wine, he felt a burning sensation in his throat, as if it was on fire. Following that, a scorching heat rose from his chest and abdomen. That comfortable feeling made Xianxia unable to help but spit out a mouthful of alcohol. "Damn it, what a good wine. What a strong wine. I thought my throat was burning. Kid, what kind of wine is this? Why is it so strong?" Li Wanyu thought to himself, how could the sorghum wine he brewed have a name? But if you were to directly call it sorghum wine, it would be too low class. He rolled his eyes and replied, "Uncle Chung, this is your nephew's Shadaozi wine. Shadaozi wine was actually a high alcohol content wine from the Northeast. It was named because of its high alcohol content and strong taste. Li Wanyu thought that the name of the wine was quite good. Moreover, it should be liked by this group of old men. So, he directly plagiarized it. Shadaozi? Good name. Drinking this wine is really like a knife scraping the stomach. Ha! It's addictive. It's even more addictive. Come, fill it up for me. Cheng Yaojin didn't even take a bite of the food. He directly drank more than 3 liters of liquor. Even though he was addicted to alcohol at this time, he also felt the alcohol rush to his head. This old hooligan couldn't help but shake his body. Seeing Cheng Yaojin's exaggerated performance, Pai Lupi and the others also picked up their cups. Some took small sips to taste the wine, while others drank it in one gulp like Cheng Yaojin. After the wine entered their stomachs, everyone exhaled a long breath of burning alcohol. Some people, because it was their first time drinking such a high alcohol content wine, their throats were stimulated by the alcohol. They couldn't stop coughing, causing the people around them to laugh. Good, as expected, a Shadaozi wine. I've lived my whole life, but I've never drunk such a strong wine. Damn it, this is what wine is. The wine I drank in the past has turned into horse piss. Ziyu, this wine was really brewed by you? Ha! Well done, this is what wine is. This wine deserves a toast. Everyone, let's drink to victory. After tasting a mouthful of Li Wangyu's Shadaozi wine, Pai Lupi and the group of dukes went completely crazy. Who would have thought that there was such a strong wine in this world? Everyone, who was used to drinking wine and 3 baskets of rice, felt that Li Wangyu's Shadaozi wine had opened the door to a new world. Cheng Yaojin, who was slightly tipsy, grabbed Li Wangyu, who was laughing at the side. Kid, how many Shadaozi wine do you have? Quickly give me 100 jars as a show of respect. Otherwise, don't blame me for falling out with you. Don't you want troops? When your mansion is repaired, however many troops you want, I'll give them to you. Cheng Yaojin's words made everyone's eyes light up. They all looked at Li Wangyu. Ziyu, you can't favor one and discriminate against the other. I've treated you well, right? Haha, I don't want much of this Shadaozi wine. 100 jars will do. Isn't it just troops? There's no need for the knowledge-seeking festival. I'll give it to you. Li Jing also came to join the fun. He pushed Cheng Yaojin away and said to Li Wangyu, Cheng Yaojin dared to be angry at anyone except Li Jing, the god of war of the Tang dynasty. He didn't dare to be reckless. Seeing that Li Jing also came to snatch the wine, Cheng Yaojin was so angry that he could only grab the wine that the maidservant had just poured for him and drink it. As for Qin Xiong, Yuqi Jingde, Duan Jishuan, Lu Hongji, and the others, they all stared at Li Wangyu with burning eyes. Even Pai Lupi, although not as shameless as Cheng Yaojin and directly asked for the wine, also held the wine cup and coughed lightly, reminding Li Wangyu not to forget about him. Li Wangyu could only look up at the roof of the central room, speechlessly. Did he do something wrong? The emperor and ministers of the Tang dynasty were simply a group of drunkards. They seemed to be going crazy when he took out such a high amount of Shadaozi wine. They asked him for 100 jars of Shadaozi wine. Were they planning to take a bath in the alcohol? You old hooligans will drink to death. Li Wangyu helplessly spread out his hands and shrugged. Your Majesty, gentlemen, it's not that I'm stingy, but I really don't have any. I'm just trying to brew this Shadaozi wine to see the effect. But you don't have to worry. I'm going to set up a winery in Dingzhou village that specializes in brewing Shadaozi wine. When the winery is built and the wine is brewed, I'll definitely send it to you. His words made Li Jing, Cheng Yaojin, and the others feel very regretful. However, Pai Lupi suddenly said, Zio, your aunt is also interested in brewing wine. Why don't you cooperate with her? What? Empress Zhang's son is interested in brewing wine? Pai Lupi, are you kidding me? Chapter 246. Pai Lupi proposed to cooperate with Li Wangyu to set up a brewery. Although Li Wangyu complained in his heart, he did not reject it. After the beautiful boss had a flash of inspiration and pulled Empress Zhang's son to invest in the SF Express four-wheeled carriage company, the benefits were obvious. Not to mention that Empress Zhang's son provided the much-needed development funds and horses for the carriage company, but the name of Emperor Xianxia gave enough protection to the carriage company and the Li family. Zheng Kongbua of the Zheng family in Xinjiang provoked the beautiful boss and let people surround the four-wheel carriage company to force her to yield. After Li Wanyu let people set a fire, the relationship between Empress Zhang's son and the four-wheel carriage company was made public. The Zheng family in Xinjiang not only immediately compromised and apologized, but also sent Zheng Kongbua, a playboy, back to his hometown in Xinjiang. Since then, no one dared to obstruct the SF Express four-wheeled carriage company in Chang'an City. Originally, as the four-wheeled carriage company slowly developed, its profitability made many aristocratic families in Chang'an City envious. If it were not for Emperor Zhang's son, Li Wanyu and Su Changqing alone might not be able to keep their industry, even if Pai Lupi promised them the exclusive right to operate in Chang'an City. Maybe they would have been eaten up by those aristocratic families, and even their bones would not be left. With the successful precedent of the carriage company and the royal family, Li Wanyu did not reject Pai Lupi to invest in his brewery business at all. He even felt secretly happy. Just by looking at the reaction of the group of tycoons in the central room to the sorghum wine, it could be imagined that after the brewery was built, this would be another hen that could lay golden eggs. With Pai Lupi and Emperor Zhangsan as his backers, Li Wanyu did not have to worry that his industry would be coveted by those aristocratic families. The reason why Pai Lupi proposed to let Emperor Zhangsan invest in Li Wanyu's business was actually to protect Li Wanyu and to reward him for offering the Mirage Mud. At this time, there were several military bigwigs in the central room who were unfamiliar with Li Wanyu. When they learned that the Li family was going to build a brewery, they couldn't help but have some thoughts of getting involved. However, after Pai Lupi spoke, the few big shots immediately threw their thoughts to the back of their minds. Everyone began to toast and drink to their heart's content. The Li family's delicacies cooked with pork were constantly being served to the table. The military leaders who were tasting such delicacies for the first time couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. With the addition of the strong wine, the atmosphere in the Li family's central room became lively. Cheng Yaojin was the first to take off his clothes. He pushed away the table and ran to the center of the room and began to dance. Yuqi Jingde, Duanji Xuan, Lu Hongji, Chai Xiao, and the others were also unwilling to fall behind. They all took off their clothes and began to dance bare-chested. Li Wanyu was speechless. He covered his eyes with his hand. It was too King painful to the eyes. He finally knew where Cheng Chumo's group of debauches learned their unrestrained behavior from. This was simply a case of the upper beam being crooked, the lower beam being crooked. They were all the same kind of trash. The four maidservants of the Li family were also blushing from the bold and unrestrained performance of the Guadux. They hid far away and didn't dare to come forward to pour wine or pour tea. Pai Lupi didn't mind. Instead, after drinking, he also began to dance. This made Li Wanyu even more dumbfounded. What made Li Wanyu even more frightened was yet to come. After the group of old assassins drank so much, they still felt that the dance wasn't exciting enough. Cheng Yaojin shouted and jumped into the front yard. He snatched a long spear from the hands of the palace guards. Wah! Which one of you will come down? Do you dare to fight with me? Bah! Cheng Jijia, you killing talent. Don't be so arrogant. I'll play with you. Yuqi Jingde didn't hesitate and also jumped into the front yard. He snatched a weapon from the hands of the palace guards and charged straight at Cheng Yaojin. Come eat my spear. Li Wanyu was dumbfounded by the scene in front of him. His mouth was wide open as he watched Cheng Yaojin and Yuqi Jingde fight in the front yard. These two old killers had drunk too much and were now acting crazy. Pai Lupi, Qin Xiong, Li Jing, and the others didn't stop them. Instead, they all clapped and stamped their feet in approval. They also continuously drank wine. Seeing the two of them fighting, someone couldn't help but jump into the front yard. He snatched a weapon from the palace guards and also charged forward. Li Wanyu looked and saw that it was the yellow-faced man, Qin Xiong. He didn't care if the weapon was convenient or not, and he didn't care who his opponent was. He directly charged in. The three of them were in a chaotic fight. One moment, Cheng Yaojin and Yuqi Jingde besieged Qin Xiong. The next moment, Qin Xiong and Cheng Yaojin beat up Yuqi. Seeing them gnashing their teeth and not holding back their spears, Li Wanyu wondered if the three of them were mortal enemies. Li Wanyu already didn't know how to ridicule this group of founding dukes. They were all a group of bastards. He lowered his head and pondered. Was it wrong for him to push the high-content sorghum wine to the Tang dynasty? This group of people who went crazy after drinking too much really had poor alcohol tolerance. Just as Li Wanyu was lost in thought, he suddenly heard the sound of a sharp weapon piercing through the air. Then, a gust of wind brushed past his cheeks, and another dust sound was heard. He seemed to realize something and slowly turned his head with a sluggish expression. He saw a spear inserted into a pillar not far behind him. The end of the spear was still violently shaking up and down. F***CK. Was he almost stabbed to death by this spear that was thrown out just now? A drop of cold sweat flowed down Li Wanyu's forehead. Reaching out to touch his slightly painful cheek, Li Wanyu woodenly raised his eyes to look at the front yard. He saw that the weapons in the hands of the three old bastards had already been knocked out of each other's hands. At this moment, they were actually fighting with their bare hands. Li Wanyu had just walked out from the mentality of surviving a great disaster. Before he could even jump and curse, he saw a huge figure fall directly from the front yard into the central room, knocking over several banquet tables and smashing the bowls and plates on them into pieces. It was Cheng Yaojin. In a moment of carelessness, he was attacked by Qin Xiong and Yuqi Jingde and directly sent flying into the central room. Chai Xiao, Duan Jishuan, and the others, who had their wine spilled, all angrily cursed Cheng Yaojin for being a bastard. Bastard, what are you arguing about? Cheng Yaojin was not to be outdone and cursed back. In the next moment, Chai Xiao, Duan Jishuan, and the others pounced on Cheng Yaojin and waved their fists. Very quickly, the central room in the front yard of the Li family also turned into a battlefield. Originally, everyone was ganging up on Cheng Yaojin, but then it became a fight between each other, becoming a chaotic mess. Other than Pai Lupi, who was surrounded by the Imperial Guards who had reacted, all the other dukes and bigwigs were randomly fighting. Not only did Pai Lupi not allow the Imperial Guards to mediate, he even held his wine cup and drank heartily while cheering for everyone. Jijia, kick him. Hey, you idiot. Throw him. Jingde, are you stupid? Don't you know that monkeys pick peaches? If it weren't for the Imperial Guards holding him back, Li Wanyu reckoned that Pai Lupi would definitely have rushed up as well. Ever since the central room in the front yard turned into a battlefield, Li Wanyu scrambled to hide to the side. As for the four maidservants of the Li family, they had long been scared to the point that their faces turned pale and they screamed as they ran to the rear yard. The old housekeeper, Li Heng, was hiding behind the Niu brothers, but he still had a smile on his face. Lang Jun, it seems that the saints and guests are all very happy. Li Wanyu's tears fell. Happy your sister. Are you still the Li family's housekeeper? A group of bandits entered your home, and you're still smiling so happily? Are you crazy? Chapter 247. Pai Lupi and the others were not out of Li Wanyu's expectations. When the 10 caddies of 65 proof sorghum wine was finished, everyone, including Pai Lupi, was drunk. Cheng Yaojin and this group of founding dukes could be considered to be exceptionally talented. On average, each of them drank more than half a caddy of liquor and even got into a fight, which almost turned the Li family's front yard into ruins. Only then did they collapse on the ground and pass out drunk. The palace guards carefully carried Pai Lupi and the other dukes into the carriage and returned to Chang and city. Li Wanyu, on the other hand, was about to cry when he saw the mess in the front yard. This group of old hooligans and murderous people. Even if they beat him to death, he would never entertain these bastards again. Their alcohol tolerance was so poor that it was despicable. After the group of generals got into the fight, even the entertainment facilities that Li Wanyu had Carpenter Lu build for Li Chengxian and the others in the front yard were smashed into pieces. As for the central room, the wreckage of several tables and broken bowls and plates were all over the floor, as well as the remains of dishes that had been overturned. Even the air was filled with the stench of alcohol. Not long after the old hooligans left, before Li Wanyu could have someone clean up the mess, his beautiful boss Aphrodite, and Perrin took a carriage back home from Chang'an City. Now, his beautiful boss still went to Chang'an City every day, and the SF Express Carriage Company was becoming more and more popular under her management. However, he did not know whether it was because her relationship with Aphrodite was getting better and better, or because she was worried that Li Wanyu would cheat on her at home, but now she would bring Aphrodite with her whenever she went to Chang'an City. In this regard, Li Wanyu could only secretly gnash his teeth in hatred. How could he say no? When the three girls returned home, they were shocked to see the situation in the front yard. What was going on? Was there a war at home? When Su Changqing found out that it was Li Er and a bunch of dukes who were drunk and causing trouble in his house, causing his house to look like it had been hit by a war, he glared at Li Wanyu. She was sure that Li Wanyu must have taken out the highly concentrated liquor he brewed to show off, resulting in such a result. "Clean it up yourself," the beautiful boss said coldly before pulling Avro and Perrin back to the backyard. The teenage version of Angelina Jolie and Perrin both made faces at Li Wanyu and stuck out their tongues, indicating that Li Wanyu deserved it. Then, they left with Su Changqing. Looking at the backs of Su Changqing, Avro, and Perrin, Li Wanyu opened his mouth, but he didn't know how to explain. His current mood was like a F***king dog. Why did he feel like he had shot himself in the foot? If it weren't for the fact that he was afraid of pain, he really wanted to give himself 2 slaps. Why did he have to bring out the liquor for no reason? However, Li Wanyu also felt that he had been wronged. He only wanted to get Cheng Yaojin and the others drunk to vent his anger. Who would have thought that these bastards would have such poor alcohol tolerance? They actually drank too much and resorted to martial arts. How immoral. Li Wanyu was furious. He turned around and raised his middle fingers in the direction of Chang'an City to show his disdain. After venting his grievances, Li Wanyu shook his head helplessly and began to call the old butler, Li Heng, and the maidservants to clean up the mess in the front yard. After cleaning up the front yard, Li Wanyu smiled apologetically and talked to Su Changqing for a long time before the expression on her beautiful boss's face changed. However, what made Li Wanyu even more depressed was that the next morning, someone knocked on the door of his residence again. The fops were all shocked when they saw their father drunk like a pile of mud and sent back to the residence by the palace guards. It was the first time that Cheng Chumo and the others had seen their father so drunk. After questioning the palace guards, they learned that their father had gotten drunk at the house of Huxian Man, Li Wanyu. According to the guards, Huxian Man had brewed a kind of liquor called Burning Knife. It was as clear as water, but as sweet as fire. The saints and dukes had all gotten drunk because they had drunk too much. How could the fops hold themselves back after hearing the words of the guards? If it weren't for the fact that it was late and the evening drum of Chang'an City had already sounded, they would have rushed to Dingzhou village overnight to taste the Burning Knife wine. Early this morning, when the gates of Chang'an City had just opened, the fops couldn't wait to ride their horses to Dingzhou village. When Li Wanyu heard the report from the old housekeeper, Li Heng, his head was about to explode. He didn't need to think to know why these fops were here. Was everyone in the Tang dynasty a drunkard? Helpless, Li Wanyu changed his clothes and came out to meet the guests. He bowed to the fops and said, "Brothers, what brings you to my residence so early in the morning? Zio, tell me honestly, how do we treat you?" Cheng Chumo asked in a low, muffled voice. Li Wanyu said, "Of course they treat me very well." "That's good. If that's the case, why do you treat us like this? Since you've brewed the Burning Knife wine, why don't you share it with us?" Li Wanyu rolled his eyes. He knew that these bastards were here for the same reason. Faced with the aggressive gazes of the group of profligate sons, Li Wanyu could only explain, "Brothers, you've wronged me. This Burning Knife has just been brewed. Yesterday, the Saint and Uncle Cheng happened to meet. I was just about to send an invitation to my brothers to invite you to my residence in 3 days to taste this wine." Cheng Chumo waved his hand and said, "It's better to hit the nail on the head. Today is fine. Zio, quickly take out the Burning Knife wine." Fang Yai, Chai Ling Wu, and the others also urged, Yes, quickly take out the Burning Knife wine." Li Wanyu was speechless. He looked up at the sky. Damn, what kind of wine are they drinking so early in the morning? The fops had left the city as soon as the city gates opened. They rode their horses to Dingzhou village. It was only 8 o'clock in the morning, but they were already clamoring to drink strong wine. Li Wanyu really couldn't understand these drunkards. In the future, Li Wanyu often met with his friends. He drank red wine, beer, and white wine, but he was definitely not addicted to alcohol. He really couldn't understand the fop's thoughts. However, since the fops had blocked the door, Li Wanyu naturally couldn't say anything. He simply wanted to get the wine for them. Calling Li Heng, he asked the maidservants to prepare some food for the fops in the kitchen. He also asked Niu Wu and him to go to the storeroom to get the wine. It was still 65% Caoyang wine, and it was still 20 caddies of wine. Li Wanyu also threw caution to the wind. Since things had already come to this, he might as well let the fops drink and let them drink until they died. Thus, yesterday reappeared. It was incomparably melancholy. Apart from the fops' fighting strength not being as frightening as the old ruffians, the events of yesterday's Lai Hot were almost replayed. Li Wanyu expressed that he was very calm, and it'll be fine once you get used to it. However, he still wanted to chop these bastards to death. Chapter 248. Li Wanyu didn't even bother to look at the drunken debauches in the central room and the mess on the ground. After instructing Li Heng to clean up the mess, he went back to the backyard to sleep. When he woke up, he found that the group of debauches was already gone. The debauches woke up with a splitting headache and no longer had the mood to ask Li Wanyu for wine. Instead, they climbed onto their horses and went back to Chang'an City. After the debauches left, Li Wanyu let out a long breath. Looking at the smashed tables in his house, he turned around and instructed Li Heng to find Carpenter Liu. He asked Carpenter Liu to use a piece of wood as thick as a bowl to make a sturdy table. It didn't have to be pretty, just sturdy enough to withstand smashing. Li Wanyu didn't expect that guests would come to his house on the third day. This time, it was Yang Quan who led the way. He brought Yu Shernan, Kong Yingda, and a few other Confucian scholars to his house. Their purpose was still the same. They heard that Hu Xian had brewed the best wine and came to taste it. Yu Shernan, Kong Yingda, and the other Confucian scholars' alcohol tolerance was much better. At least, they didn't smash the central room. Only recently, they started to sing loudly, hey, hey, disturbing the people. On the fourth day, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and Zhangsun Wuji came. On the fifth day, Ma Zhou and Yin Liben came. On the sixth day, on the seventh day, for the entire 10 days, Li Wanyu's house was filled with guests. They all came for the same purpose, the burning knife wine. Li Wanyu was already completely numb. When he saw guests, he didn't waste any time. He just ordered the wine and drank until they were drunk. It wasn't until Li Chengxian and Li Tai came to Li Wanyu's house to learn and ask for wine that Li Wanyu was finally enraged. He took a golden ruler and chased after the two of them for a long time. It was fine if he couldn't afford to offend the others, but these two also came to join in the fun. It was a good opportunity for Li Wanyu to vent his anger. Two little brats also wanted a drink. This was simply going against the heavens. After the county magistrate's mansion was bustling with noise and excitement, Li Wanyu's sorghum wine was completely consumed. Only then did the guests finally stop in their tracks. It was beyond Li Wanyu's expectation that liquor was so popular among the nobles of the Tang dynasty. Although he knew that the Tang dynasty had good wine, he didn't expect that they would go so crazy just for a sip of good wine. After discussing with his beautiful boss, they decided that they had to speed up the progress of the brewery. Otherwise, Pai Lupi, Cheng Yaojin, and the others would have too much resentment for not being able to drink good wine. Pai Lupi was just short of sending the imperial army to snatch the wine. How terrifying! After drinking a high concentration of white wine, it was really terrible to let them drink that turbid and sour wine again. The beautiful superior went to the Taiji Palace and requested an audience with Empress Zhangsun. The two women quickly discussed the opening of the winery. Empress Zhangsun invested 5,000 strings of copper and took 40% of the winery, while the county magistrate took 60%. Empress Zhangsun only sent people to manage the accounts, and the Li family was responsible for everything else. In this regard, Li Wanyu and Su Chongqing naturally had no objections and immediately nodded in agreement. The location of the winery was chosen near Dingzhou village. In addition to the convenience, the most important reason was that the water here was good. The mountain spring water that flowed endlessly from the Qinling Mountains was sweet and refreshing. This was a pure, natural, and pollution-free spring that couldn't be drunk in the future. It couldn't be better to use it to make wine. Good water must be used to make wine. According to the Book of Rites, if you are a great chieftain, the rice must be gathered, the rice must be plowed, 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 the water must be clean, the spring must be fragrant, the pottery must be good, and the fire must be plowed. The spring must be fragrant. This was the requirement for the water used to make wine. When Li Wanyu traveled in the future, he also tasted the spring water of several famous springs. But in his opinion, the spring water of those famous springs in the future couldn't compare to the sweetness of the spring water in the Qinling Mountains. Because the smell of distillers' grains in the winery was particularly pungent, Li Wanyu chose a location far away from the village. He chose a flat valley below Shouyang Mountain as the location of the winery. And the anxious Pai Lupi actually used his official position for personal gain and directly sent craftsmen from the Ministry of Works to Dingzhou village to build a winery for Li Wanyu for free. This saved Li Wanyu a lot of money. It would be a waste not to take advantage of the imperial family. Li Wanyu accepted this benefit with a clear conscience. The winery was different from his manor. The construction speed was very fast. Brewing, fermentation, distillation, blending, canning, storage. Li Wanyu directly enlarged the winery of his third uncle's family. He drew out the blueprints and had the craftsmen from the Ministry of Works build according to the blueprints. After a month, the Burning Knife Winery was built with the efforts of the craftsmen from the Ministry of Works. After Li Wanyu bought a large amount of sorghum and other grains from his enemies, he officially started to brew wine. In order to keep it secret, the craftsmen in the winery were all slaves that Li Wanyu bought from the west city of Chang. And the longer Li Wanyu stayed in the Tang dynasty, the more he lost his sense of justice and morality. Li Wanyu couldn't bear to see the slaves in his family being sold by Yang Quan, so he took responsibility for the debt and released the slaves in his family. But now, in order to keep the winery a secret, he actually spent money to buy slaves. For this reason, his beautiful boss laughed at him, but also acquiesced to his practice. In the Tang dynasty, where there was no intellectual property protection, this was the only way to keep the winery a secret. When the first batch of Burning Knife wine was brewed and shipped to Chang, and for sale, it immediately attracted the attention of all the influential people in Chang. For a time, the wine in Chang was expensive, but this was a story for later, so let's not talk about it for now. On that day, Li Wanyu took the feral and chased after Li Chengxian and Li Tai, who wanted to drink the wine for a long time. After a few days of venting his anger, he finally let them go. This time, when the three little ones came to Dingzhou village, Li Wanyu planned to let them have more contact with children of the same age, so that they wouldn't be raised in the palace all year round and develop problems. Li Wanyu remembered that he had read a document in the future which said that if children couldn't play freely in their childhood, they might be unhappy when they grew up. So, Li Wanyu wanted to correct the tragedy of Li Chengxian and Li Tai in the future and create a happy childhood for them. In his opinion, it was necessary to create a happy childhood for them. Children of 8 or 9 years old, learning everything from the old masters in the palace every day, and being surrounded by the servants and eunuchs who were physically disabled. It would be strange if they didn't have psychological depression. Li Wanyu felt that most of the tragedies in the imperial family were due to childhood depression, which caused the children to become mentally deformed. Teacher, what are we learning today? Ever since Li Tai mastered Arabic numerals, he became more interested in mathematics. He also had a direct understanding of Li Wanyu's ability. In addition, the temptation of the Li family's fun and delicious food made it very natural for Li Tai to call him teacher. Li Wanyu shook his head. We're not learning anything today. We're going out to play. Li Chengxian and Li Tai looked at each other suspiciously, their eyes full of astonishment. But when the little Changlu girl heard that they were going out to play, she cheered and jumped for joy. Li Wanyu didn't care about the three little ones' reactions. He ordered the palace guards to stay away from them and not follow them so closely. Then, he leisurely led the three little ones out of the door. Chapter 249. In Dingzhou Village, the spring plowing had long been completed. As for the villagers, those who could work, most of them had already gone to work as drivers for the Shunfeng Express Carriage Company. During the day, most of the villagers only had women and children at home. Those half-grown children would play all over the village. Li Wanyu didn't spend much effort to find a group of naughty children in the village. He brought them to the grain-sunning field and said that he wanted to teach them how to play games. Naturally, none of the naughty children dared to disobey Lord Ju's words. They all obediently followed behind Li Wanyu. Li Chengxian and Li Tai looked at the group of dirty children with tattered clothes behind them, and their expressions of disdain were clearly expressed. Actually, the families in Dingzhou Village didn't lack copper coins to buy clothes made from a few feet of coarse cloth. However, the naughty children in the village jumped up and down every day, rolling all over the ground. If they weren't climbing trees, they were fishing in a river. No matter how good their clothes were, they were no different from beggars at the end of the day. Therefore, the villagers couldn't be bothered to make new clothes for the naughty children and let them do as they pleased. Li Wanyu glanced indifferently at the two little ones whose faces were filled with disdain, but didn't say anything. He gathered the naughty children in the village together and began to explain the rules of the new game to them. Li Wanyu had prepared quite a few games, such as Eagle Catches Chicks, Cockfighting, Jumping Goat, Wooden Man. When Li Wanyu explained the rules of the game to the children in the village, the three little ones listened very seriously. However, only the little lowly Changle cheered excitedly. She didn't dislike the naughty children in the village at all and immediately played with them. As for Li Chengxian and Li Tai, their faces were proud and aloof. They were like little adults, coldly watching from the sidelines with their hands behind their backs. Li Wanyu didn't pay attention to the two naughty children and led the group of children to play by themselves. This group of naughty children in Dingzhou Village had never played these modern games before. After hearing Li Wanyu explain the rules, they were abnormally excited and threw themselves into the game. The grain-sunning field instantly became a sea of joy, filled with the laughter of the children. Led by Li Wanyu, the naughty children in the village were about to go crazy. Even Changle, the little girl, was the same. She kept screaming excitedly. The Imperial Guards who had been chased away by Li Wanyu all had worried looks on their faces. Although Pai Lupi had already instructed them to listen to Hu Xiannan's orders when they arrived at Dingzhou Village. But if the eldest princess was accidentally injured while playing, they were afraid that they would be implicated. Fortunately, Crown Prince Li Chengxian and King Li Tai did not participate in the game, allowing the Imperial Guard leader to relax a little. In his opinion, although the Crown Prince and King Yu were young, they would never play with this group of dirty children. Then there would be no danger of injury. As for the eldest princess, she could only resign herself to fate. Actually, he didn't notice that as the game on the grain-sunning field progressed, Li Chengxian and Li Tai, who had been standing to the side with faces full of indifference, didn't even blink as they stared fixedly at the people playing the game. At this moment, Li Wanyu was leading a group of naughty children to play Eagle Catches Chicks. He personally entered the game and acted as the eagle. The little girl, Changle, was designated as the hen by him. She was trying her best to open her arms and block Li Wanyu's attacks. After Li Wanyu caught another chicken, Li Chengxian couldn't hold back anymore. He jumped up and shouted, "Changle, you're so stupid. Hurry up and stop the teacher. Turn left and run." Li Tai also had an empathetic appearance. He didn't care about his own chubby body and shouted at the top of his voice, "Little sister, why are you running so slowly? You're pissing me off." Li Wanyu didn't find Li Chengxian and Li Tai's reaction strange at all. When he was young, his grandfather was strict and rarely gave him pocket money. At that time, he often went to the game room after school to watch the other children play games. The people who watched from the side usually shouted louder than the children sitting in front of the game room. Each of them had an appearance of pointing at the world, as if they couldn't wait to push others away and sit in their place. Therefore, Li Changxian and Li Tai, these two naughty children, wanted to pretend to be profound in front of him. They were simply asking for a snub. These were all the tricks he played in the past. As a result, the hearts of the Imperial Guards, who were originally calm, began to beat violently. His Highness the Crown Prince and His Highness the King of Yu were actually playing with that group of dirty farmers. The resentment the Imperial Guards had towards Li Wangyu was about to materialize. This county boy was too bold. He actually let the Crown Prince of the Tang dynasty play with this group of bumpkin children. If something happened to him, who could bear the responsibility? When Li Wangyu began to teach the naughty children how to play cockfighting, the Imperial Guard leader's heart almost jumped out of his throat. Damn it, that bumpkin actually dared to use his dirty leg to bump into the Crown Prince. Mother, I can't live anymore. His Highness the King of Yu was actually knocked down. At that moment, the Imperial Guard leader almost stopped breathing. He really wanted to rush up and grab all of these rebellious naughty children and give them a heavy beating. However, when he thought of Pai Lupi's orders and Li Wangyu's threatening glances from time to time, the Imperial Guard leader could only grit his teeth and endure. He swore that when he returned to Chang and City, he would find a door and use his connections. Even if he had to spend money, he would be transferred to another place. He was determined not to be the Imperial Guard leader anymore. If he was scared like this every day, he was sure that he wouldn't live past 40 years old on the grain-drying field. Li Changxian and Li Tai, who were already having fun, didn't care about the royal etiquette, the identity of the crown prince, or whether their clothes were dirty or not. The two of them followed the naughty children of Dingzhou village, running and screaming on the grain-drying field. The gloomy expression on Li Changxian and Li Tai's faces had long since disappeared. It was replaced by the bright smiles that children should have. Li Wangyu played with the naughty children for a while and was also covered in sweat. He walked to the side to rest. At the same time, he waved at the Imperial Guard who had been nervously watching from afar. The Imperial Guard leader immediately rushed over. Hu Xianan, what orders do you have? Are you going to stop the Crown Prince and His Highness the King of Yu? Li Wangyu looked at him strangely and shook his head. Send someone back to my residence and send some cold drinks and food. Remember to send more. All of the children must have some. The Imperial Guard leader became even more depressed. Not only did he not stop the Crown Prince from playing such a dangerous game, but he also made him run errands and send food and drinks to the naughty children of the field. Uncle can endure, but Aunt can't. The Imperial Guard leader, who couldn't bear it anymore, punched his left chest and stood up. Yes, Hu Xianan, wait a moment. I'll go immediately. He ran back like a wisp of smoke, called for his subordinates, and ran in the direction of the Li family. He was just the Imperial Guard leader. In the face of Pai Lupi's orders, Baron Hu Xianan couldn't ignore them. He couldn't bear it anymore. He still had to bear it. The Imperial Guard leader felt wronged, but he didn't say anything. Chapter 250. Under Li Wangyu's painstaking enticement, the proud and pampered crown prince of the Tang dynasty and His Imperial Highness, the Prince of Yu, did not last long before succumbing. Together with Princess Changle, the two little brats played happily with the naughty children of Dingzhou village. It didn't take long for the originally gorgeous clothing of the three little ones to become no different from the naughty children of Dingzhou village. Seeing that they were covered in mud and had been scratched in many places, the Imperial Guard leader's eyes continuously twitched. Li Changxian, Li Tai, and the eldest princess did not care about these things. Today, the three little ones had completely let themselves go. In the world of children, making friends was always a simple matter. Even the proud and pampered Li Changxian and Li Tai. After a day of playing, each of them had made friends with a few pleasing little friends. Even when the Imperial Guards repeatedly urged them to return to the palace, they became reluctant to part with each other. Seeing this, Li Wangyu inwardly laughed. With such a good beginning, Li Wangyu was very confident that he could correct Li Changxian, who had been pampered since childhood, indulged in sensual pleasures, and led an increasingly absurd and dispirited life. As for Li Tai, he had been completely spoiled by Pai Lupi. As a result, after becoming an adult, he had become arrogant because of Li Changxian's favor, developing an even greater desire for power. For the sake of the position of crown prince, he and Li Chengxian had fought over the position of crown prince. Correcting Li Tai was a bit easier. As long as Pai Lupi did not spoil him so much, it would be fine. Li Wanyu wanted these two brothers to not repeat the tragedies of history. Right now, he wanted them to have a beautiful childhood. After sending away the three little ones who had turned into mud monkeys, Li Wanyu could finally lie down comfortably on the sofa and do a standard gyulai. Naturally, this sofa had been made by Carpenter Liu in the village under Li Wanyu's orders. Unfortunately, in the current Tang dynasty, springs were not available, nor were there any sponges to fill cushions. In fact, in this era, Europe had already begun to collect and use natural sponges. However, natural sponges did not exist in the waters of China. They were mainly found in the Mediterranean Sea, the Gulf of Mexico, and the Bahamas. Therefore, the sofa could only be filled with a thick layer of cotton to comfort itself. Cotton was also a rare item in the Tang dynasty. Their beautiful boss had led Aphrodite and Perrin on a stroll in the east side of the city when they accidentally found it in a shop. Moreover, cotton was expensive. Just the cotton used to make the sofa cost 20 strings of copper coins. That was enough to buy an ox. Li Wanyu's heart ached at the thought of it. However, it was worth it to have such a comfortable sofa to enjoy in the Tang dynasty. Li Wanyu felt drained after playing with a group of naughty kids for a whole day. Slumping on the sofa, he wondered if he had done something wrong in his previous life that caused his soul to be tortured by Pai Lupi and his family after transmigrating to the Tang dynasty. Not only did he have to help Pai Lupi scare the rich and powerful families, but he also had to help him discipline two troublesome brats. It was really enough. However, when he thought about his manor that had already started construction and was expected to be completed in half a year, Li Wanyu felt that it made sense. Pai Lupi, this big boss, had given him a sufficient salary. As a wage earner, Li Wanyu's mentality was still very good. Now that he had a noble title, a house and land at home, some savings, and the company of beautiful girls, Li Wanyu felt quite satisfied. He was not an ambitious person. Being content with a small fortune was his philosophy of life. Li Wanyu was very satisfied with his comfortable life in Dingzhou village. However, his good mood was disrupted the next day. Someone actually wanted to cause trouble again. At noon the next day, after lunch, Li Wanyu asked the maidservant to make a pot of tea for him. He leisurely laid down on the recliner in the backyard. He hummed a song and enjoyed the quiet and beautiful leisure time. Then he heard the old butler Li Heng's hurried footsteps. Lang Jun, Ma Zhou, and Yin Liben are here. They have urgent matters to discuss with you. Li Wanyu turned his head in confusion. Counting the days, today was not the day off. Shouldn't Ma Zhou and Yin Liben be at work? Why did they come to Dingzhou village? Invite them in. Anyway, they were not outsiders, and his beautiful superiors were not here. Li Wanyu was too lazy to be polite and did not want to get up from the recliner. He simply asked Li Heng to invite Ma Zhou and Yin Liben to the backyard. Ma Zhou and Yin Liben followed Li Heng to the backyard. Their faces were full of indignation, which made Li Wanyu feel strange. What was going on? Teacher, you still have the mood to drink tea leisurely. Do you know that the city of Chang is full of rumors about you? Seeing Li Wanyu's tired look, Ma Zhou shouted first. Li Wanyu was stunned. Why would there be rumors about him in Chang and city all of a sudden? He had not been to Chang, and for a long time since he was appointed to the imperial court. Who had he offended while staying in Dingzhou village? However, Li Wanyu did not take it seriously. It was just rumors. It was not a big deal. He asked his two disciples to sit down and pour tea for them. Then he asked, King Bin, tell me slowly. What rumors about me are there in Chang'an? Ma Zhou picked up the teacup and drank a mouthful of tea. He said angrily, now in Chang, and there are rumors in the big and small markets that you are a sycophant and lucky minister. You are just relying on the sage's favor to do whatever you want. You have no virtue, no ability, and no talent. It is ridiculous for you to be the crown prince's teacher when you are not even 20 years old. Li Wanyu heard this and was slightly stunned. He was not willing to agree to Pai Lupi's request, because he was worried about being scolded. Didn't you Xianxia say that the great scholars in the imperial court liked him? They did not object to him being the crown prince's teacher. A few days ago, Yu Xianxia, Kong Ingda, and the other great scholars came to the mansion to taste the fine wine. He did not hear them mention that the scholars were dissatisfied with him. What kind of trouble was this? Yin Liben said, if it was just rumors in the marketplace, it would be fine. But today, the scholars in the Imperial College of the Imperial College also made a scene. Many of them even ran to the Taiji Palace, saying that they wanted to complain about you. Li Wanyu was speechless. How hateful was he? What did they want to complain about? Those disgraceful students, I don't know who bewitched them. They said that you have no talent, no virtue, and are not fit to be the crown prince's teacher. They also said that you flattered the saint, which was why you were conferred the title of Baron of Hu County, and that you are a sycophantic official. They even said that you are a lucky official, Yixing, who sits in the northeast of the imperial capital and attends to the crown prince. Ma Zhou angrily agreed. In the end, it was Chancellor Kong of the Imperial College who came out and reprimanded these scholars and chased them away. This can be considered as temporarily restraining them. Teacher, you have to think of a way. You can't let these people harm you. Nanny? The students of the Imperial College wanted to make a scene just to target him. Even if Li Wanyu was an idiot in politics, he could smell the thick scent of a conspiracy from this matter. It would be strange if there was no one behind this instigation. However, he was also puzzled. Who would spend so much effort to target him? A small county official who founded the country. What good would it do? Damn it, this was really a case of a person sitting at home. But trouble came from the sky. Chapter 251. Li Wanyu did not know that he was actually taking the blame for Pai Lupi again. He helped Pai Lupi to organize the heavenly grand ritual, the saint's divine manifestation, at the Shuowang Imperial Consultation, which made a series of arrangements of the aristocratic families useless. Not only did the aristocratic families fail to use the plague of locusts to attack Pai Lupi's reputation and gain more power, but because of the Tao Zu's divine manifestation, Pai Lupi showed more of his imperial power. Now, in the imperial court, even if the aristocratic families still accounted for half of the officials and had great power in local areas, but they were suppressed by Pai Lupi everywhere and were in a difficult situation. There was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. The Taiji Palace seemed to be strictly guarded, but in fact, there was no secret to the aristocratic families. Without much effort, they found out from the palace that it was Li Wanyu, the little county man who founded the country, who gave advice to Pai Lupi and made their painstaking plan useless. Although they also believed that it was the Tao Zu who showed his divine power, they were more jealous of Li Wanyu, who came up with the bad idea of organizing the heavenly grand ritual. In fact, this matter was originally proposed by Ma Zhou, and Li Wanyu took the blame for his disciple. He took the blame for Ma Zhou and Pai Lupi. Li Wanyu was simply the scapegoat hero. Therefore, the aristocratic families, such as the Zheng family of Xingyang and the Wang clan of Taiyuan, regarded Li Wanyu as a thorn in their side. However, Li Wanyu was only appointed as the county man who founded the country. He did not enter the imperial court to hold an official position, so there was no evidence for them to use against him. However, this 16-year-old county man who founded the country was actually invited by Pai Lupi to be the crown prince and the king of Yu's army. This was beyond the aristocratic family's expectations, but it also gave them an excuse to attack Li Wanyu. The aristocratic family's usual tactic was to use their pen as a knife and use their influence in the scholarly circles to discredit others. Words hurt people more than swords and sabers. Even Pai Lupi, the emperor of the Tang dynasty, was put in a difficult position by the aristocratic families using such means. If it weren't for Li Wanyu's shenanigans, Pai Lupi probably wouldn't have had an easy time either. Originally, the Wang clan of Taiyuan was dissatisfied with Li Wanyu because of the annulment of the engagement. The Zheng clan of Xingyang was even more disgraced because of Zheng Kambua. As for the Zheng clansman, Zheng Shang, he was demoted to the Yeting Palace, which made the Zheng clan of Xingyang hate Li Wanyu even more. Even if he couldn't touch Pai Lupi, he could still deal with a little boy from Huxian. Thus, under the manipulation of the aristocratic families, They used their usual methods to attack Li Wanyu. They asked people to spread rumors in the marketplace, and then asked people to encourage students and scholars to make trouble in the Imperial College. These were all manipulated by the aristocratic families behind the scenes. Their purpose was to make Li Wanyu's reputation so bad that everyone wanted to beat him up. This move could not be said to be not vicious. If Li Wanyu's reputation was really bad, no matter how much Pai Lupi liked him and thought highly of him, he couldn't compete with the boiling public opinion. Public opinion could distort gold, and accumulation could destroy bones. Rumors were terrible. They could reverse right and wrong and put people to death. This was also the reason why Ma Zhou and Yin Libin hurried to Dingzhou village after the Imperial College students made trouble today. Li Wanyu was also stunned by the scene in Chang. This was the method of using public accounts and Weibo influencers to discredit their opponents in the entertainment circle of the future. He was originally quite calm, but because he was being smeared for no reason, he was also angered. Li Wanyu pretended to be calm and comforted his two students. He told them not to worry and that he had a plan. Ma Zhou and Yin Libin were worried that their little teacher would be at a disadvantage and wanted to say something, but they were stopped by Li Wanyu. After sending away Ma Zhou and Yin Libin, who came to report, Li Wanyu immediately jumped up from the recliner. Counterattack. This kind of thing must be counterattacked. Did they really think that he, Li Wanyu, was made of clay? If the tiger doesn't show its power, you think I'm Hello Kitty? He also vaguely guessed who was targeting him. It seemed that in the Tang dynasty, other than the Li clan of Hu County, he only had grudges with the Zheng clan of Xingyang and the Wang clan of Taiyuan. The Li clan of Hu County probably didn't have the ability to set up such a trap. Other than the 5 clans and 7 nobles, there was no one else who could incite the students of the Imperial College to make trouble. Thinking of this, Li Wanyu became more and more angry. The Wang clan of Taiyuan and the Zheng clan of Xingyang were really haunting him. He just stayed in Dingzhou village and lived in a remote place, but they still remembered him. They were really domineering and unscrupulous. Wang Ziqiao of the Wang clan of Taiyuan found the head of the county government who had been working for 10,000 years and wanted to frame him. He hadn't taken revenge yet, but now they attacked him. It was really hateful. The cynical man paced back and forth in the backyard, thinking about how to fight back. Since they said that Li Wanyu had no talent and no virtue, then he would show his talent to the world and make them blind. But how to show his talent was a bit troublesome. After thinking about it, Li Wanyu decided to ask for help. Niu Wu, go to the carriage shop in Chang'an City and find Su Changqing. I have something urgent to find her. For crisis public relations, well, it was reliable to ask the beautiful boss to give him advice. This was the specialty of the top students of the University of Pennsylvania. Li Wanyu didn't feel that there was anything embarrassing about asking a beautiful superior to give him advice. After Su Changqing hurriedly returned from Chang'an City, Li Wanyu pulled her into the study and closed the door. The two of them discussed in whispers for a long time. When the door of the study was opened again, Li Wanyu called Niu Wu again and told him a few words. Niu Wu nodded and rode to the county seat of Hu County. The next day, in the legislative hall of Taiji Palace, Pai Lupi was losing his temper. Yesterday, the students of the Imperial College made trouble, which made Pai Lupi aware that someone was targeting Li Wanyu. Before he could ask the 100 Horsemen Department to investigate the cause, the Imperial Censor had submitted a memorial to impeach Li Wanyu from Hu County. He was young and inexperienced, without talent or virtue, and was unfit to be the Crown Prince's tutor. Li Er had vented his anger in front of all the officials in the Imperial Court. It could be said that he had used his dignity as an emperor to temporarily suppress this matter. If Li Wanyu could guess who was targeting him, so could Pai Lupi. Other than those aristocratic families, no one else would dare to do such a discrediting method. Only the noble clans had such influence. Pai Lupi knew that Li Wanyu had probably taken the blame for him, causing the noble clans to hate him. That was why he was targeted like this. It was precisely because of this that Pai Lupi was so furious. His own nephew had taken the blame for him. How could Pai Lupi not be angry? What made Pai Lupi even angrier was that he still didn't know how to clear Li Wanyu's name. If he issued an edict to refute it, he was afraid that it would add fuel to the fire and confirm that Li Wanyu was a lucky subject. This feeling of having power but not being able to use it made Pai Lupi feel suffocated. Just as Pai Lupi was sulking, he saw the eunuch from the 100 Horsemen Department, who was responsible for passing messages in the palace, enter the hall with a piece of paper. "What's the matter?" Pai Lupi asked in an unfriendly tone. The eunuch's expression was strange. He respectfully presented the piece of paper with both hands. "Your Majesty, you will know once you see it." Pai Lupi reached out his hand to take it and carefully looked it over. A moment later, the sound of Pai Lupi's loud laughter could be heard from the legislative hall. Chapter 252. The schools of the Tang dynasty were known as the 6 schools and 2 halls. The 2 halls refer to the Hongwen Hall and the Chongwen Hall. They were located in the East Palace and recruited the children of the royal family. They were the top-notch schools and had the fewest students. The 6 schools referred to the Imperial College, the 4 schools, law, calligraphy, and mathematics, all under the Imperial College. Although the Imperial College, and the 4 schools all studied the Confucian classics, they recruited students based on the grades of officials. The Imperial College recruited the children of officials of grade 3 and above and had 300 students. The Imperial College recruited the children of officials of grade 5 and above and had 500 students. The 4 schools recruited the children of officials of grade 7 and above and had the most students. They were mainly selected from the counties and provinces and were mostly outstanding children of officials. There were a total of 1,300 students. The law, calligraphy, and mathematics were for children of grade 8 and below and commoners. Those who studied law, those who studied calligraphy, and those who studied mathematics added up to less than 100 people. It was a pitiful sight. The Imperial College of the Tang Dynasty was located in the Zhongwu workshop of Chang'an City. The Imperial College took up half of the workshop in the west. The Zhongwu workshop and the Pingkong workshop were only separated by a 100-meter wide Xianxia Street. It was really convenient for these students to search for artistic inspiration. The students who caused trouble were mainly from the Imperial College. The main reason was that close to half of the students in the Imperial College were born in aristocratic families. Yesterday, these students were scolded by the Imperial College's Chancellor Kong Yingda and were forced to disperse. However, they were not going to let the matter rest. Within the Imperial College, students from the Zheng family of Xingyang and the Wang family of Taiyuan gathered a group of Imperial College students and prepared to cause trouble outside the Imperial City again. The leading student of the Zheng family raised his arms and shouted, "If we don't get rid of the traitors, the country will not be at peace. How can we, the Imperial scholars, sit by and watch such a scoundrel without virtue and talent lead the crown prince astray? Everyone, that Li Wanyu from Hu County is bewitching the saint. How can we sit by and do nothing?" The Imperial College students all felt that they were righteous people who were helping the country get rid of evil, so they all agreed. However, there were also people who raised their doubts. Li Zio of Hu County was famous in Chong, and several of his poems were handed down from generation to generation. Was there some kind of misunderstanding? I don't think Li Zio is a person without talent. The disciple who raised the objection had just finished speaking when he was immediately rebutted. Bah, what fame! I think he's just a person who takes advantage of his fame to steal from the world. Who would believe that a 16-year-old youth could write such a poem? That's right, that's exactly how it is. It must be Li Wanyu who got someone to write it for him in order to fish for fame. We scholars want to expose the true face of these treacherous officials. Flattering the saint, such a talentless and immoral young man becoming the crown prince's teacher is a crime of deceiving the emperor. In the Imperial College, there were few who dared to speak out and argue for Li Wanyu. After being refuted by a group of people, they didn't know what to say. Just as the disciples of the Imperial College, encouraged by the scholars of the aristocratic families, were preparing to go to the Imperial City to petition again, a servant of the Imperial College ran in from outside the gate of the Imperial College. He was holding a large stack of papers in his hands, sweating profusely from running. As he ran, he shouted, Young masters, someone just sent these things over and asked me to bring them to you. What is this? A student curiously took a piece of paper from his arms. After looking at it for a moment, his expression changed greatly. How? How is this possible? Brother, what's wrong? What happened? The student of the Imperial College couldn't help but look at the leaders of the Wang clan of Taiyuan and the Zheng family of Xinjiang. With a complicated expression, he replied, "Take a look for yourselves." Everyone curiously took the paper from the servant's hands and began to read it. After reading it, they couldn't help but gasp. This Li Zio is really hard to predict. These were all written by that young man from Wu County. It's really too shocking. Works passed down from generation to generation. All of them are works passed down from generation to generation. How could he create so many poems that can be passed down from generation to generation? Brother, did you notice that? It says here that it's the first issue. Does that mean there's a follow-up? How is this possible? Could it be that this Li Wanyu is really a genius? Just by looking at these poems, it seems like we've wronged him. Everyone, did you notice this handwriting? It's so unique. The handwriting is thin and strong, yet it doesn't lose its meat. I've never seen this kind of handwriting before. All of the papers have the same handwriting. Could it be that Li Zio copied them himself? There's a description below. This handwriting was created by Li Zio from Hu County. It's called Thin Muscle Body. Li Zio was inspired to create this handwriting when he saw that the bamboo branches were thin but had strength of character. The words on it were all personally written by Li Zio and then printed. Printed? How could it be printed like this? Incredible, incredible. Not to mention Li Zio's poems. Just based on this handwriting, Li Zio's name will definitely go down in history. After the students of the Imperial College saw what the servant brought, they were all discussing it. Some were exaggerating the poem, some were discussing the calligraphy, and some were curious about how the paper was printed. Taiyuan Wang clan and Xinjiang Zheng clan's leaders saw the huge reaction of the crowd and suddenly felt that something was wrong. They quickly separated the crowd and ran to the servant and grabbed the paper. On the paper, there were a few big words, Zio's compilation. Below it, there were the words first issue. Below it, there were 10 poems written by Thin Muscle Body. These 10 poems made Taiyuan Wang clan and Xinjiang Zheng clan students palpitate more and more. Their faces slowly turned pale. These 10 poems, all of them were works that could be passed down from generation to generation. Any one of them, in their opinion, was enough to win the favor of the examiners in the spring imperial examinations. However, Li Wanyu directly printed these 10 poems as if they were free. He even asked someone to send them to the Imperial College to distribute. The students who did not manage to grab the paper were urging people to read it out loud. Immediately, there were people who did not care about the ugly faces of the aristocratic family's disciples and loudly recited. The first poem, Lime's Song, hammered thousands of times deep into the mountains, burned by fire as if it were nothing. Not afraid of being crushed to death, to keep my innocence in the world. The meaning of this poem was that I was brave enough to sacrifice myself to maintain my loyalty and innocence. However, in the eyes of these aristocratic families, Li Wanyu was using this to mock them for their despicable actions. He, Li Wanyu, would rather keep his innocence in the world than wallow in the mire with them. Bastard, he actually wrote such a poem to scold them. If Li Wanyu was innocent, wouldn't that mean that the aristocratic families were all filthy? However, no matter what they thought, once the poem was recited, the Imperial College was full of cheers. Many students even looked at the aristocratic family's disciples with mischievous eyes. That student raised his voice and continued to recite the next poem, Dark Plum. My family washes the inkstone on the head of the tree, blooming flowers with a light ink mark. Don't want people to praise the good color, only leaving a clear air that fills the universe. It was another poem that used plum flowers to describe oneself. It expressed one's attitude towards life and did not flatter the secular world. The aristocratic family's disciples were about to vomit blood. If Li Wanyu's clear air fills the universe, then what are we? However, no matter how ugly their faces were, the Imperial College's students praised even louder. Good? What a good... only leaving a clear air that fills the universe. Li Zio is talented. Chapter 253. The student who recited Li Wangyou's poem was so excited that his face was flushed red. He was full of pride, as if he was the one who wrote the poem. Ignoring the murderous gazes of the aristocratic students, he continued to recite. Bamboo and stone, clinging to the green hills and not relaxing, rooted in the broken rocks. Even after thousands of blows, still strong, no matter where the wind blows. The 5 surnames, 7 gazes, and the other students who had taken the lead to cause trouble all felt a burning pain on their faces. This was Li Wangyou who said that he had to be like bamboo, tenacious and persistent. Only after listening to 3 poems, the students of the Wang family of Taiyuan and the Zheng family of Xingyang had cold sweat on their foreheads. Is this who counted Li Wangyou so terrifying? The students of the Imperial College had already started to applaud and cheer. Good, clinging to the green hills and not relaxing, truly a masterpiece. Continuing to listen, the next poem was Crab Song. Xianxia is well known. Bones grow from flesh. Don't fear thunder and lightning. The Sea Dragon King also runs amok. It was another poem that used other objects to express one's emotions. Although it was talking about crabs, it was actually talking about one's unyielding bones, fearless heart, and daring to offend one's superiors. Continuing to recite, it was The Road is Difficult. Li Wangyou plagiarized another poem from Li Bai. The great Tao is like the blue sky. I alone cannot find it. Shamefully exiled from the Chong, in society, red chicken and white pheasants gamble on pear chestnuts. The road is difficult, but returning is easy. This was Li Bai saying that he was unwilling to follow those aristocratic students in Chong and in fight like a dog. Bowing to the aristocratic families was not what Li Bai wanted. The road is difficult. I can only return. However, the students of the Imperial College thought that Li Wangyou was talking about his own experiences. Everyone seemed to see a young man who was unwilling to follow the aristocratic families. They could not help but feel that he was wronged. When they thought about how they almost helped the tyrant and beat this young man into a traitor, they felt ashamed. How could a young man who could write such a poem be a treacherous traitor? How could he be without talent and virtue? Originally, they thought that Li Wangyou was only 16 years old, but he was invited by the sage to be the crown prince's teacher because Li Wangyou flattered the sage. Now, it seemed that they had wronged him. With Li Wangyou's talent, not to mention being the crown prince's teacher, even coming to the Imperial College to teach the Imperial College's students was more than enough. What was even more embarrassing were the disciples of the aristocratic families. Previously, they had been saying that Li Wangyou had no talent and no virtue, that his previous poems were plagiarized, and that he was fishing for fame. In the end, Li Wangyou threw out 10 masterpieces without a word. This made the words and actions of these aristocratic descendants to encourage the crowd just now become as laughable as clowns in a comedy show. Everyone, are we still going to the Vermilion Bird sect? A student suddenly asked, causing everyone to look at him as if he was an idiot. F***CK your sister. Are you going to embarrass yourself? A scholar from the Wang clan of Taiyuan tore the paper in his hand into pieces and roared, I don't believe it. I definitely don't believe that this was written by a 16-year-old young man. He must have plagiarized. His angry words caused the Imperial College's students to look at him with disdain. Plagiarism? Why don't you copy it for us to see? How could someone who could write such a poem be someone else's weapon? Actually, he didn't believe these words himself. After roaring, the Wang clan's student angrily separated the crowd in front of him and ran out of the Imperial College. Many students from aristocratic families followed closely behind. They all needed to rush back to their families to ask how to deal with this matter. Before these aristocratic descendants could return to report, the matter had already spread throughout Chong and city. This was because at this moment, there were 4-wheeled carriages running past every square in Chong and city, continuously scattering the Zio's compilation that they had seen just now. Li Wangyou's name today had become a hot topic in Chong and city. In fact, the Wang clan of Taiyuan really didn't wrongly accuse Li Wangyou. Li Wanyu really did plagiarize the poems. However, he only copied the poems of the big shots of the later generations. There were 300 poems of the Tang and Song dynasties, and there were many poems in his mind. Originally, Li Wanyu would have taken the initiative to plagiarize the poems of the big shots in a high-profile manner. He was forced to throw out 1 or 2 poems to deal with the task. However, yesterday, when he learned that the aristocratic families had actually mobilized the scholarly community to attack and discredit him, Li Wanyu couldn't care less. He could only walk his own path and leave the big shots of the later generations with nowhere to go. He and his beautiful boss discussed for a long time and felt that if he wanted to resist the pressure of the aristocratic family's public opinion, he could only display his talent in a high-profile manner. However, the Tang dynasty wasn't like the later generations, where one could post videos on Weibo and TikTok to quickly accumulate popularity. There were also no newspapers or media outlets to use. How to quickly display oneself was a problem. Li Wanyu couldn't help but sigh and say, "Sigh, it would be great if there were newspapers. They could pay for an exclusive interview or something. The effect would be great." Xianxia couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. "Newspapers? Do you want to go on TV? If there were newspapers, would you have the chance to plagiarize 300 poems of the Tang and Song dynasties?" After being rebuked by his beautiful boss, Li Wanyu could only touch his head and smile foolishly. He thought of the flyers and small advertisements he often distributed when he was in college and couldn't help but have an idea. He couldn't do newspapers. After all, there was no movable type printing in the Tang dynasty. Although Li Wanyu and Xianxia both knew a little about the principles of movable type printing, they couldn't do it without spending time experimenting. However, there was no problem with using engraving printing to print flyers or something. He could completely print and distribute the poems he plagiarized on a large scale to prove his innocence. Li Wanyu, who originally didn't want to be famous, now realized that in the Tang dynasty, fame was also very important. Wasn't the reason why the aristocratic families could compete with Pai Lupi in such a high-profile manner because of the fame they had accumulated over thousands of years? If Li Wanyu was a famous scholar like Yushirnan or Kongingda, would the aristocratic families dare to smear his name? Li Wanyu's idea was supported by Xianxia. In the absence of effective dissemination channels, distributing flyers like the later generations seemed to be a good choice. After the two discussed the details, they decided on the plan to spread their fame by distributing flyers. Li Wanyu immediately copied the poems and gave them to Niu Wu. He asked him to go to the county seat of Hu County and find a printing house to print them. However, to Li Wanyu and Xianxia's surprise, Niu Wu went to the county seat of Hu County and quickly returned with a piece of bad news. The printing house in Hu County didn't have the ability to print Li Wanyu's flyers because no one had ever heard of engraving printing. Li Wanyu was stunned for a while when he heard this. Then he slapped his head. "Damn, I forgot. Not only did movable type printing not appear in the beginning of the Tang dynasty, but engraving printing wasn't even invented yet." Chapter 254. Li Wanyu had also forgotten that books in the early Tang dynasty were still handwritten. Engraving printing did appear in the Tang dynasty, but it was only the second year of Jingguan, so there was no engraving printing. Li Wanyu remembered that the earliest record of engraving printing was after Empress Zhang's son passed away. In grief, Pai Lupi ordered people to use engraving printing to print out Empress Zhangxuan's female principles. However, that was 10 years after Jingguan. In the Tang dynasty, there were many poor scholars who relied on helping people copy books to earn a meager income to support their families. Because of this, it was very difficult for books to spread. The reason why the aristocratic families were able to obtain so much political power and influence was also greatly related to the value of books. Books represented knowledge, and the aristocratic families that monopolized knowledge were naturally able to obtain many benefits from it. The reason why the aristocratic families disappeared in the river of history at the end of the Tang dynasty was not only related to the prosperity of the imperial examinations and the large-scale massacres of aristocratic families in the Huangqiao uprising, but more importantly, with the development of printing, books became cheaper and cheaper. The large-scale dissemination of knowledge caused the aristocratic families to lose their monopoly. The bookstores in the Tang dynasty should be called copying bookstores. The owners of the bookstores hired poor scholars to copy books and sell them. These books that were manually copied were very expensive. Of course, there was also printing, but printing mainly referred to rubbing, which was to use stones to carve tablets and then make rubbing. It was because printing was not popular that there were no bound books in the Tang dynasty. Instead, scrolls were popular. Reading a book was like looking at a painting, which needed to be slowly unfolded. Every time Li Wanyu saw Guanyu reading a thread-bound book on TV in the Three Kingdoms, he couldn't help but want to spit at the director. Did you transmigrate into the past as well? Where did the thread-bound books come from in the Three Kingdoms? Before the invention of papermaking in the Han Dynasty, it was bamboo slips and books. From the Han Dynasty to the Tang Dynasty, it was scrolls and books. After the invention of engraving printing in the Tang Dynasty, thread-bound books began to appear, which was the book style that the later generations were used to. Niu Wu went to the bookstore in Hu County and naturally returned without any results. Regarding this, Li Wanyu also had a headache. This was forcing him to invent and create more things. In any case, engraving printing had only been around for a few years, and he had only slightly accelerated the course of history. Li Wanyu could only go with Niu Wu to the county town's bookstore. The owner of the bookstore in Huxian was surnamed Sun, and he was in his 50s. Although he was a merchant, he was also a scholar. Seeing that the Baron of Huxian had personally come to visit, he immediately came out to greet him. Old Me greets the county's transfer agent. Owner Sun, there's no need to be so courteous. I'm here because I have a request. I hope Owner Sun can help me. Owner Sun smiled bitterly. Huxian Nan, your troops have already explained the matter to Old Me, but it's impossible to copy 10,000 manuscripts in a day. Old Me is powerless. Li Wanyu wasn't in a hurry to answer. He just smiled and asked, Owner Sun, do you have any craftsmen who could do seal carving? Owner Sun froze for a moment, then nodded and replied, Of course we do. Does Huxian need seals or stone tablets? Our bookstore could do both. Old Me has a few craftsmen who are very skilled. They definitely aren't inferior to the seal carvers in Chang'an. That's good. Owner Sun, do you have any wooden planks? They don't need to be too big, just about the same size as my manuscript. Li Wanyu waved the manuscript in his hand and continued to ask. His question confused Owner Sun, but he had no choice but to cooperate. Of course we do. Huxian Nan, please wait for a moment. Old Me will immediately send someone to fetch it. Not long after, a high-quality boxwood plank was brought over. Li Wanyu picked it up and looked it over. He nodded in satisfaction and said to Owner Sun, Owner Sun, please bring some paste. Owner Sun, who didn't know what was going on, could only do as he was told. However, he was even more confused. Just what did this Baron Huxian want to do? Li Wanyu didn't explain. He took the paste and carefully brushed a thin layer on the boxwood plank. Then, he carefully pasted his manuscript back onto the plank. The Xian paper was very thin, and the ink could clearly be seen on the back of the paper. After pasting the manuscript back onto the plank, the writing was still very clear. After the paste dried, Li Wanyu smiled and handed the plank to Owner Sunday. Owner Sun, I'll have to trouble you to find a skilled craftsman to help me carve this plank. The words on it need to be carved in yang. Yang carving meant that the words would protrude, while yin carving meant that the words would sink. When printing, yang carving meant black words on white paper, while yin carving meant white words on black paper. At this moment, Owner Sun seemed to have figured out something. When he realized why Li Wanyu wanted to carve this plank, he was so excited that his beard was about to curl up. Huxian Nan, this can be used for printing. Dao Ancestor, how could I have never thought of such a simple and convenient method? Huxian Nan, please wait a moment. I'll immediately find the best craftsman in the bookstore and have him carve it for you. In fact, block printing wasn't complicated. It was just a combination of Chinese seals and printing. Whether it was seal carving or printing, China had existed since the Qin dynasty. However, no one had thought that by enlarging a seal, it could be used to print books. Sometimes the development of technology was like window paper. It could be broken with a light poke. Owner's son wasn't bragging. The craftsman in his bookstore only used 2 hours to carve the boxwood plank. Moreover, the words were clear and the strokes were vigorous. At this point, owner's son didn't even need Li Wanyo's instructions. He immediately asked the craftsman in the bookstore to prepare the ink and tools for printing. They used a roller to apply the ink evenly on the block. Then, they covered it with paper and gently brushed the paper with a brush before taking it off. A leaflet that was exactly the same as the one Li Wanyu had written before was printed. Owner's son couldn't wait for the ink to dry. He snatched the printed leaflet and carefully examined it. He was so excited that his hands couldn't help but tremble. It's done just like that? Is it really that simple? Tao ancestor above. How convenient would it be to use this to print books? The current Analects of Confucius had to be manually copied. Not only was it expensive, but it was also very slow. There were 20 chapters of the Analects of Confucius, with a total of 15,900 words. Even the most skilled copyist would need an entire day to copy it. Just now, he'd asked the craftsman in the bookstore to try printing with the block. Not only was it beautiful and the words were clear, but a craftsman could also print thousands of copies in a day. Although a block could only print a portion of the book's contents, he could carve many blocks and print them at the same time. In other words, if necessary, his bookstore could print thousands of copies of the Analects of Confucius in a day. Moreover, the price might be 1/10 of the original copy, or even less. After a simple calculation, the result left owner's son on the verge of fainting. Happiness had come so suddenly. Chapter 255. With the engraving printing technique, the 10,000 leaflets that Li Wanyu needed were not a problem at all. He just needed to carve 2 more engraving plates and print them together. Owner's son calmed down his excited mood, rubbed his hands, and looked at Li Wanyu uneasily. Huxian man, look at the engraving technique. Li Wanyu naturally understood what he meant. Li Wanyu did not value the engraving printing technique, so he just nodded indifferently. I'll give you the engraving printing technique, but I have to print a lot of things these days. Before Li Wanyu could finish his words, owner's son immediately patted his chest and promised, Old me will only take the cost of the paper. The engraving, ink, and labor will all be borne by old me. Huxia man, what do you think? Seeing that the owner of the bookstore was so agreeable, Li Wanyu naturally nodded and agreed. Although paper was invented in the Han Dynasty, the price of paper was still high until the Tang Dynasty. His leaflets this time used a lot of money, so owner's son of the bookstore did not dare to pat his chest and say that he would bear the cost alone. After settling the matter of the engraving printing, Li Wanyu's propaganda offensive began smoothly. The next day, after getting the leaflets from the bookstore, Li Wanyu asked Niu Wu to send all the leaflets to the Shunfeng Express Carriage Company and use 4-wheeled carriages to throw out a large number of leaflets. In particular, he asked people to send a large number of leaflets to the directorate of Ziban Square to vent his anger. That was why the previous scene happened. And what the Hunter Horseman Department reported to Pai Lupi was exactly this. Pai Lupi laughed and praised Li Wanyu's counterattack. Li Wanyu's move also stunned the aristocratic families. In an era where news was spread by word of mouth, they had never heard of someone who could print his own work on a large scale and then distribute it everywhere, as if it did not cost money. Previously, they tried their best to smear Li Wanyu, but they could only send people to various markets in Chang and city to spread rumors. How could the effect be compared with Li Wanyu's generous leaflets? Yesterday, it was still widely known in Chang, and that Li Wanyu of Hu County was a lucky courtier. Today, Li Wanyu's Zio's compilation was being circulated all over the capital, making the aristocratic families even depressed. Their method of smearing their political opponents could be said to be successful, but they did not expect that Li Wanyu would stumble. None of the discerning people in Chang and city would believe the rumors that they had been spreading. If someone said that Li had no talent and virtue, they would be spat in the face. To be able to write such a poem, not afraid, even if my bones are crushed, I want to keep my chastity in the world. How could he be a sycophant without virtue and talent? In an era when paper was still expensive and most people were illiterate, people naturally had a sense of trust for the words written on the paper. Even the illiterate residents of Chang and city kept the leaflets carefully when they got them. There were even scholars in Chang and city who held the leaflets and read it aloud while shaking their heads. The passers-by were amazed and talked about it. In the Peace House and the Hu People's taverns in the West Market, there were immediately prostitutes who began to sing Li Wanyo's 10 poems, which made the guests in the brothel applaud. Li Wanyo's pamphlet did not have a single word of defense for himself. However, those 10 poems had made everything clear. They had also silently slapped the faces of those aristocratic families with loud slaps. In just half a day, the atmosphere of public opinion in Chang and city was turned around by Li Wanyo's leaflets. Even in the directorate of Wuben Square, no students were discussing whether Li Wanyu was a sycophant. Instead, they were discussing his poems with interest and whether there would be a second issue of Zio's compilation. On the other side of the daily court, Pai Lupi proudly asked the ministers in the hall with Li Wanyo's leaflets in his hand, "My lords, yesterday there was an imperial censor that impeached a man from Huxing County for being young and inexperienced, lacking talent and virtue. What do you think about this?" Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, Duru Hui, and the others were all smiling. They naturally knew that Li Wanyu had made such a big fuss. The imperial censor who impeached Li Wanyu yesterday was now blushing like a monkey's butt. The aristocratic families and ministers who agreed with him were also embarrassed and did not know how to answer Pai Lupi. "No one says anything? Humph. Zhen has here a few poems written by Hu Xianan. Why don't you read them for everyone?" Li Er handed the leaflet in his hand to the eunuch, indicating for him to read it for the officials. In the hall, the chamberlain read the poems loudly with a sharp voice. Zheng Xianxia, Zheng Yuanshou, and the others became more and more angry, but they could not do anything. They could only stay silent with a pale face. The imperial censor who impeached Li Wanyu knelt on the ground and apologized profusely, not to mention how proud Pai Lupi was in the court. Today, in Chang and city, whether it was the brothel of Pingkong Square or the directorate of Wuben Square, there were people looking forward to see if Zio's compilation would be distributed today. Li Wanyu naturally would not let them down. In the expectation of everyone, the four-wheeled carriage of SF Express set out again and distributed Zio's compilation to everywhere in Chang and city. Another 10 poems that had been passed down for generations. On the third day, there were still 10 poems. On the fourth day, there were no more poems on the paper. Instead, there were 2 essays, Love of Lotus and Epigraph of My Shack. Love of Lotus grows from the mud, but is not stained. Clear ripples, but is not evil. Straight from the middle, neither creeping nor branching. Fragrance is far and clear. Beautiful plants can be seen from afar, but not touched. As soon as the 2 essays were published, there was another frenzy in Chang and city. The aristocratic families completely shut their mouths. They could not afford to offend this young man. Even the young ladies in their boudoirs were all holding a copy of Ziyu's compilation in their hands and reading it out loud. It was unknown how many young ladies from noble families were infatuated with the 16-year-old young man of the Li family just because of these few poems and anthologies. There were even clever peddlers who collected Zio's compilation all over Chang and city and prepared to bind it to sell. The business was unexpectedly good. As for the scholars in Chang and city, some of them were envious of Li Wanyu, some of them were disdainful of him. Now, they were only left with admiration. Just like the bad students in school, they might be jealous of the top students who were good at studying, but they were only left with admiration for the genius who was the top scholar in the college entrance examination. Everyone was a scholar, but why was he so outstanding? The original base of anti-Li Wanyu, the directorate of Wubenfang, had now become the largest gathering place of Li Wanyu's fans. Countless students were looking forward to seeing if there were any new copies of Zio's compilation. Li Wanyu's poems and essays were constantly analyzed by the students. Even the words on the flyers were copied by the calligraphy students and regarded as classics. Zio's compilation had ignited Chang and city. On the 5th day, Li Wanyu finally threw out his trump card. Chapter 256. In the main hall of the Taiji Palace, the pregnant Empress Xianxia held a leaflet and read it in a low voice. Pai Lupi no longer had the smug look on his face. Instead, it was replaced with a serious expression. Li Wanyu had been throwing out his works in Chang, and for 5 days in a row. Every time Pai Lupi saw those poems and articles, he was full of pride. The more outstanding Li Wanyu was, the more it showed that Pai Lupi had a unique vision and was able to stand against all opposition and choose him as the Crown Prince's teacher. However, in Pai Lupi's eyes, Li Wanyu could not compare to those great scholars. He was only more intelligent than others. The reason he chose Li Wanyu as his teacher was more because of Li Wanyu's status as a member of the imperial family. He hoped that his 2 sons would have someone to restrain them in the future so that they would not be too arrogant and despotic and destroy his Li Tang empire. However, today's article made Pai Lupi re-evaluate Li Wanyu. Someone who could write such an article could already be called a great scholar of the present age. However, when he thought of Li Wanyu's age, Pai Lupi could not help but shake his head and think that he was a monster. Empress Zhang's son read softly. A teacher preaches, receives, and dispels doubts. People are not born with knowledge. Who can be without doubts? Therefore, there is no high or low, no long or young. Where the Tao exists, where the teacher exists. The last article that Li Wanyu threw out was Han Yu's on teachers. Even in the future, this was an article that students had to memorize. However, in the ears of Pai Lupi and Empress Xianxia, it was like a bolt of lightning. It shocked the most respected couple of the Tang dynasty to the point that they looked at each other and did not know how to evaluate it. After reading the article, Empress Xianxia let out a long breath and said leisurely, "Erlang, Zio is a great talent. You have chosen a good teacher for Chengxian and Xianxia." Pai Lupi replied, "Yes, I didn't expect Ziyu's talent to be so outstanding." "Ha! Mei Guanyin, you didn't see the expressions of those aristocratic family officials in the main hall today. They looked as if their fathers had died. How delightful!" However, Emperor Zhongxun's beautiful eyes flickered. "Erlang, Chengxian, Qingke, and Chang will only go to Ziyu Manor to study for 2 days every 10 days. Isn't that too little?" Pai Lupi paused for a moment before nodding his head. "That's right, but it's too little. As the teacher of Chengxian and the others, how could Ziyu be so irresponsible? I think it would be best to visit Ziyu's residence every other day. I'm just afraid that Ziyu won't be willing." "How dare he? Second young master, why don't we do this?" In Lijiang Hall, the male and female lowered their voices and began to discuss. Far away in Dingzhou village, Li Wanyu couldn't help but sneeze a few times. His beautiful boss couldn't help but look at him with worried eyes. "Wanyu, be careful not to catch a cold. It's fine. Someone must be saying bad things about me. Ha! Who knows how those aristocratic families are cursing me behind my back." Li Wanyu smiled proudly. His beautiful boss rolled her eyes at him. "Are you proud now? You plagiarized so many poems and essays." I was forced to do this, wasn't I? Those big shots will understand me." Li Wanyu put his hands together and casually bowed toward the sky. "Big shots. It's not that I don't want to give you a way out, but those aristocratic families are really pushing me too far. I'm also a victim. Please forgive me." Su Changqing couldn't be bothered with his antics. He only rolled his eyes at him to show his disdain. Li Wanyu suddenly thought of a line from the movie Charlotte's Troubles. He couldn't help but smile and ask, "Changqing, do you think that in the future Li Bai, Han Yu, and the other big shots will say, 'I really admire Li Ziyo, but I've always felt like I'm living in a shadow'?" "Ha!" Su Changqing was speechless. He thought for a moment and replied, "I don't know if Li Bai and the others will say that, but I'm sure that you'll be the person that the students will hate the most in the future." What do you mean? Why would they hate me? Look at the poems and essays that you plagiarized. How many of them are required to be memorized in the language classes of the future? Half of the book is signed by you, and they all have to be memorized and tested. Tell me, don't you think you'll be hated?" Li Wanyu was momentarily stunned by Su Changqing's words. After pondering for a long time, it seemed to be true. A drop of cold sweat slid down Li Wanyu's forehead. F*CK. How much hatred would he receive in the future? Li Wanyu felt a chill down his spine when he thought of the countless students who would grit their teeth and memorize all the essays that were signed by him. Forget it. Anyway, that was more than 1,000 years in the future. They could do whatever they wanted. It was none of his business. Li Wanyu quickly threw this question to the back of his mind. He moved closer to his beautiful boss and began to flatter her with a cheeky smile. However, he didn't know that a huge wave had been set off in Chang'an City because of this on teachers. Previously, the poems and essays that Li Wanyu threw out were only indirect responses to the slandering of him by the aristocratic families. However, this on teachers was seen by the public as Li Wanyu's public reply in refutation of the slandering. This on teachers had a clear argument, a strict structure, a thorough reasoning, and a majestic momentum. It was extremely persuasive and infectious. In particular, the sentence, "Everyone has their own specialization in learning the Tao, and everyone has their own specialization," made people applaud it. In Chang'an City, the aristocratic families closed their doors and refused to receive any guests like cowards. In Chang'an City, a group of Confucian scholars led by Yu Shirenan and Kong Ingda also applauded Li Wanyu's on teachers. However, no one dared to mention that Li Wanyu was too young to be the crown prince's teacher. As for the aristocratic families like the Wang clan of Taiyuan and the Zheng family of Xingyang, it was too late for regrets. They didn't achieve their goal of smearing Li Wanyu's reputation. Instead, they gave him the limelight in Chang'an City. This was simply asking for trouble. As for the students in the Imperial College, they started to make a fuss. This time, they didn't want to go to the Vermilion Bird Gate to impeach Li Wanyu. Instead, they wanted the Imperial College to invite Li Wanyu to teach them. Currently, in Chang'an City, the two places with the most fans of Li Wanyu were the Pingkong Square and the Wubin Square of the Imperial College. One was the admiration of the prostitutes in the brothel for the handsome young man Li Wanyu. The other was the admiration of the scholars for Li Wanyu. As for the request of the students of the Imperial College, the old man Kong Ingda actually agreed with a smile. He even used Yu Shirenan as a lobbyist and went to Dingzhou village to find Li Wanyu. Li Wanyu originally thought that these two old men were greedy again and wanted to freeload the wine. When he heard that Kong Ingda wanted to invite him to the Imperial College to be a doctor and teach the students of the Imperial College, and the four schools, he almost had a heart attack. With the amount of knowledge he had, he could still fool Li Chengxian, Li Tai, and the other brats. But if he were to teach the students of the Imperial College, what would he teach? No matter how Yu Shirenan and Kong Ingda tried to persuade or coerce him, Li Wanyu wouldn't budge. He was determined not to be a doctor of the Imperial College. Regarding this, Kong Ingda and Yu Shirenan didn't regret it. They could only turn their grief into appetite. They ate another delicious meal at the Li family and drank the last of Li Wanyu's secret stash of sorghum wine. Chapter 257. Li Wanyu became a plagiarist and created the engraving and printing of flyers, eliminating the trouble caused by the aristocratic families. However, he did not expect that his actions would bring him even greater trouble. After he became famous in Chang, and everyone praised his poems and essays, which attracted many scholars in Chang and to Dingzhou village, wanting to meet him and ask for advice. Some scholars even submitted their essays to him. Li Wanyu was now the founding father of the country and was indeed qualified to recommend talents to the imperial court. But he did not want to be involved in such trivial matters at all. Originally, he was patient and received a few scholars who came to visit him. Later, he could not bear to be disturbed, and it was not good to close the door and refuse visitors, so he simply avoided them. He did not dare to return to his residence until sunset and the crowd dispersed. He could only wander around to pass the time. In the first 2 days, he went fishing by the Gan River. After feeling bored, he went to the Taoist temple that Sun Simiao was building and chatted with Lu Shenwei. Sun Simiao's temple was progressing very quickly and would be completed in a month. Yin Libin also agreed to paint murals for the temple, which made Sun Simiao very satisfied. In the next few days, he went to the brewery and the construction site of the manor. But he heard from Yo Wu that there were still scholars in the residence, waiting tirelessly for his return. Li Wanyu was very depressed about this, but there was nothing he could do. In the end, he simply did not go out and hid in the backyard of his residence. If any scholars he did not know came to visit, Li Heng would say that he was not in and had gone out to visit friends. But the most unbearable thing for Li Wanyu was that it was too boring to stay in residence. In the future, Li Wanyu could be considered half an otaku. When he was not at work, he liked to stay in his rented room, play games, watch videos, or read novels on the internet. He did not feel bored at all. But in the past few days, his beautiful boss, Aphrodite, and Perrin were not in the house during the day. So he found that the Tang dynasty was really too boring and seriously lacked entertainment. After forcing Li Heng, Niu Wu, and the maidservants in his house to play mahjong with him for 2 days, Li Wanyu was bored to death and was lying on a deck chair in a backyard, staring blankly into space. No wonder his beautiful boss didn't mind going back and forth between Dingzhou village and Chang and city every day, concentrating on managing the four-wheel carriage business. It seemed that her life in the Tang dynasty was really boring, so she wanted to find something to do to pass the time. Think about it. People who were used to all kinds of modern facilities, but after transmigrating to the Tang dynasty, there were no novels to read, no television, no games, and no internet. If they didn't find something to do, it would really drive them crazy. I'm so bored that I'm about to explode. Of course, it was not that there was no entertainment in the Tang dynasty, but that Li Wanyu was not interested in it. The entertainment in the Tang dynasty, especially among the dignitaries, was first of all kinds of banquets. Banquets big and small included toasting each other, reciting poems, and laughing. It was beautiful and wonderful, but in Li Wanyu's opinion, it was really boring. Next was listening to songs and watching dances, such as flower dances, sword dances, horse dances, lion dances, step dances, festival dances, entertainment dances, but Li Wanyu still didn't find it interesting. He was not even interested in the spring festival gala performances of the modern era. The songs and dances of 1,300 years ago, while although unique, were just so. Li Wanyu was not interested in other entertainment activities, such as watching plays, cockfights, and juggling. The people of the Tang dynasty loved to see and hear. Therefore, Li Wanyu, who was lying on the deck chair, could only sigh and moan about boredom. The people of the Tang dynasty were really pitiful. They didn't even have novels to pass the time with. Of course, it was not that there were no novels in the Tang dynasty, but Li Wanyu couldn't understand them. He only knew a little about classical novels, which gave him a strange feeling like he was in a high school Chinese class. Reading that kind of novel was not entertainment at all, but self-torture. Thinking of novels, Li Wanyu began to ponder again. Should he simply copy a few more novels to enrich the amateur cultural life of the people of the Tang dynasty? Thinking about the 4 great classical novels, Journey to the West seemed to be suitable. However, Sun Wukong was a disciple of Taoism who was incorporated into Buddhism. If Sun Simiao and Yuan Tiangang read this novel, they would probably kill him, right? Forget it. I'm not afraid of this bad luck. I'll leave Wu Qingjin to write it. Naturally, he couldn't write water margin either. Not to mention that he needed to modify the background of the story. The key was to write a story about a group of rebels. If Pai Lupi read it, he would probably ask him to explain clearly who he was trying to rebel against. Dream of the Red Chamber was a good book. If he modified it and brought it to the Tang dynasty, it would probably make those scholar ladies love it to death. But the biggest problem was that Li Wanyu had never read Dream of the Red Chamber. In fact, it wasn't that he hadn't read it. Li Wanyu had indeed read Dream of the Red Chamber several times, but he had read the novel version of Dream of the Red Chamber. This was very awkward. After thinking about it, the only book that could be written was Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Li Wanyu also liked to read Romance of the Three Kingdoms and was very familiar with the plot of the Three Kingdoms. It was better to simply copy it in advance. On the one hand, it could kill time, and on the other hand, it could enrich the cultural life of the Tang dynasty. Thinking of this, Li Wanyu immediately sat up from the recliner and ran back to the study room excitedly. He ground the ink, picked up the pen, and began to write on the paper. The first banquet was the heroes of the Peach Garden Swear Brotherhood and slay the Yellow Turban Hero. It was said that the world was divided for a long time and divided for a long time. Li Wanyu couldn't write anymore. After a long while, he threw down the writing brush and walked out of the study room gloomily. It wasn't that Li Wanyu had a conscience and was too embarrassed to copy Luo Guanzhong's novel, but that he couldn't memorize it at all. This wasn't the Tang or Song poems, which his grandfather forced him to memorize when he was young. The essays like Epigraph of My Shack were forced to memorize by his language teacher, but no one told him that he needed to memorize Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Romance of the Three Kingdoms was a total of 120 chapters and more than 640,000 words. Who would be bored enough to memorize it? Speaking of the plot of Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Li Wanyu was very clear about it. But knowing the plot didn't mean that he could write it into a novel, not to mention a novel in vernacular, which was beyond his ability. Li Wanyu felt more and more aggrieved when he saw a good opportunity to show off. Oh no, to enrich the cultural and entertainment life of the Tang dynasty, slip away from his fingertips. After his beautiful boss came back, he gloomily mentioned his failed attempt to copy Romance of the Three Kingdoms, which made Su Chongqing laugh for a long time. However, after Su Chongqing laughed, he also felt a little regretful. If only my phone still had battery. Nonsense, I know that I can listen to music and play games. I've already regretted it 100 times. Su Chongqing shook his head. No, I have a lot of novels saved in my phone, like the 4 great classical novels. Li Wanyu looked at her with disdain. Even if your phone can call back to the 21st century, it's useless. A phone without battery is worse than a brick. Chapter 258. Li Wanyu was complaining about the unreliability of his beautiful boss when his body suddenly froze. After a long while, he whispered, Chongqing, do you still remember the content about generators in high school physics? Su Chongqing was also stunned when he heard this. After thinking for a while, he replied with uncertainty. It seems that when a conductor does the motion of cutting magnetic induction lines in a magnetic field, it will generate electric current. Is that so? Li Wanyu nodded and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It seems that the Tang dynasty was also a magnet. His words made Su Chongqing couldn't help but cover his mouth with his hand for fear of screaming out loud. After hesitating for a long time, Su Chongqing asked carefully, what do you mean? We can make generators in the Tang dynasty ourselves? Charge mobile phones? Li Wanyu wasn't convinced. He nodded and shook his head. I don't remember very clearly. That's middle school physics knowledge. My physics knowledge is very ordinary. Otherwise, why would I only be admitted to a second-tier university? Chongqing, you're a top student at the University of Pennsylvania. You should know how to do it, right? Su Chongqing glared at him angrily. I'm a liberal arts student. These words made the two of them stare at each other for a long time. After a long time, Su Chongqing couldn't help but laugh out loud. Forget it. If there's no electricity, then there's no electricity. Li Wanyu stubbornly said, no, I have to try. I don't believe that I can't make a simple generator. Generating electricity in the Tang dynasty 1,300 years ago, no matter how you looked at it, it felt like a fantasy. Even Li Wanyu himself was grumbling in his heart. Why did it feel like a novel from the modern era, with a strong taste of fantasy in it? But after thinking about it carefully, it didn't seem to be impossible. He remembered that in his middle school physics class, the chubby physics teacher had demonstrated the structure and function of a hand-crank generator to them in class. It was a coil rotating in a magnetic field, and it seemed to generate electricity. The principle wasn't complicated at all. When he shook the handle of the generator, the small light bulb lit up. To Li Wanyu, who had just come into contact with physics for the first time, it was very magical and left a deep impression on him. In fact, if Baidu existed in the Tang dynasty, it would be easy to make a simple hand-crank generator to charge a mobile phone after searching on Baidu. Even many high school students with strong hands-on skills could do it. But Li Wanyu was a bad student, and Su Chongqing was a liberal arts student. It was not easy for them to come up with a generator that could charge mobile phones in the Tang dynasty. The two of them were clear about the principle of the generator, but how to cut the magnetic coil to generate the current was a very technical problem. Li Wanyu said that there were magnets in the Tang dynasty, but that was not true. Magnets were made using modern technology. In ancient China, only natural magnets could be used. Magnets were also known as compassion stones, magnets, and magnets. However, in the Tang dynasty, it was very easy to buy natural magnets. All the major pharmacies sold them. That's right, natural magnets were a type of medicinal material used in traditional Chinese medicine. It was salty and cold. It was the meridians of the liver, heart, and kidney. It was used for palpitations, insomnia, dizziness, blurred vision, tinnitus, deafness, kidney deficiency, and wheezing. It was recorded in the Compendium of Materia Medica. No matter what, Li Wanyu intended to give it a try. If he could really make a generator that could charge mobile phones, it would be amazing. He asked Niu Wu to buy a large piece of natural magnets from the pharmacy and copper wire from the jewelry shop. Li Wanyu was ready to start his physics experiment class in the Tang dynasty. He pulled Su Changqing with him, and the two of them racked their brains to recall the physics knowledge they learned in junior high and high school. They did draw a few blueprints, but they did not feel confident when they drew the blueprints. Let's give it a try first. Li Wanyu stretched and asked Niu Wu to help him invite Carpenter Lu over so that he could get ready to work. He and his beautiful boss recalled the structure of the generator. It was made up of a rotor and a stator. The stator was made up of a ring that was fixed on the outside, and copper wire had to be wound around it. The rotor was in the middle of the stator, and a magnet was installed on it. It could be turned with a handle, and after it spun quickly, it could generate electricity. The principle seemed simple, but neither of them had really operated it before, so they could only experiment slowly. And even if they could make a generator, it was still unknown whether it could charge mobile phones. However, Li Wanyu was bored now, and the temptation of being able to use mobile phones filled him with enthusiasm. When Carpenter Lu heard that the county man wanted him to help again, he did not hesitate. He put down his work and brought a full set of tools to follow Niu Wu. When he held the blueprints Li Wanyu drew, he could not understand what they were for. However, Carpenter Lu did not dare to ask too much. In short, he would do whatever Li Wanyu asked him to do. In the eyes of the villagers of Dingzhou Village and Carpenter Lu, Li Wanyu was definitely an immortal who had descended to the mortal world. This was especially true for Carpenter Lu, who was even more convinced after helping Li Wanyu with a water wheel and four-wheeled carriage. Carpenter Lu even secretly put up Li Wanyu's memorial tablet in his house. He burned incense and prayed to Li Wanyu every day, treating him like a god. If Li Wanyu knew about this, he would probably vomit 3 liters of blood. Fortunately, Li Wanyu did not know that Carpenter Lu had put up a memorial tablet for him. Otherwise, there might have been a murder case at the county man's mansion in Huxian today. After tinkering for half a day, Li Wanyu did not feel annoyed. Without the interference of mobile phones, computers, and the internet, it did not seem boring to concentrate on one thing. Carpenter Lu's craftsmanship was really good. With just a sketch that Li Wanyu had drawn, he was able to make the main structure of the hand-crank generator out of wood. Li Wanyu shook the handle with satisfaction and saw that the rotor inside was operating smoothly. Now, it was time to wrap the copper wire around the stator. After wrapping it a few times, Li Wanyu stopped and took off the copper wire that was wrapped around the stator. The beautiful boss was puzzled and asked, "Wanyu, what's wrong? Is there a problem?" Li Wanyu shook his head. "No, I just suddenly remembered that it seems to be better to use silver wire. It seems that silver is the metal with the best conductivity, right?" The beautiful boss recalled for a long time before nodding. That seemed to be the case. Thus, the copper wire that Niu Wu had just bought was abandoned. Li Wanyu sent him to the jewelry shop in Huxian to buy silver wire for himself. Although silver was not a common currency in the Tang dynasty, it was still very common. It was also very common to use it to make jewelry and utensils. Naturally, the jewelry shop did not lack gold and silver wire. Niu Wu did not spend much effort and bought a lot of it. Although the handmade silver wire could not be compared with the industrially processed ones in the future, it was still quite exquisite. Li Wanyu could only say one word about the exquisite craftsmanship of the Tang dynasty's craftsmen. Seeing that Li Wanyu was about to wrap the silver wire around the stator, the beautiful boss called out to him. Wait, Wang Yu, why do I seem to remember that there were wires wrapped around the stator in the physics class? Li Wanyu did not understand. Yeah? How could there be wires in the Tang dynasty? You just use copper wire or silver wire instead. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Stupid, it's insulated. Aren't wires insulated? You could just wrap the silver wire around it. How can it not be insulated? Li Wanyu was stunned by the beautiful boss's words. It seemed to be true. Damn, where was he going to find insulated wires in the Tang dynasty? Chapter 259. In the backyard of the county magistrate's mansion, the door of Li Wanyu's study was tightly shut. Aphrodite and Perrin could only hear the voices of their Lang Jun and sister Changqing from time to time. Their Lang Jun, in particular, was breathing rather rapidly, as if he was doing something strenuous in the room. Hurry up, hurry up. Su Changqing's excited voice came from the study. Phew, I can't take it anymore. Rest. Let me rest for a while. Li Wanyu's panting voice came. Wanyu, don't stop, keep going. Phew, I'm exhausted. I can't take it anymore. Let me rest for a while before continuing. You're so useless. It's time to exercise. Cough, how can you say that? How can you say that men are useless? I've lasted long enough. It's been half an hour, right? Humph, you're so useless. 10 minutes at most. Perrin was confused and wanted to knock on the door of the study to see what Sister Changqing and her Lang Jun were doing, but Aphrodite, who blushed, dragged her away. Although Aphrodite was a virgin, she seemed to have heard a lot of such voices in the taverns of the barbarians. However, there was naturally no scene in the study that Aphrodite had imagined, which was not suitable for children. Instead, it was Li Wanyu who was panting and constantly shaking the handle of the generator. At one end of the generator, 2 silver wires were wrapped around the beautiful boss's phone charger, and the data cable of the charger was connected to the phone, and the phone was showing the icon of charging. Obviously, Li Wanyu had succeeded in making the generator and was now charging the phone. Li Wanyu, who was a bad student, was stumped by Su Changqing's question. How to insulate metal wires was a very serious subject in the Tang dynasty. After pondering for a long time, Li Wanyu and Su Changqing still didn't know how to insulate metal wires. How could hand-crank generators be so easy to make 1,300 years ago? The generator project that he had been busy with for half a day still ended in failure before it even started. This was a huge blow to Li Wanyu, and he was depressed for several days. However, there was always a way out. Li Wanyu quickly found a way to solve the problem of the metal wire insulation. He applied a layer of paint to the metal wire. There were records of the use of raw lacquer in China a long time ago. In the classic of mountains and seas, the northern mountains, it said, Guo Mountain, its trees are mostly lacquer brown. There are many lacquer trees on Mount Yingtar. Raw lacquer is a kind of pure natural liquid paint harvested from the lacquer tree. Because of this, the production of raw lacquer in China was low since ancient times, and the price was expensive. Only the rich and powerful could afford it. Not to mention that it was impossible for ordinary people in the Tang dynasty to use raw paint to paint their furniture. Even in the houses of the rich and powerful of the Tang dynasty, there were not many who could use raw paint. Because raw lacquer was not poisonous, it was often used to make utensils. In Li Wanyu's mansion, there was a set of wooden tableware that had been painted with raw lacquer. It was a congratulatory gift from a rich and powerful person in Chang and city after the news that he had been conferred the title of Baron of Hu County. Li Wanyu, who had been vexed over how to insulate the metal wire, suddenly had a flash of inspiration when he saw his servant girl serving him food using this set of lacquered wooden tableware. He remembered the good stuff of raw paint. Li Wanyu couldn't help but laugh. He didn't have time to eat and immediately asked Niu Wu to buy some raw lacquer for him. Where to buy raw lacquer? Of course, it was the all-purpose medicine shop. That's right, raw lacquer was also a kind of medicinal material. The Compendium of Materia Medica said, dry lacquer can be used as medicine. It is mainly used to treat fatal injuries, heal muscles and bones, fill the marrow cells, calm the 5 viscera, treat the 5 invasions and 6 acute diseases, and adjust the spleen when cold. It has the effect of repelling insects and relieving coughing. Chinese medicine was so awesome. Li Wanyu admired Chinese medicine very much. He had always wanted to know how they found out that these strange things could be taken as medicine. Moreover, the more awesome thing about the ancient Chinese was that they could keep the raw lacquer from hardening. The method was to throw a few crab shells into the raw lacquer. The raw lacquer could be kept liquid and would not dry up and harden. The raw lacquer cut from Shandong, Gansu, Guizhou, and other places was transported thousands of miles away to be sold in Chang, and city by relying on a few crab shells. It was very magical. After Niu Wu bought the raw lacquer from the medicine shop in the county, Li Wanyu soaked all the silver and copper wires in the raw lacquer. After taking it out and drying it, it became a simple version of lacquer wire. Finally, with the insulating silver and copper wires, Li Wanyu had a chance to restart the Tang dynasty generator plan that had been put aside for a few days. He carefully wound the lacquered silver wires around the stator and tightly fixed the magnet on the rotor. An extremely simple generator could be considered to be completed. However, whether this thing could generate electricity or not, neither Li Wanyu nor his beautiful boss was sure. If it was in the future, it would be clear if a small light bulb was connected and the light bulb lit up after shaking the handle. However, there was no such thing as a light bulb in the Tang dynasty. To test whether the generator could generate electricity or not, they had to rely on a human experiment. Li Wanyu called Niu Wu over with a sneaky smile and let him hold the two ends of the silver wires. "Lang Jun, what are you doing?" Niu Wu asked foolishly. Li Wanyu held back his laughter and said casually, "Nothing. I made a little thing and let you try it." Niu Wu, hold the two silver wires tightly and don't let go. His beautiful boss rolled her eyes on the side, but she did not stop Li Wanyu from doing funny things. Anyway, now, except for the human body directly sensing it, she did not know whether the thing Li Wanyu fiddled with could generate electricity or not. Niu Wu was confused, but he did not feel that there was anything wrong. He held the two silver wires tightly with both hands and watched Li Wanyu quickly shake the handle. Niu Wu let out a scream and instantly threw away the two silver wires in his hands. "Lang Jun, why did the silver wires bite?" Niu Wu shook his hands and looked at the two silver wires connected to the hand-cranked generator with a frightened expression. Li Wanyu and his beautiful boss's eyes lit up and stared at Niu Wu. "Niu Wu, you really felt it?" "Yes, it hurts a lot." "Lang Jun, what kind of magic are you fiddling with? Why did the silver wires suddenly bite? Did you turn them into spirits?" Niu Wu stared with his bell-sized eyes and was inexplicably shocked. Li Wanyu ignored him and looked at his beautiful boss. "This should be a success, right?" Su Changqing nodded with uncertainty. "Maybe? It seems that the current is not small. Otherwise, Niu Wu would not have been electrocuted like this." "Then let's try it." "Yes, let's try it." Niu Wu was confused, but no one explained to him. Li Wanyu and Su Changqing picked up the hand-cranked generator and ran back to the study, once again slamming the door shut. And so, Perrin and Aphrodite heard the scene outside the study. In any case, Li Wanyu's extremely simple hand-crank generator could be considered a success. Su Changqing's phone, which had run out of battery and automatically shut down, was now lit up with the charging icon. Chapter 260. Although Li Wanyu created a hand-crank generator, it was a very deceptive thing to use it to charge a mobile phone. He and his beautiful boss took turns to crank the handle. Not long after, both of them were tired and out of breath. Using this method to charge a mobile phone was really unreliable. Without a multimeter, Li Wanyu and Su Changqing did not know the output power of this hand-crank generator. Moreover, the output voltage of the hand-crank generator was related to the shaking speed. If it was slow, the voltage would be low. If it was fast, the voltage would be high. It was very unstable. Later generations of hand-crank generators would be installed with a speed-increasing device. A relatively heavy flywheel would be added to the rapidly rotating shaft, using its inertia to increase the stability of the rotation speed. However, Li Wanyu and Su Changqing did not know how to do this. Being able to make the hand-cranked generator generate electricity was already their limit. In order not to damage the mobile phone, Li Wanyu had to crank the handle at a constant speed to charge the mobile phone. And this task was impossible to complete without a few hours. I can't lift my hand." Li Wanyu cranked the handle for more than half an hour. He was so tired that he almost stuck his tongue out. The key was that his arm was sore and unbearable. He really could not continue. And the battery shown on the mobile phone screen was less than 10% charged. Su Changqing wrinkled his nose in dissatisfaction. Humph, at this speed, when can you charge it fully? Li Wanyu directly played dead. No matter what his beautiful boss said, he was not willing to crank the damn generator handle again. The matter of charging the mobile phone needed to be kept a secret. Except for the two of them, it was not convenient to ask Niu Wu and Niu Yong to help. Between slacking off and using the mobile phone, Li Wanyu persisted for half an hour and finally chose the former. The beautiful boss was angry at Li Wanyu's tired appearance, but there was nothing she could do. It was really too tiring to crank the generator manually. She persisted for 5 minutes and gave up. Naturally, she could not scold Li Wanyu anymore. Li Wanyu took the opportunity to slip out of the study and ran to the backyard. He sat on a recliner and ordered a maidservant to bring tea, acting like a master. While Li Wanyu was renovating the backyard of the Li residence, he asked Carpenter Lu's 2 sons to help him send a continuous stream of spring water into the backyard using bamboo. They even built a wooden frame with a huge clay pot on top of it. The spring water in the clay pot flowed like a small waterfall into the canal below. Li Wanyu was stunned for a while as he listened to the gurgling sound of the spring water. He couldn't help but pat his head with his hand. What a pig's brain. Even though he was from a second-tier university, he couldn't be that stupid, right? There was obviously a simple method. So why did he have to act like an idiot and frantically shake the controller for more than half an hour? Changqing, the two of us seem to have done something stupid. Li Wanyu looked at Su Changqing speechlessly. Su Changqing didn't understand what he meant. He asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Li Wanyu pointed at the artificial waterfall in the backyard. "Why don't we use water to move the generator? We could just make a small water wheel and use a belt to move the generator's handle." His words stunned the beautiful boss. She glared at him fiercely. "I knew you were stupid. You couldn't even think of such a simple method. You made me shake the controller for so long. Why don't you go and find Carpenter Lu?" Li Wanyu was stunned by Su Changqing's words. How could he be reasonable? This was clearly his idea. How could he say that he was in the wrong? Moreover, you clearly only shook it for less than 5 minutes, but he shook it for half an hour. Fortunately, Li Wanyu also knew that he couldn't reason with a beautiful woman. He could only silently accept the beautiful boss's criticism. He turned around and ordered Niu Wu to find Carpenter Lu. A day later, there was a small water wheel under the artificial waterfall in the backyard. It was constantly being washed by the spring water flowing out of the clay pot above. A round wheel was installed on the axle of the water wheel. Li Wanyu installed a belt on the wheel to replace the belt pulley. The other end of the belt was connected to the generator, driving the generator's rotor to rotate at a uniform speed. Li Wanyu also asked Carpenter Lu to build a small house the size of a sentry post with logs in the backyard and put the generator in it. In the future, he and Su Changqing would come to the small wooden house to charge their phones to avoid exposing their secret. Whether it was Li Heng, Niu Wu, or Niu Yong, they were already used to the strange actions of their Langjun. No one asked for the reason. In the study, Li Wanyu looked at the phones that were finally charged. He was very excited. Before he was ready to turn on the phone, he went to wash his hands. He was just short of burning incense and praying. "Changqing, I'm turning on the phone." "Yes, turn it on." Li Wanyu excitedly pressed the power button. A moment later, the phone screen lit up, the familiar boot music and the familiar boot animation. At this moment, Li Wanyu was about to cry. "I want to listen to music, read novels, play games." Before Li Wanyu finished roaring in his heart, a slender hand reached in front of his eyes and slowly took the phone that he had just turned on. "Hey, Changqing, what are you doing?" Li Wanyu asked unhappily. The beautiful boss smiled. "Nothing, this is my phone." Her words almost made Li Wanyu choke to death. "Okay, this is indeed the beautiful boss's phone. I help you charge it. You can't burn the bridge after crossing the river. So what if you're beautiful? Can you do whatever you want?" At this moment, Li Wanyu's acting skills were off the charts. His extremely aggrieved look was enough to make anyone who heard it cry and feel sad. However, Xianxia didn't buy it all. Her slender fingers tapped his forehead. You're right. This lady is beautiful. What do you want? This is this lady's phone. I'll use it first. Do you have a problem with that? Li Wanyu was speechless. What else could he do? He could only endure it. Looking at the beautiful boss who was happily holding the phone and playing with it, Li Wanyu was so weak, pitiful, and helpless. He squatted in the corner and drew circles. Under Li Wanyu's unremitting efforts and resistance, he finally won time to use the phone from the beautiful boss. That was every night after the beautiful boss went to bed. Fortunately, the beautiful boss paid attention to her health and usually didn't stay up late. Plus, there was no night entertainment in the Tang dynasty, so she went to bed early. Therefore, after 8 o'clock in the evening, the right to use the phone finally belonged to Li Wanyu. It had to be said that the beautiful boss's phone was a good thing. With her income, the phone she bought was a high-end model with enough storage. Xianxia, who didn't mind the trouble, downloaded a lot of things on the phone. Music, MP3, videos, novels, games. She even downloaded several TV series. Li Wanyu was full of resentment. He brightened the biogas lamp in the study, opened the reading software on the phone, opened the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, and began to shamelessly plagiarize. Chapter 261. Li Wanyu was both happy and in pain. He became a shameful plagiarist. As for moral integrity, he had already thrown it to the back of his mind when he plagiarized Li Bai and other big shots' works. The reason why Li Wanyu continued to be a plagiarist, in addition to enriching the cultural life of the people of the Tang dynasty, was purely because he was too bored. Although the phone was now charged and turned on again, Li Wanyu didn't know how long the phone could last. The self-made generator's current and voltage were not up to standard, and it was also unstable. What if it burned the phone one day? Therefore, Li Wanyu also planned to take advantage of the fact that the phone was working normally and copy all the novels stored in Xianxia's phone. If the phone failed in the future, he wouldn't be so bored. Another reason for copying books was to continue to build his reputation. Although he couldn't bear the harassment after becoming famous, Li Wanyu now had to pinch his nose and continue to build his reputation. After these few incidents, Li Wanyu could also be considered to have understood. If he wanted to let himself and his beautiful boss live comfortably in the Tang dynasty in the future, he must build his reputation. Politics was too dangerous, and he didn't want to touch it. If he wanted to protect himself and not let those aristocratic families have ideas about him, he must have enough reputation. If he could build his reputation until everyone respected him, then the aristocratic families, including Pai Lupi, wouldn't dare to touch him easily. Only then could he continue to be a leisurely landlord. However, being a plagiarist wasn't that easy, especially in the Tang dynasty, where writing small words with a brush was even more painful. Li Wanyu started copying from 8 o'clock in the evening until 12 o'clock in the middle of the night when he got the phone. In addition to making his right wrist extremely sore, the reward was that he finished copying the first chapter of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Looking at the total 640,000 words of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms and the 120 chapters of the book, Li Wanyu suddenly felt that he had dug a huge hole for himself. Based on today's speed, wouldn't it take him 4 to 5 months to finish copying the entire Romance of the Three Kingdoms? When he thought of this, he felt his vision darken. After Li Wanyu wrote this manuscript, he planned to send it for engraving and printing. Therefore, every word had to be written seriously. He couldn't be careless. To be able to write more than 4,000 words in 4 hours was already considered extremely fast and talented. With such a calculation, Li Wanyu almost decided to give up. He felt that his life was dark. However, this was a hole that he had dug himself, so he had to continue copying it even if he had tears in his eyes. Li Wanyu was full of resentment. He turned off his phone and went back to sleep. For the next week, Li Wanyu hid at home every day and became a poor copyist. It didn't take long for him to copy a thick stack of manuscripts for the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. In fact, it was not how fast Li Wanyu copied, but how few words could be written in a manuscript. Even if the words were small, in order to be engraving and printing, the words couldn't be too small. At most, there would be no more than 200 words on a page. He could copy more than 4,000 words a day, which was more than 20 manuscripts. After copying for nearly 5 or 6 days, he actually accumulated more than 100 manuscripts. It was a thick stack in his hand. Looking at the stack of manuscripts in front of him, Li Wanyu suddenly couldn't help laughing. The cynical man had a bad idea in his mind. Since it was so painful for him to copy, why not drag everyone down with him and suffer with him? Just at this time, the old housekeeper Li Heng came to inform him that Ma Zhou and Yin Libin had arrived. Today was the day of rest every 10 days. Since Ma Zhou and Yin Libin worshipped Li Wanyu as their teacher, they would come to Dingzhou village to learn from Li Wanyu during their rest days. When Li Wanyu heard that Ma Zhou and Yin Libin had come, he couldn't help but smile. Well, I have a good lab rat. I can test whether my plan of dragging people down is feasible. Picking up the finished manuscripts, Li Wanyu went to find Ma Zhou and Yin Libin. Greetings, teacher. Teacher, are you writing poems or articles again? As soon as Li Wanyu came out, Ma Zhou and Yin Libin immediately stood up and saluted respectfully. Seeing the thick stack of manuscripts in Li Wanyu's hands, they were surprised and thought that Li Wanyu had a new work. Some time ago, the aristocratic families asked people to attack and smear Li Wanyu. Ma Zhou and Yin Libin were the most anxious. As the Wanyu collection was spread all over Chang and city like flyers, Li Wanyu's reputation soared. Ma Zhou and Yin Libin also felt honored and felt lucky to be able to become Li Wanyu's disciples. Towards Li Wanyu, the two of them admired him beyond compare, and their respect for him was even greater than before. Li Wanyu chuckled. That's not it. This is just a long historical novel I wrote when I was bored. It's called Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Let me show it to you too. Hearing that it was not a poem or article, but a novel, Ma Zhou and Yin Libin's interest decreased a little. But since their teacher said so, they naturally couldn't refuse. He respectfully took the manuscript from Li Wanyu's hands. The two of them gathered together and started to read the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. The rolling Yangtze River flows to the east. The waves wash away the heroes. Right and wrong, success and failure vanish in a blink of an eye. The green hills are still there. The sunset is still red. The white-haired fisherman on the riverside is used to the autumn moon and spring breeze. A pot of turbid wine is a happy reunion. So many things in the past and present are just jokes. After reading the opening poem, Riverside Immortals, Ma Zhou was so excited that he slapped his thigh. Teacher is really talented to be able to write such a majestic long and short sentence in a novel. It's really soul-stirring and memorable. Poems were created in the Tang dynasty and were also called poetic verses. In response to Ma Zhou's praise, Li Wanyu just smiled faintly and signaled them to continue reading. Ma Zhou didn't pay much attention to the novel, but after reading Riverside Immortals, they stopped underestimating it and started to read it seriously. The first chapter of Romance of the Three Kingdoms was about the Oath of the Peach Garden. The plot of the novel quickly attracted Ma Zhou and Yin Libin's attention. They stopped talking and just looked down at the manuscripts. Li Wanyu had now copied 5 chapters and had just reached the chapter where the 3 heroes fought Lu Bu. Ma Zhou were very excited when they read the manuscripts. Zhang Fei shouted, "This must be Dongjua. What's so good about chasing Lu Bu? Why don't we take down the thief Dong first? That's cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots." It said, "To catch a thief, one must catch the thief's leader." Don't know the outcome. Let's listen to the analysis below. They flipped to the back of the manuscripts, but there was no more. Teacher, where's the rest of the manuscripts? There's no more. I've just reached this part. Ma Zhou and Yin Libin's faces immediately became very ugly. They were itching to continue reading, but Li Wanyu actually said there was no more. The two of them almost cursed it out loud. Seeing Ma Zhou and Ma Zhou's uncomfortable expressions, Li Wanyu almost laughed out loud. Hee, I've really dragged the two of you down with me. It'll be hard for you too. Just sit back and wait for the next update. Thinking back, Li Wanyu was very sad when he was reading online novels in the future. He even had the thought of sending the author a razor blade. Could he dare to update faster? What was even worse was that other than reading the chapters, he encountered an author who didn't update. That made him want to kill someone. Li Wanyu was now ready to use a move that would anger the heavens and the people. Just like online novels, he would update the novel and release it. Chapter 262. Li Wanyu planned to do the same as the later generations of online novels. Every time he finished copying 5 chapters, he would send them to the bookstore in Wuxia to be printed and published. Since the birth of block printing in Wuxia, the characters printed could not be too small due to the engraving technology and craftsmanship of the craftsman. A page of about 200 words was printed. Even if it was printed on both sides, the Analects of Confucius with about 10,000 words had a thickness of 30 or 40 pages. The paper that could be used to print books in the Tang dynasty was much thicker than the paper of the later generations. The thickness of the Analects of Confucius was roughly equivalent to the thickness of a book with about 200 pages in the later generations. Li Wanyu planned to print and publish the Romance of the Three Kingdoms separately. He would publish 5 chapters at a time with about 20,000 words, which was equivalent to the thickness of 2 Analects of Confucius. The 120 chapters of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms could be published in 24 volumes. He had worked so hard to copy the book. Naturally, he had to collect some interest to make those who were waiting to read the book feel uncomfortable. Looking at the depressed looks of Ma Zhou and Yin Libin in front of him, the cynical man silently praised his method. Li Wanyu thought of another idea. He turned to Yin Libin and said, "Libin, I plan to publish a book of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Can you draw some illustrations for me?" "What are illustrations?" Yin Libin was confused by Li Wanyu's words and did not understand what he meant. Books with illustrations only appeared in large numbers in the books of the Ming and Qing dynasties. In the era without printing, it was impossible for the readers who copied books to draw their own illustrations according to the manuscripts. With the maturity of block printing technology in the Tang dynasty, it was possible for illustrations to appear in books. Yin Libin naturally did not know what illustrations were, so he had this question. Illustrations are pictures drawn according to the contents of the book. For example, in the first chapter of The Oath of Brotherhood in the Peach Garden, you helped me draw a picture of Liu Bei and his brothers swearing to be sworn brothers in the Peach Garden. Just outline the lines. I will ask someone to take it to block printing and bind it with the manuscripts into a book. When Yin Libin heard Li Wanyu's words, he could not help being excited. "Teacher, do you mean that you will also print the pictures I draw into a book? Can the pictures be block printed? Can I sign it?" Li Wanyu rolled his eyes at him strangely. "Who would know that the illustration was drawn by you if you didn't sign it? I was planning to keep it as a family heirloom." If the illustrations in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms were drawn by Yin Libin, how much would it be worth if it was auctioned in the future? Of course, you have to sign off on the book. You have to sign off on every illustration. Just help me draw an illustration for each chapter. Draw it now, and I'll send it to the bookstore today. Li Wanyu's words made Ma Zhou envious. He looked at Yin Libin with a burning gaze, wishing that he could snatch this job from Yin Libin. Ma Zhou and Yin Libin had already heard about the woodblock printing from Li Wanyu. The two of them felt that it was inconceivable that books could be printed in large quantities so quickly. For scholars, regardless of the dynasty, the temptation of writing a book and creating a biography was incomparably huge. However, before the birth of the woodblock printing, the time-consuming and laborious stone carvings, thick bamboo slips, and expensive silk, it was impossible for scholars to write a book. Now, that Li Wanyu was going to write a book and Yin Libin's name in it, it was also a huge temptation. How could Ma Zhou not be envious? The only regret was that Li Wanyu was going to write a novel. In the eyes of Ma Zhou and Yin Libin, they felt that their little teacher was not doing his job properly. In the Tang dynasty, novels were not valued by the people of that time. They were regarded as unrefined. Not to mention the Tang dynasty, even in the Ming and Qing dynasties, those authors who wrote novels used pseudonyms to protect their reputation. However, Li Wanyu was not afraid of being slandered. Anyway, He was only 16 years old. It was normal for him to be a little impulsive. Compared to the influence that the book Romance of the Three Kingdoms would bring, that bit of controversy was nothing. Yin Libin did not say much and immediately asked Li Heng to bring him a brush and ink. He ran to the side and looked at the manuscript while thinking about how to draw the illustration. Ma Zhou hesitated and asked, "Teacher, your book seems to have some mistakes. It does not match the history books." The history books did not record that Liu Bei and the other two became sworn brothers. It only mentioned that they were as close as brothers. Gong Sunzan did not join the alliance. Liu Bei and the other two should not have participated in the war. How could the three heroes fight Liu Bu? When Li Wanyu heard him finish, he could not help bursting into laughter. "Bin Wang, I am writing a novel. It is a romance, not a history book. This is called artistic exaggeration. Some parts are made up by me. There is no need to take it seriously." With regards to this explanation, Ma Zhou could only nod and accept it. However, he picked up one of Li Wanyu's manuscripts and asked, "Teacher, what do these circles on your manuscripts mean?" Li Wanyu looked up and saw that Ma Zhou was pointing at the punctuation marks in the book. When he copied the book, he copied from right to left and from top to bottom according to the Tang people's habit. He also changed the simplified characters into traditional characters. However, he had copied the punctuation marks out of habit as well. In the Tang dynasty, there were no punctuation marks. There was only a mark called sentence reading. It indicated that a sentence had a complete meaning. Only in the Ming dynasty did the names of people and places appear. These are the early punctuation marks. What Li Wanyu wrote on the manuscript were the standard punctuation marks of the later generations. Naturally, Ma Zhou could not understand it. Li Wanyu pondered. Since he was used to copying, he might as well continue copying the punctuation marks. He was not in a hurry to answer Ma Zhou's question. Instead, he raised his hand and wrote a sentence on the paper. "This house can be lived in, and the person is not sad." "Bin Wang, what do these words mean?" "It means that this house can be lived in, and the person is not sad?" Ma Zhou read it out. Li Wanyu smiled and shook his head. He raised the brush again and added punctuation marks in the sentence. "Read it again. This house can be lived in, and the person is not sad. The person is not sad. SSS. Teacher, the meaning has completely changed." Ma Zhou immediately reacted. Li Wanyu nodded. "Bin Wang, this is a symbol that I created to assist in reading. Yes, I call it punctuation marks. Look, this circle-shaped mark is called a period. It means that a sentence has ended. This tadpole-shaped mark is called a comma. It means..." Li Wanyu took a piece of paper and wrote down all the punctuation marks on it. He also wrote the meaning of these punctuation marks at the side. Since he had copied it, he might as well promote these punctuation marks when he printed the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. "Wonderful. It's really wonderful. Teacher, these punctuation marks are really divine. With this, there will be no more punctuation mistakes." In the face of Ma Zhou's praise, Li Wanyu nodded calmly again, showing that he was such a genius. Chapter 263. Ma Zhou looked at Li Wanyu with a burning gaze. He no longer cared that Romance of the Three Kingdoms was just a story. This was the first book in the Tang dynasty to be engraved and printed, and the first book to use punctuation. Even Yin Libin could draw the illustration and sign it. So how can Ma Zhou not be envious? Hee. Teacher, what do you think your disciple can do for you? I also want to contribute to your book." Ma Zhou rubbed his hands and said embarrassedly. Li Wanyu looked at Ma Zhou with a smile, but in his heart, he suddenly had a plan. Such a good free labor, it would be a waste not to use it. The most tiring part of copying Romance of the Three Kingdoms was using a brush to transcribe stroke by stroke. Because this manuscript was to be sent to the bookstore for engraving, every word could not be sloppy. Therefore, he had to concentrate and write seriously, which was very tiring. If he accidentally wrote a word wrong, the entire manuscript would have to be rewritten, and he would not even have the chance to alter it. These few days, Li Wanyu was very impatient with copying. Although he could not give Ma Zhou his phone, if he could copy it without worrying about writing, and then let Ma Zhou help him rewrite the manuscript, it would save a lot of time. "Bin Wang, are you willing to help me copy the manuscript?" This manuscript will be sent directly to the bookstore for engraving, and in the future, Romance of the Three Kingdoms will be your pen and ink. How about it? Are you willing?" Ma Zhou nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice. "I am willing. Of course I am willing. It is my honor to be able to work for teacher." Li Wanyu was very happy. He patted Ma Zhou's shoulder and gave him a sweet date. "On the cover of this book, I will write your name and indicate that it is your, Ma Zhou's, Ma Bin Wang's ink." These words made Ma Zhou even more excited. He could not wait to start copying. Not only would he be able to leave his name on the book, but he would also be able to see the updated content. Ma Zhou was very satisfied with this. When Yin Libin, who was concentrating on his painting, heard this, he couldn't help but raise his head and look at Li Wanyu with eyes full of anticipation. Li Wanyu saw the look in Yin Libin's eyes and immediately gave him a sweet date. Libin naturally has to leave his name on the cover. The illustration will be drawn by Yin Libin. Pretending that he didn't care, Yin Libin lowered his head and continued to paint. However, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. He was obviously very satisfied. Li Wanyu had already copied the first 5 chapters of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Naturally, there was no need for Ma Zhou to copy it again. This made Ma Zhou feel very regretful. He could only wait for Li Wanyu to finish the rest of the manuscript. While the two of them were talking, Yin Libin had already finished a draft. He dried the ink and handed it to Li Wanyu. "Division Commander, what do you think of this?" Li Wanyu took the manuscript. After looking at it, he almost wanted to keep it for himself. It was such a waste to use it as an engraving plate. It had to be said that letting a master like Yin Libin draw for him was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. It was like using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. Yin Libin was originally good at drawing people. After learning from Li Wanyu for a period of time, the lines of the people he drew were strong and round. The clothes were simple and heavy, and it became more and more lifelike. What he drew was the scene of Lu, Guan, and Zhang becoming sworn brothers in the peach blossom garden. Yin Libin was known as the legend of painting. The standard of his illustration was much higher than the illustrators of later generations. This made Li Wanyu very satisfied. "Libin, this illustration is very good, very good. There are still 4 chapters left. You could draw them all. I will send them to the bookstore to engrave them. I hope that they can be printed in 10 days. After receiving his division commander's praise, Yin Libin immediately nodded. He ran back to the table and started to draw again. Because he only needed to draw the lines, and the size of the illustration was not large, Yin Libin did not need much effort to draw the illustration for the 5 chapters. Li Wanyu also finished the cover of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Under Yin Libin's expectation, he wrote a small line of words, "Illustration drawn by Yin Libin." These words made Ma Zhou very envious. He wished that he could copy the first 5 chapters again, so that Li Wanyu could also write "Copy Ma Bin Wang" on the cover. The first volume of Romance of the Three Kingdoms was ready. Li Wanyu wanted to strike while the iron was hot. He would send it to the bookstore today and try to get it printed as soon as possible. The earlier it was released, the earlier the people who read the book would understand the pain of catching up. Wahaha, wouldn't that be great? Li Wanyu brought Niu Wu and rode a horse to the bookstore in Wu County. When owner-son of the bookstore saw Li Wanyu, he quickly went forward and bowed. "Old me is here to see County Boy. Is there anything that Olmi can do for you?" Li Wanyu smiled and handed over the stack of manuscripts. "Owner-son, this is the first book that I plan to print. Take a look and see how long it will take to print it." Owner-son respectfully took the manuscripts with both hands and looked through it. "County Boy, Olmi can print it. May I know how many copies of this book you want to print?" Li Wanyu pondered for a moment. This was the first book, so he did not want to print too many copies. If he could not sell it, he would suffer a great loss. Although Romance of the Three Kingdoms was one of the 4 famous books in China, what if the people of the Tang dynasty did not like it? This was not impossible. Li Wanyu originally wanted to print 10,000 copies. Anyway, the lifespan of a woodblock engraving was about 10,000 copies. 10,000 copies would complete the lifespan of the woodblock engraving. However, considering the cost, he decided to print less to test the waters. "Let's print 1,000 copies first. If it sells well, we can print more." After owner-son heard this, it was a little hesitant. "County boy, how do you think the wages will be calculated?" Last time when he helped Li Wanyu print the flyers, owner's son was generous and did not charge Li Wanyu for the labor cost because he only engraved a few engravings. In addition, he wanted to obtain the engraving printing technology. However, the manuscripts that Li Wanyu took out now had about 100 pages. In other words, he needed to engrave more than 100 engravings. However, the labor cost of engraving was not cheap. The fees for the engravings in the bookstore were the same as the fees for engraving seals. They were charged according to the number of words. For every 100 words, owner's son had to pay the engraving craftsman 200 copper coins. The engraving of a page of manuscripts cost about 400 copper coins. For this thick stack of manuscripts with more than 100 pages, just the labor cost of the engraving craftsman alone would cost 40,000 copper coins, which was equivalent to 40 strings of coins. As for the other costs, such as paper, ink, and printing, owner's son did not know how much labor he would need. Although he had obtained the engraving printing technology, he had never printed a book before. He could only make a rough estimate of how much capital he would need. However, after owner's son silently calculated in his mind, the number that he came up with gave him a shock. According to his estimation, not counting the cost of the engraving, just the cost of paper, ink, and other printing, Li Wanyu wanted to print this book would cost no less than 100 copper coins. In other words, if Li Wanyu wanted to print 1,000 copies of Romance of the Three Kingdoms, just the cost of the bookstore alone would be about 140 strings of coins, which was 140 copper coins per book. With such a large expenditure, owner's son could not help but be cautious. Chapter 264. Owner's son's mental calculation skills were not bad. His estimation of the price was not wrong. In ancient China, the cost of printing a book was indeed frighteningly high. During the Southern Song dynasty, a book called the Ikun Yin was printed. It recorded the cost in detail. Today, there are a total of 20 volumes of the Ikun Yin. Number of sheets of paper used, printing costs, ink costs. A total of 1,300 sheets of paper used. 30 sheets of green paper used for printing. 30 sheets of green paper used for printing. 30 sheets of green paper used for printing. 30 sheets of brown paper, ink, paste, printing costs, and other costs. A total of 5 coins for printing. A total of 2 coins for printing board costs. Experts in later generations did the calculations and concluded that each volume of the Ikun Yin in the Southern Song dynasty cost 290 copper coins. On average, each volume was 160 copper coins. The purchasing power of 1 copper coin was equivalent to about 4 renminbi in modern times. In other words, the cost of printing a book was 640 renminbi. It was simply a sky-high price. However, compared to manual copies, the price was at least 10% cheaper. Li Wanyu naturally knew that the cost of printing a book was not low. However, he was not sure of money now. He could afford to spend a few hundred coins to print it. Besides, he was planning to sell this book. He might even be able to earn some money back. He waved his hand generously. "Owner's son, just name the price. I only have one request. The sooner the better." "Of course. County man, your manuscript has too many words. It will take some time for the craftsman to carve more than 100 plates. Olmi estimates that it will take about 5 days to carve all the manuscripts. After 7 days, it can be printed and bound." In owner's son's bookstore, there were only 2 or 3 skilled craftsmen. After all, these craftsmen were originally engravers. His bookstore could not afford to keep too many craftsmen. "Sure. Owner's son, please hurry." "All right. These 5 illustrations also need to be engraved and printed together. We need to add an illustration to the front of each chapter. Is there a problem?" Owner's son nodded. "No problem. Just leave it to old me." Li Wanyu said, "That's good." He took out 2 5 taels of gold ingots and handed them to owner's Sunday. "These 10 taels of gold will be the deposit. I will come to collect the book in 7 days and pay you the rest of the money." Workshop owner's son naturally had no reason to refuse. After accepting the gold, he repeatedly said, "Yes, yes. Don't worry. Olmi will have the book printed in 7 days. If you can't complete it, Xianxia, you can take Olmi's head and use it as a chamber pot." Li Wanyu laughed and scolded. Why would I want your head? Help me print it well. When I pick up the book, there will be a draft for you to print. Yes, old me understands. Owner's son smiled, even more happily. There was no merchant who wouldn't like such a big customer. Seeing that Li Wanyu was about to leave, owner's son hurriedly asked, "May I ask Xianxia, are you going to sell this Romance of the Three Kingdoms after you finish printing it?" Li Wanyu nodded. "Of course. Otherwise, why would I print so many?" Owner's son said, "I wonder if Xianxia is willing to sell this book to old me." "Sell it to you?" Li Wanyu shook his head. "Xianxia is too small. I can't sell that many books. Besides, if it sells well, I plan to print another 10,000 copies. How can you sell your bookstore?" Owner's son smiled and said, "Xianxia, don't worry. Old me actually runs a bookstore in Chang, an East City. Business is pretty good. Xianxia, don't worry about selling it." The old man's words piqued Li Wanyu's interest. He had been thinking about how to sell this Romance of the Three Kingdoms after it was printed. Since owner's son had a bookstore in Chang, an E-city, it saved him a lot of trouble. Without waiting for Li Wanyu to nod in agreement, owner's son continued, "Xianxia, based on old me's experience, this Romance of the Three Kingdoms of yours should be able to sell for around 400 to 500 copper coins. Old me's bookstore only takes 20% of the consignment fee. As for the cost of printing the book, old me only takes the capital. Xianxia, what do you think?" Li Wanyu thought to himself. Books from the Tang dynasty were really ridiculously expensive. A book with over 20,000 words was sold for so much. That would be around 2,000 yuan in the future. The key point was that he planned to produce 24 copies of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. According to this price, if he wanted to buy the entire Romance of the Three Kingdoms, he would need 12 strings of copper coins. That would be 48,000 yuan in the future. If any profiteer in the future dared to sell books like this, they would definitely be beaten to death. However, looking at the bookstore, the price of the handwritten Analects of Confucius was actually 2 strings of copper coins. Li Wanyu felt that he was being too kind. Ma Zhou was now a 6th-rank court official, but his monthly salary was only 2 strings of 400 copper coins. If he came to the bookstore to buy books, his monthly salary would only be enough to buy 1 volume of the Analects of Confucius. Li Wanyu pondered over owner's son's proposal for a while, then nodded in agreement. Having someone to help him sell books would save him a lot of trouble. Furthermore, Li Wanyu had a good impression of owner's son, so he was naturally willing to continue working with him. The cost of printing the first volume of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms was 150 copper coins. If he sold it for 500 copper coins, he would have a profit of 350 copper coins. If he gave owner's son 100 copper coins, he could still make 250 copper coins. 1,000 copies would be 250 strings of copper coins. If the sales were good, he could print another 10,000 copies. That would be a profit of 2,500 strings of copper coins. Furthermore, this was only the first 5 chapters of the first volume of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. If the book really sold well, he would be able to make a small fortune just by selling the books. However, a profit of 250 per book? Damn, why does this number sound so awkward? Forget it, earning money is a good thing. 250 it is. Li Wanyu did not argue and immediately nodded in agreement to owner's son's proposal. He was prepared to hand over the Romance of the Three Kingdoms to this old man. When owner's son heard that Li Wanyu was planning to write 24 volumes of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, he was so happy that his beard started dancing. After reaching an agreement, Li Wanyu returned to Dingzhou village and prepared to continue his work as a plagiarist. Since Ma Zhou was willing to help him copy, Li Wanyu was naturally happy to save him the trouble. When he returned home, he began to think about how he could save time and energy to complete the difficult work of copying books. The most important thing was the brush. He definitely could not continue using the brush. Even though Li Wanyu was forced by his grandfather to practice writing with the brush since he was young, no matter what, using a brush to write was not fast. Naturally, there was no need to think about making a fountain pen or a ballpoint pen. Li Wanyu planned to try making a few goose feather pens first. However, there were no geese in Dingzhou village. Li Wanyu pondered and simply asked Niu Wu to bring a bow and arrow to help him kill a few crows. The feathers of the crows could also be used to make a feather pen. The effect was not inferior to a goose feather pen. Moreover, it was just right for writing small characters. Niuwu was already numb to all of Li Wanyu's strange requests. He was too lazy to ask anymore. Carrying the bow and arrow, he went out to look for the crows. With his archery skills, killing a few crows was a piece of cake. Without much effort, the corpses of the crows were placed in front of Li Wanyu. Amitofu, I've sinned. Li Wanyu said that he had sinned, but his hands were not careless. He directly reached out and plucked a few of the longest feathers from the crow's wings. Chapter 265. Li Wanyu had tried making a feather pen because he found it fun when he was a child. In order to make a feather pen, he had even secretly plucked the feathers of several geese at home. For this reason, every time the geese at home saw Li Wanyu, they would immediately go into attack mode and chase after Li Wanyu. There was a saying in the countryside, "It's better to be bitten by a dog than to be pinched by a goose." The geese didn't look fierce, but they were actually ferocious guardians of the house. Not only did the geese bite, they would also fly and beat people, making ear-piercing cries as they did so. In addition, adult white geese were even bigger than house cats, so Li Wanyu was no match for them. Therefore, every time he was chased by the geese at home, he would be utterly defeated. He was in a very sorry state. But even at such a huge price, Li Wanyu didn't succeed in making a feather pen when he was a child. Making a feather pen wasn't as simple as plucking a feather. In order to make a feather pen, Li Wanyu even asked the European girl, Aphrodite, for an answer. But who would have thought that Aphrodite was also confused? She had never heard of a feather pen. It was only after his beautiful boss pulled Li Wanyu aside and explained in a low voice that Li Wanyu finally understood. His beautiful boss had paid attention to the introduction of a feather pen when she was studying in the United States. She still remembered it clearly. The European feather pen was invented around 700 AD, and it was now the second year of Jingguan, 628 AD. Aphrodite naturally didn't know what a feather pen was. As for how to make a feather pen, the beautiful boss remembered the instructions on the introduction. First, it had to be degreased. There was a thin layer of oil on the feathers of birds, which would stink after a long time, so it had to be removed. The oil on the feathers could be removed by steaming them in a steamer basket and then washing them. Then, the roots of the feathers were cleaned with a knife, and the body of the pen was hardened. The roots of the feather were inserted into an iron pot filled with sand, heated for 15 minutes, and taken out after it cooled down. Finally, he used a small knife to cut the base of the quill into the shape of a fountain pen. Just like a fountain pen, he cut a thin slit in the middle to act as an ink reservoir. Li Wanyu experimented a few times and damaged a few crow feathers before he finally succeeded in making 2 or 3 quill pens. After dipping the quill in ink, it could write very smoothly on the paper. The ink was clear, and it was not much different from the fountain pens of the future. Li Wanyu was very satisfied with his own hands-on skills. But before Li Wanyu could gloat and show off, he saw his beautiful boss reach out her slender hand, grab a few quills, and snatch them away. Hey, what are you doing? Are you trying to rob me? Yao Ling? Someone is robbing here. Li Wanyu quickly shouted, trying to protect his work. The beautiful boss glanced at him and shook her fist threateningly. Humph, I taught you how to do it. Shouldn't I charge you some tuition? Do you have a problem with that? In the modern city, except for Li Wanyu, who was forced by his grandfather to practice calligraphy since childhood, few people knew how to use a writing brush. Su Changqing naturally did not know how to write with a writing brush, but he had no choice but to use it. In the four-wheeled carriage, she had to record a lot of things every day. During this time, Su Changqing could only pinch his nose and write ugly words with a writing brush. Although Li Wanyu didn't say it explicitly, the smile that often appeared in his eyes made his beautiful superior gnash her teeth in hatred. She was also confused for a moment and forgot that she could make a quill pen to write. When Li Wanyu said that he wanted to make a quill pen, the most happy person was the beautiful boss. So after the quill pen was made, Su Changqing did not hesitate to directly reach out and forcibly seize the right to use these quill pens. In the face of the beautiful boss's threat, Li Wanyu immediately admitted defeat. No problem. It's what I should do. The beautiful boss proudly raised her swan-like white neck and proudly left with her spoils of war. She quietly left, just as she quietly came, waving her sleeves, not taking away a cloud, only taking away my quill pen. Li Wanyu looked at the ceiling with tears in his eyes. He was full of sadness and grievance. At this moment, he only wanted to recite a poem. In desperation, he looked at Niu Wu again. Before he could speak, Niu Wu looked at him with disdain, grabbed the bow and arrow, and strode out. Damn, this poem was not good. He actually dared to look down on his Lang Jun. Li Wanyu became more and more speechless. Even Niu Wu dared to look down on him. Where's the dignity of the family head? After Niu Wu brought back a few more crows that were killed by arrows, Li Wanyu was busy again. Finally, he used a quill pen. Copying with a quill pen was much faster than using a writing brush. In addition, Ma Zhou was copying for him. Li Wanyu wrote even more flamboyantly. His speed was so fast that he almost flew. In one night, Li Wanyu copied almost 2 chapters, which made him very satisfied. Sure enough, tools were the ladder of human progress. After solving the problem of copying books, Li Wanyu's bitter days had finally come to an end. Although he still spent a lot of time copying books every day, the efficiency was much higher. Every day, he asked Niu Wu to ride a horse and send the manuscripts he copied to Chang and City. He asked Ma Zhou and Yin Libin to copy and draw illustrations. Ma Zhou and Yin Libin were happy and didn't feel tired at all. Instead, they could see the latest chapters every day and were very satisfied. Sometimes, Niu Wu was delayed by something and was late. Ma Zhou and Yin Libin complained. Niu Wu could only silently roll his eyes. Sure enough, like teacher, like disciple. One day, because Li Wanyu was lazy and didn't want to copy books, he gave himself a day off. As a result, Ma Zhou and Yin Libin waited in Chang and City for a long time, but Niu Wu didn't come to deliver the manuscripts. In a moment of anxiety, they rode a horse to Dingzhou village to rush the manuscripts. Li Wanyu was speechless at this kind of behavior of urging him to update his novel. He could only comfort them and repeatedly promise that he would let Niu Wu deliver the manuscripts to them tomorrow. Finally, he sent the 2 disciples who were eager to see the next chapters back. 7 days later, Li Wanyu finally received the freshly printed Romance of the 3 Kingdoms sent by Owner Sunday. He also told Li Wanyu that the first volume of Romance of the 3 Kingdoms would be officially sold at Sunji Bookstore in the East Market of Chang and City tomorrow. Li Wanyu also had high hopes for this. He planned to personally go to the East Market the next day to see how the 4 great classical novels he painstakingly copied were received in the Tang dynasty. Chapter 266. In the afternoon, Li Wanyu was standing outside Sun's bookstore in the East Market of Chang, and with a gloomy face. He came to Chang, and today to see the sale situation of the 3 Kingdoms novels that he had painstakingly copied. However, he did not expect that it would be completely different from what he had imagined. Sun's bookstore was not considered small in the East Market. There were 3 storefronts that sold all kinds of hand-copied scrolls, rubbings of steel inscriptions, paintings, brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. They also accepted businesses such as seal engraving. The business was quite good. In the bookstore, there were many scholars dressed as scholars going in and out. Li Wanyu observed for a moment and saw that there were several transactions in the bookstore. However, there were people who bought the scrolls that cost 2 copper coins, but few people were interested in the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms that cost 500 copper coins. The engraved and thread-bound Romance of the 3 Kingdoms was quietly placed on the counter in the bookstore. It was not eye-catching at all. There were no advertisements, no publicity, and no shop assistants shouting to promote it. Occasionally, there were scholars who were curious and picked up the book to flip through it. When they saw that it was a novel with chapters, they put it back. However, there were scholars who read it carefully and their eyes lit up. They took out their copper coins and bought the book. However, before Li Wanyu could smile, the scholar who bought the book immediately hid the book in his arms like a thief. He was afraid that others would see it. This scene made Li Wanyu's temples throb. I'm writing the 4 great classical novels, not a romantic novel like Jean Ping Mei. What the hell do you mean by looking like you bought a pornographic film on the street? He thought. Seeing their junior teacher gnashing his teeth, Ma Zhou and Yin Libin, who had accompanied him to the bookstore, both comforted him. Teacher, this scholar is also afraid that people will see him by the novel and criticize him for not doing his job and neglecting his studies. Yes, teacher. Although we know that your novel is majestic and is not written in a game, in the eyes of the people, novels are not elegant. After being comforted by Ma Zhou and Yin Libin, Li Wanyu became even more depressed. This was exactly the same as what he had imagined. Shouldn't the romance of the Three Kingdoms be warmly welcomed by the people of all walks of life in the capital of the Tang dynasty as soon as it was released? Shouldn't it be that Luoyang paper was expensive, that the supply could not meet the demand, and that the goods were scarce and expensive? But in the end, it was completely deserted. Li Wanyu even had the thought of ejecting. No one was interested in the book that he had painstakingly copied. So what was the point of him continuing to copy? The few of them stopped outside the bookstore to observe. Owner's son finally saw Li Wanyu and the others outside the bookstore and hurriedly came out to greet them. Owner's son smiled and bowed to Li Wanyu. Congratulations to Mr. Huxian. Today, the Three Kingdoms will be on sale. In just 2 hours, 3 copies have already been sold. That's quite impressive. Nanny? Are you kidding me? The old man's words made Li Wanyu speechless. Did this old man misunderstand the concept of good sales? In 2 hours, that's 2 hours, only 3 copies have been sold. You actually came to congratulate me? Is this good sales? Then how long will it take me to sell these 1,000 copies of the Three Kingdoms? In fact, in Owner's son's eyes, selling 3 copies in 2 hours was indeed a very good result. This was mainly because the price of engraving printing in the Three Kingdoms was cheap. The price of 500 copper coins was considered very cheap compared to the price of 1 or 2 strings of copper coins per scroll. In his bookstore, the copies of the books such as The Great Learning, The Doctrine of the Mean, The Analects of Confucius, and Mencius could only be sold 1 or 2 volumes per day. Before the invention of engraving printing, due to the high price of books, bookstores did business a bit like the antique shops of the modern era. They paid particular attention to not opening a business for a year, but opening a business for 3 years. Therefore, in Owner's son's eyes, selling 3 copies in 2 hours was already a very good business. However, Li Wanyu was getting more and more annoyed. This was too different from what he had imagined. The East and West markets were not open for business early in the morning. The Tang dynasty's rule was that the market was in the middle of the day. In other words, the East and West markets could only start trading at noon and end in the afternoon after the drum sounded. There was only half a day of business every day. According to today's sales speed, 10 copies of the Three Kingdoms would not be sold in a day. Owner's son had printed 1,000 copies of the first volume of the Three Kingdoms. Based on the current sales, wouldn't it take more than 3 months to sell all of them? This was only the first volume of the Three Kingdoms. There were still 23 volumes after that. How long would it take to sell all of them? Moreover, Li Wanyu's goal was not only to sell 1,000 copies. He was also thinking of selling 10,000 copies, or even more. Although the literacy rate in the Tang dynasty was not high, there were at least hundreds of thousands of scholars in the Tang dynasty. In an era without any entertainment, was it difficult to write a novel and sell tens of thousands of copies? However, he did not know that if he could sell 1,000 copies of the Three Kingdoms in 3 months, he would make Owner's son laugh his head off. In Son's bookstore, the books that were originally the best-selling had only sold 40 or so in a month's time. In fact, Owner's son was not the only one who thought so. Even Ma Zhou and Yin Libin felt that selling 3 copies in 2 hours was already considered a big hit. Seeing that they all had such a matter-of-fact expression, Li Wanyu was speechless. He could only ponder on how to increase the sales of the book. If his beautiful boss knew that he had sold 3 copies of the Three Kingdoms that he painstakingly copied in 2 hours, she would laugh herself to death. Brother Xianxia, let's go to the bookstore and see if there are any new paintings. Li Wanyu was pondering when he heard a voice behind him. He turned his head and could not help but show a look of disdain. Chang, and city was so king small that he could meet these troublemakers everywhere. The one who spoke was Chui Daogu of the Chui clan in Qinghe. Beside him were Wang Ziqiao of the Wang clan in Taiyuan, Chui Hong of the Chui clan in Bowling, and Lu Xiang of the Lu clan in Fanyang. Naturally, there was a large group of servants following behind the four rich young masters of aristocratic families. The large group of people was bustling with noise and excitement. Li Wanyu was too lazy to meet these foppish sons. He pulled Ma Zhou and Yin Libin to the side and avoided the sight of Wang Ziqiao and the others. When this group of silk pants entered Sun's bookstore, the troops behind them immediately became extremely overbearing and chased away all the customers who were buying books and looking at paintings. Owner Sun could only pretend that he did not see such behavior of driving out his customers. He smiled and greeted them. "Gentlemen, may I know what you want to buy?" "Shopkeeper, do you have any new books?" Yes, this novel, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, was just put on sale today. It was written by a man from Hu County." "Gentlemen, are you interested?" Owner Sun naturally did not know of the conflict between Li Wanyu and these foppish sons. He even enthusiastically picked up a copy of Romance of the Three Kingdoms and respectfully handed it over. "Which man from Hu County?" Wang Ziqiao asked in an unfriendly tone. Owner Sun did not know and smiled. "Li Zio of Hu County, Baron of Hu County." Just as he finished speaking, Wang Ziqiao angrily tore the Romance of the Three Kingdoms in his hand into two. Chapter 267. Now, the name that these aristocratic families, including the Wang clan of Taiyuan, the Chui clan of Bowling, the Lu clan of Fanyang, and the Chui clan of Qinghe, least wanted to hear about Li Wanyu of Hu County. In his previous life, these aristocratic families had wanted to vent their anger by spreading rumors in an attempt to smear Li Wanyu's reputation. However, Li Wanyu had displayed his works in Chang, and for several days in a row, ruthlessly slapping the aristocratic families in the face. Not only did they fail to achieve their goal, but they also made Li Wanyu even more famous. This was like making a wedding dress for someone else, making the aristocratic families feel very sullen. In order to disgust these aristocratic families, Pai Lupi did not care about their reputation at all. During the court meeting, he ordered people to read Li Wanyu's works out loud, making the aristocratic families even more embarrassed. Although he did not mention any names, in Chang, anyone with some ability would know that the aristocratic families had made a big mistake because of Li Wanyu. In the court, the officials who did not come from aristocratic families looked at the officials who came from aristocratic families with ridicule in their eyes. Zheng Yuanshou and the others gnashed their teeth in hatred, but there was nothing they could do. As for Wang Ziqiao, Chui Daogu, Lu Xiang, Chui Hong, and the others, they saw Li Wanyu as a thorn in their side. They could not wait to eat his flesh and skin, burn his bones, and scatter his ashes. Owner Sun actually took Li Wanyu's books to recommend to them. To them, this was a naked provocation. After Wang Ziqiao tore the Three Kingdoms in his hand, he did not wait for Owner Sun to react. He raised his hand and slapped Owner Sun across the face. The old man almost fainted from a slap. He took a few steps back and fell to the ground. "Old man, how dare you humiliate us?" Wang Ziqiao cursed angrily after slapping him. This sudden turn of events stunned Owner Sunday. How could he not know why he was slapped? Did he say something wrong just now? Wang Ziqiao and the others came into the bookstore. Although he did not know Wang Ziqiao and the others, he knew that these young people were from the aristocratic families in Chang, and could not be offended by a businessman like him, just by looking at their overbearing manner of driving away the guests. Therefore, even though the guests were chased away, no matter how unhappy he was, he did not show it in the slightest. Instead, he welcomed them with a smile. He was even afraid that the clerk in the bookstore would say something wrong and offend the noble, so he personally went up to receive him. As for recommending Li Wanyu's Three Kingdoms to them, it was because they had asked about his new book, so he naturally had to reply truthfully. Secondly, Li Wanyu's Romance of the Three Kingdoms was indeed a good book. Although it was only the first 5 chapters, with over 20,000 words, Owner Sun loved it so much that he couldn't put it down and studied it repeatedly. If it weren't for the huge difference in status between him and Li Wangyu, he would have urged Li Wangyu to write a manuscript. The first volume of the Three Kingdoms only had a short 20,000 words. It really wasn't enough to satisfy him. It made him want to read more, but he was also looking forward to the next chapters. Therefore, Owner's son did not care that it was a novel and recommended it to Wang Ziqiao and the others. However, he did not expect to be slapped in the face. Young masters, why do you say that? Olmi did not offend you in any way. Owner's son was beaten, but he did not dare to complain. He was just a businessman. If he was beaten by this group of good-for-nothings, then so be it. Even if they smashed his bookstore, what could he do? Ever since the Tang dynasty, the status of merchants had greatly increased compared to the previous dynasties. However, the so-called scholars, farmers, businessmen were always a respectable and inferior profession. Old man, do you think that the Taiyuan Wang clan is easy to bully? Taiyuan Wang clan? Young master, why do you say that? Olmi does not dare to humiliate the Taiyuan Wang clan. Young master, are you mistaken? Owner's son said innocently. He really did not understand what was going on. Pooey, old man, you still dare to say no? What's the meaning of this? Wang Ziqiao scolded, unwilling to let this matter go. Li Wangyu, this bastard's book, is it? When Owner's son heard this, he realized that these nobles in front of him did not get along with Xianxia. It was because he recommended Xianxia's book that he was met with this disaster. He could only smile bitterly, crawl up to Wang Ziqiao and the others, bowing and apologizing repeatedly. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. How could this old man have such thoughts? This old man didn't know. No matter what, it's all this old man's fault. Please forgive me. Owner's son's humble attitude did not earn the forgiveness of Wang Ziqiao and the others. They came to the East Market to relax because they were in a bad mood. When Owner's son recommended Li Wangyu's book to them, they could not help but think of Li Wangyu's despicable face. They could not help but burn with anger and wanted to find trouble with the owner of the bookstore to vent their anger. Smash this bookstore for this young master. How dare you sell that bastard Li Wangyu's book? Pooey, are you trying to go against us? Do you think you're worthy? Smash it. Wang Ziqiao waved his hand to the troops behind him, indicating that they should smash the bookstore to vent their anger. You can't smash it. You can't smash it. Young masters, Old Me has apologized to you. Please let Old Me's bookstore go. You can't smash it. When Owner's son heard that Wang Ziqiao and the others were going to smash the bookstore, he hurriedly stepped forward to stop them. However, how could he stop this group of wolf-like troops? He was pushed to the side and almost fell down again. The commotion in the bookstore, in addition to Wang Ziqiao's troops forcefully driving away the customers, had already attracted the attention of the crowd in the East Market. Outside Sun's bookstore, there were many people gathered to watch the commotion. Due to the deterrence of the fierce troops blocking the bookstore, no one dared to help Owner Sunday. There were a few patrolling East Market Martial Marquis. Seeing so many people gathered here, they hurriedly ran over. But after seeing the situation inside Sun's bookstore, these Martial Marquis did not say a word and turned to leave. What happened to Sun's bookstore? Why was he blocked by someone? Owner's son is so young. How could he be beaten up? Why doesn't the East Market Martial Marquis do anything? Shoo! Be careful with your words. Do you know who those people are? I don't know. Brother, please give me some advice. Those are all young masters with 5 surnames and 7 looks. The one who beat up Owner's son is the son of Taiyuan Wang clan's first wife. Who do you think dares to meddle in their business? TSK, 5 surnames and 7 looks. How impressive. How did Owner's son provoke these aristocratic families? No wonder the patrolling Martial Marquis does not dare to meddle. Who says so? Consider old man's son to be unlucky. Today, Son's bookstore, I don't think he can keep it. Sigh, how pitiful. Just as Owner's son felt that the end of the world had arrived, he heard a loud shout. Stop! In broad daylight. Do you still have the laws of the land? Wang Ziqiao, Cui Daogu, and the rest immediately glared at the source of the voice. They wanted to see who was so blind as to meddle in the business of their aristocratic families. Li Wangyu, why are you here? After seeing the person who spoke, Wang Ziqiao and the rest could not help but feel a little guilty. Although they hated Li Wanyu to the extreme, when Li Wanyu stood in front of them, the four of them felt a little guilty. The one who pushed the crowd aside and stood up to stop them was Li Wanyu. Behind him, Ma Zhou and Yin Libin also had angry looks on their faces. He, as expected, of 5 surnames and 7 looks. How impressive, Li Wanyu said with ridicule. Chapter 268. Li Wanyu was too lazy to pay attention to Wang Ziqiao and the others. He felt that talking to these aristocratic families was polluting the air. Therefore, Li Wanyu pulled Ma Zhou and Yin Libin to the side. He did not want to see these people face to face, so as not to affect his mood. Who would have thought that just because owner's son recommended the 3 kingdoms that he copied to Wang Ziqiao and the others, he was implicated for no reason and even wanted to destroy the old man's bookstore. Wang Ziqiao and the others were so arrogant and despotic. Even if his uncle could tolerate it, his aunt could not. Li Wanyu naturally would not stand by and watch. 5 surnames and 7 hopes. How impressive. You want to destroy other people's shops at the slightest provocation. Does the saint know that you are so awesome? Li Wanyu mocked. Li Wanyu, don't talk nonsense. It was the owner of this bookstore who humiliated us. We were just teaching him a lesson. Chui Daogu hurriedly explained. He did not want Li Wanyu to mention this matter to Pai Lupi. Li Wanyu showed a look of disdain. Humiliate you? Are you worthy? You, don't be so arrogant. Do you want to be enemies with the 5 surnames and 7 hopes? Do you want to stand up for this insignificant merchant? How can we not teach such a disrespectful merchant a lesson? Hee. Insignificant merchant? May I know what your official positions are? What are your titles now? Li Wanyu asked. His words made Wang Ziqiao and the others speechless. They did not know how to answer. The aristocratic families, led by the 5 surnames and 7 hopes, mainly relied on the local areas. They relied on their power, money, and prestige to control the local politics and enjoy a superior political and social status, contending with the imperial power. However, in terms of status and titles in the imperial court, they were far inferior. Pai Lupi naturally would not confer high positions and titles to officials from aristocratic families. Even the head of the Zheng family, Zheng Yuanshou, was only a 3rd-rank official of the Honglu Temple. As for the disciples of these aristocratic families, they actually didn't have any official positions, nor did they have any titles. If one really wanted to talk about it, they were nothing more than commoners. He was different from Pai Lupi's group of debauches. Although Cheng Chumo and the other debauches did not have a noble title, they all had official positions granted to them by the imperial court. Although most of them were fake titles, it was enough to show Pai Lupi's attitude. Normally, no one would be so tactless as to ask Wang Ziqiao and the others about their official positions and titles. The 5 surnames and 7 hopes were the best identities for the legitimate sons of these aristocratic families. Are you humiliating us? Wang Ziqiao roared in exasperation. Li Wanyu took out his goldfish talisman and waved it in front of Wang Ziqiao and the others. Do you see it clearly? I am the Baron of the founding county of the Tang dynasty, with the title of Huxian. You guys are nothing. Do you have any seniority? Why aren't you bowing to me? His words made Wang Ziqiao and the others speechless. Li Wanyu was now the Baron of the founding county of the Pai Lupi. Logically speaking, they should bow to Li Wanyu. But how could Wang Ziqiao and the others be willing to bow to Li Wanyu? They looked at each other and planned to turn around and leave. Stop. You tore my book and are going to leave like this? What are you going to do? Li Wanyu said, didn't the adults in your family teach you to apologize for destroying other people's things? Prince Zhou chuckled and said, apologize? Who could afford my 5 surnames and 7 hopes? Just because of this bookstore owner? You can ask him if he dares to accept my apology. When owner's son heard his words, he quickly waved his hand. Only can't afford it. Please don't say that. Owner's son's surrender was naturally within Li Wanyu's expectations. How could a merchant go against the 5 surnames and 7 hopes? Not to mention a small bookstore owner. Even if Chang and Xiu family was a wealthy family, if Zhang Liang, the commandery duke of Chongping, wanted his paintings, he could only obediently offer them up with both hands. Li Wanyu ignored owner's son and only stared at Wang Ziqiao. The book you just tore was placed in the bookstore for sale. It has nothing to do with this bookstore owner. Let me ask you, are you going to compensate or not? So what if I compensate? So what if I don't? If you compensate, then we can talk about it. If you apologize, then this matter will be dropped. If you don't compensate, then please leave. I will go ask your family for compensation. Li Wanyu once again waved the goldfish talisman in his hand at Wang Ziqiao and the others, indicating his status. With his title of Baron of Kaiwa County, even if he was from the Taiyuan Wang clan, his status was now equal to Wang Ziqiao and the others' elders. These sons of the first wife were said to be of noble status, but according to the laws of the Tang dynasty, they were no different from ordinary people. Li Wanyu's words angered Wang Ziqiao and the others so much that they almost vomited blood. According to what he said, it was the four of them who would lose face. There was no need to say more about apologizing. Today, the face of the aristocratic families had been trampled to the ground by Li Wanyu. And if they didn't compensate, Li Wanyu would really use his status to force an explanation. That would be even more humiliating. If a young man came to their door and complained to their parents, the four of them would no longer be able to survive in Chang'an. At this time, Wang Ziqiao, Cui Daogu, Cui Hong, and Lu Xiang were forced into a corner by Li Wanyu and were in a dilemma. Just when they were at a loss, Cui Daogu inadvertently caught a glimpse of the pile of 3 kingdoms and the torn book on the ground by Wang Ziqiao. Thinking of owner's son's introduction, he couldn't help but turn his eyes and quibble. Huxian man, this is the book you wrote? Humph. As the founding Huxian man of the Tang dynasty, instead of thinking of repaying the saints, you wrote such unorthodox stories. It's really a disgrace to the educated. A gentleman wouldn't do such a thing. We were thinking of the saints, so we tore this book. We just don't want you to lose your mind and go astray. Novels had always been in a bad position in ancient Wuxia and were in a suppressed position. The Hanshu Iwenji said, the novelists came from Yuguan. The street talk was created by those who listened to the talkers. It meant that what the novelists did was to record the street talk and hearsay of the people. They were seen as unorthodox people who didn't do proper work. Although Cui Daogu was quibbling, what he said was the common understanding of the scholars of the Tang dynasty about novels. Li Wanyu was not moved at all. He rolled his eyes, so what? Why do you care what I wrote? What does it have to do with you? What do you want? Ma Zhou also said indignantly, even if my teacher wrote a novel, it's still a work passed down from generation to generation. How can it be called unorthodox? This Romance of the 3 Kingdoms is a work that both refined and popular can appreciate. It's a rare masterpiece and will definitely be passed down for generations. When Cui Daogu, Wang Ziqiao, and the others heard Ma Zhou's words, they laughed so hard that they bent forward and backward. Haha, a novel actually wants to be passed down for generations. You master and disciple are not afraid of boasting. The wind will cut your tongue. TSK. So this kind of hearsay novel can also become a work passed down from generation to generation. Today has really broadened my horizons. Why don't we let the scholars take a look and see whether or not this novel is a waste of time? Wang Ziqiao and the others mocked and ridiculed, but Li Wanyu was too lazy to even lift his eyelids. I'll ask you one more time. Are you going to compensate or not? Chapter 269. Faced with Li Wanyu's interrogation, Wang Ziqiao threw caution to the wind and stubbornly replied, what if I tear up a book that no one cares about? Li Wanyu looked at him with contempt. No one cares about it? Do you think you have the qualifications to evaluate my book? Why can't I say it? Why were there so many of these novels piled up in the bookstore? Li Wanyu, are you planning to sell it as cleaning paper? Wang Ziqiao mockingly pointed at the pile of Romance of the 3 Kingdoms in the bookstore. Haha, why don't I take out a copper coin and treat these books that no one cares about as waste paper and sell them all to me? It's also fine to use them to light a fire. Cui Daogu also joined in with a laugh. Lu Xiang and Cui Hong also laughed and nodded repeatedly in agreement. Ma Zhou and Yin Liben were so infuriated by this group of rich young masters that they almost went berserk. Humiliating Li Wanyu like this was equivalent to humiliating them both. However, Li Wanyu stopped the two who were about to go berserk. Facing the ridicule of Wang Ziqiao and the others, he only smiled contemptuously. Since you all keep saying that no one cares about my book, why don't we make a bet? Bet? What do you want to bet? Hearing the word bet, Wang Ziqiao and the others suddenly had a bad feeling. Whether it was in the Zhan Temple or in the brothel of Peace Square, they had lost both bets with Li Wanyu. Wang Ziqiao's face was even more unsightly. He remembered the bet he made with Li Wanyu, saying that he had to avoid him at all costs. Li Wanyu looked at Wang Ziqiao with deep meaning. Let's bet how many copies of this Romance of the Three Kingdoms can be sold in 10 days. How about it? Okay, we'll bet that your book can't be sold in 10 days. How about it? Do you dare to bet? Upon hearing Li Wanyu's words, Wang Ziqiao's eyes lit up, and he immediately proposed an extremely difficult and impossible bet condition. After he finished speaking, Cui Daogu and the others also laughed loudly and agreed. That's right, we'll bet that you won't be able to sell 10,000 copies in 10 days. How about it? Wuxia man, do you dare to bet? Ma Zhou couldn't help but panic. How dare you spout such nonsense? How is it possible to sell 10,000 books in 10 days? What does this have to do with us? Didn't Wuxian want to bet on the sales of his book? Our conditions are as such. It's up to you whether you want to bet or not. If you don't dare to bet, then we don't have the time to grind our teeth with you. Goodbye. Wang Ziqiao thought that he had caught Li Wanyu's weakness. After ridiculing Ma Zhou for a while, he was ready to call the others to leave. Wait, you haven't said what the stakes are. Li Wanyu suddenly called out to them. What stakes? Wang Ziqiao and the others didn't understand Li Wanyu's meaning. Li Wanyu continued to ask, didn't you want to bet that I won't be able to sell 10,000 copies in 10 days? Why don't you tell me what the stakes are? If you sell it, what will you do? That's impossible. Impossible? Wouldn't you win even more easily? What? You don't dare to bet with me. Li Wanyu continued to provoke them. Why wouldn't we dare? If you can sell 10,000 copies in 10 days, we'll lose to you. So what if we lose 10,000 gold? Wang Ziqiao blurted out after being provoked by Li Wanyu. Li Wanyu shook his head. 10,000 gold? Can you take it out? Why don't we bet 1,000 gold taels? How about it? Can a dignified, direct descendant of an aristocratic family afford 1,000 gold taels bet? 1,000 gold taels? That's 6,000 copper coins, 6 million gold taels. Wang Ziqiao and the others looked at each other. Although they were direct descendants of aristocratic families, they really couldn't take out such a large sum of money. Their families were rich, but it didn't mean that they had money in their hands. But how could they be willing to back down? Not to mention, in Wang Ziqiao and the others' eyes, it was impossible for them to lose. 10 days was equivalent to 10 days. And to sell 10,000 copies, let alone 10 days, even if it was a year, they wouldn't believe it. After all, the Tang dynasty wasn't the modern era. All the bookstores in Chang and East City added together might not be able to sell 10,000 copies in a year. Although Li Wanyu's novel looked strange and wasn't a common book, so what? Wuxia man, don't talk nonsense. Do you dare to make a written pledge and set a bet? Wang Ziqiao and the others were sure that they would win. So naturally, they were fearless. Li Wanyu laughed. That's right, lest some people lose the bet and don't admit it. Owner's son, please bring us a pen and paper. This, Wuxia man, do you really want to bet with them? Why don't you just let it go? Why bother fighting based on personal feelings? Owner's son hesitated for a moment, but still tried to persuade him. He didn't want Li Wanyu to lose such a large sum of money just to stand up for him. Even Owner's son felt that Li Wanyu couldn't win. 10,000 books were sold in 10 days. This was too inconceivable. To sign such a bet, other than losing 1,000 taels of gold, there was no other possibility. Ma Zhou and Yin Libin were also shocked by Li Wanyu's words. Although they felt that Romance of the Three Kingdoms was a good historical novel, it was impossible to sell 10,000 copies in 10 days. Division Master, Ma Zhou wanted to persuade him, but Li Wanyu reached out and stopped him. Owner's son, I only have my own opinion. Just go and bring me a pen and ink. Seeing Li Wanyu's resolute attitude, Owner's son could only helplessly shake his head and bring over a pen and paper. Li Wanyu wrote down 2 bets on the paper and signed them. Okay, it's your turn. Sign. Li Wanyu put down the pen and raised an eyebrow as he looked at Wang Ziqiao and the others. Wang Ziqiao, Chui Daogu, and the other 3 were rather dumbfounded. They hadn't expected Li Wanyu to agree to such an absurd bet. Did he really have the confidence to sell 10,000 books in 10 days? How could this be possible? In the eyes of the Tang, the contents of this bet were no different from the modern era's demand to paint the Great Wall in 10 days. Sign. I don't believe that he can win. Wang Ziqiao coldly snorted as he wrote down his name on the bet. Chui Daogu and the other 2 glanced at each other and nodded, signing their bets. Li Wanyu chuckled as he picked up a bet, dried the ink, and put it away. That's good. With the contract in black and white, we'll see who's the winner in 10 days. Remember, prepare the gold. Otherwise, I'll ask the saints to collect the debt from your clan. Wang Ziqiao and the others only sneered. Huxin man, you should prepare the gold yourself. If you can't produce the gold in 10 days, be careful that we don't sue you at Taiji Palace. After saying this, they didn't stay any longer. After putting away the bet, they called out to their troops, and the crowd retreated like the tide. Huxi man, what should we do? Old me. It's all old me's fault for implicating Huxi man. Owner's son bowed to Li Wanyu in fear and trepidation. Li Wanyu waved his hand. It's fine. I have my ways. Chapter 270. When Li Wanyu made such a bet with Wang Ziqiao and the others, Owner's son was the one who was the most frightened. He was worried that Li Wanyu would blame him in the future if he lost the bet. He was also worried that if Li Wanyu won, those young masters would vent their anger on his bookstore. What should he do then? For the old man, today's matter was in a dilemma. But no matter what, Owner's son still hoped that Li Wanyu would win the bet. After all, Li Wanyu had only made such an unfair bet with the young master of an aristocratic family because he wanted to stand up for him. If Li Wanyu lost, Owner's son would definitely feel guilty. The merchants of the Tang dynasty were very honest. The word unscrupulous merchant had not yet appeared. In fact, the word unscrupulous merchant had evolved from the word unscrupulous merchant, and the original meaning was unscrupulous merchant. In ancient times, when merchants did business, other than filling the bucket full, they would also scoop more to make the rice in the bucket full. In other words, as long as they did business, they would always add something to the customer. However, because of the changes in people's hearts, later generations slowly became unscrupulous merchants. It was also a kind of moral regression. Old me, if there is anything old me can do, I will not refuse. Owner's son patted his chest and promised Li Wanyu. Li Wanyu nodded and smiled. There's indeed something that I need your help with. Old me, please tell me. Inform the bookstore to quickly start printing. There are only 1,000 books of the 3 kingdoms in this bookstore. If there are no books printed, even if all these books are sold out, I'll be the one to lose. Owner's son nodded and promised. Old me, rest assured. Old me will immediately return to Huxian and arrange for the bookstore to start printing. Old me guarantees that within 5 days, the remaining 10,000 books will all be printed. That's good. Thank you, Owner's son. Li Wanyu continued after thinking for a while. The second volume of the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms has already been copied. Tomorrow, I will have someone send it to the bookstore. Owner's son, please have someone start to engrave the plates. We will strive to have the second volume on the market in 7 days. We will still print 10,000 copies. Omi understands. Owner's son was now in the same boat as Li Wanyu. Naturally, he nodded his head and agreed. After leaving the bookstore, Yin Liben and Ma Zhou had a worried look on their faces. Division Commander, how can you agree to the wager of the Wang, Chui, and Lu families? It's really impossible to sell 10,000 books in 10 days. If we lose the bet, will the teacher really have to compensate them with 1,000 taels of gold? Li Wanyu didn't panic at all. He smiled at the 2 of them and said, What are you afraid of? There's no possibility of losing this bet. Do you think I'm as stupid as those Wangs? Take a closer look at this bet. Are they sure to lose? What? How is that possible? Ma Zhou and Yin Liben were stunned when they heard this. They hurriedly reached out to take the signed agreement and read it carefully a few times. After looking at the bet several times, the two were still confused. They didn't know what Li Wanyu meant. Division Commander, forgive us for being slow-witted, but why can't we see anything wrong with this bet? Li Wanyu chuckled and said, this bet only stipulates that the bookstore will sell 10,000 copies of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms in 10 days. Is that right? Ma Zhou and Yin Libin looked at each other and nodded. That's right. You still don't understand? You two should just die of stupidity. Let me ask you, if Cheng Chumo and the others go to the bookstore and buy all the books, does that count as completing the bet? Li Wanyu rolled his eyes at the two disciples. Ma Zhou and Yin Libin were instantly petrified. Their minds were filled with lightning and thunder, and they were stunned. Can it be like this? How can it be like this? Isn't this cheating? But it seems like it really can be done. Anyway, it's nothing more than selling all 10,000 copies of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms to Cheng Chumo and the others. Afterwards, they can hand them over to the bookstore to slowly sell. In this way, Wang Ziqiao and the other aristocratic family disciples would really have to suffer in silence. Anyway, in the bet, there was no stipulation on who to sell these 10,000 copies of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms to. Division Commander, this is a bit. Ma Zhou was thinking about what words to use to describe Li Wanyu's shameless idea, but for a long time, he couldn't find the right words. Li Wanyu stared at him. What? Are you going to let me lose to those disgraceful debauches? Of course not. This disciple naturally hopes that Division Commander will win, but what? Hurry up. I still have to rush back to Dingzhou Village. You and Libin can go to your own things. Don't follow me. Li Wanyu didn't pay attention to the two dumbfounded disciples. He called Niu Wu and rode back to Dingzhou Village. He was in a hurry to go back. Naturally, he wanted to find his beautiful boss to discuss how to make a marketing plan for the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Although Li Wanyu and Ma Zhou said that they wanted to trick Wang Ziqiao and the others, in fact, he didn't intend to bully these aristocratic family debauches. It was just a kind of insurance. Li Wanyu didn't want the famous book that he had painstakingly copied to be a pearl covered in dust in the Tang dynasty. That would be a waste of his painstaking efforts. He wanted to make a name for himself, but instead became a joke. That was not what he wanted to see. The Romance of the Three Kingdoms being neglected in the Tang dynasty was something that Li Wanyu didn't expect before, but he didn't lose heart. At least from the performance of Ma Zhou and Yin Libin, the Romance of the Three Kingdoms could still be accepted and liked by the scholars in the Tang dynasty. It was just that the Romance of the Three Kingdoms had not become famous yet, so no one knew about it. Therefore, just like Owner's son, who only put the book on the shelves and waited for people to slowly discover the treasure, was definitely not a good way to sell it. He needed to have a good discussion with his beautiful boss about how to make a marketing operation in the Tang dynasty. He needed to let the people of the Tang dynasty understand the great power of advertising and marketing. At the end of the 70s in Wuxia, the first TV advertisement appeared. A product called Ginseng Osmanthus Nourishing Wine was advertised several times on the TV stations in Shanghai. The result was that all the stores that sold this medicinal wine in Shanghai were sold out. The product was out of stock. When TV advertisements first appeared in the future, they had such an explosive effect. What kind of effect would advertising and marketing have in the Tang dynasty? Li Wanyu was very much looking forward to it. Li Wanyu didn't believe that with the ability of him and his beautiful boss, they wouldn't be able to make the Romance of the Three Kingdoms set off a storm in the Tang dynasty. If that happened, the two time travelers would be wasted. After returning to the Li family's old residence, Li Wanyu immediately found Su Changqing. He pulled her into the study, closed the door, and told her everything that had happened today. The two of them discussed in whispers for most of the day in the study. Finally, they decided on a series of advertising and marketing plans. Chapter 271. 5 days later, at the Vermilion Bird Gate in Chang, an imperial city. The Vermilion Bird Gate was the southern gate of the imperial city. It got its name because the vermilion bird of the four symbols represented the south. Outside the gate was the Vermilion Bird Avenue, the central axis of Chang'an. On the busy Vermilion Bird Avenue, carriages and horses shuttled back and forth. The 150-meter-wide Vermilion Bird Avenue had a 50-meter-wide imperial road in the middle. Commoners could cross it, but they were not allowed to walk on it. At 9 in the morning, the court session in the Taiji Palace had just ended. After the court session, the officials had to leave the Taiji Palace through the Sky Gate and head south out of the Vermilion Bird Gate. After that, all the officials returned home to sleep, while those who had to go to the yamen for the morning roll call went to work. Some of the officials who were familiar with each other were chatting as they walked. Suddenly, they heard the sound of horse hooves coming from the Vermilion Bird Avenue. In Chang, horses were not allowed to gallop unless there were special circumstances. The sound of horse hooves naturally attracted the attention of the officials. They all looked up to find the source of the sound. They saw a general wearing a three-pronged purple-gold crown and wearing a beast-shaped armor. He held a halberd and rode a red horse toward the Vermilion Bird Gate. What was going on? The first thought in the minds of all the officials was there going to be another Xuanwu Gate rebellion? 3 years ago, didn't Pai Lupi charge into the Taiji Palace through the Xuanwu Gate with soldiers and force the retired Emperor Li Yuan to abdicate? Was there going to be another Vermilion Bird Gate rebellion today? Outside the Vermilion Bird Gate, the officials who had just left the court were in an uproar. Some of the more timid ones even exclaimed. But soon, the officials realized that something was wrong. The Imperial Army guards outside Vermilion Bird Gate did not even bat an eye at the charging general. It was clear that these Imperial Army soldiers knew what had happened, and there was only one general charging toward the Vermilion Bird Gate. Of course, he was not here to start a rebellion. Otherwise, it would be too childish. That general galloped his horse to the Vermilion Bird Gate and pulled on the reins. He brandished his halberd and shouted, "I am Lu Bu, Lu Fengxian. Who dares to fight with me?" When the officials and generals of the Vermilion Bird sect saw who it was, some of them immediately burst into laughter. "Isn't this the legitimate son of Duke Xiao, Chai Lingwu? Why are you dressed like this?" He even said that he was Lu Bu, Lu Fengxian. Lu Fengxian was a general of the Three Kingdoms, right? That's right, the so-called Lu Bu among men, red hair among horses, is precisely Lu Bu. In the records of the Three Kingdoms, it was said that Lu Bu had the courage to fight a tiger and was unparalleled in battle. But what exactly is Chai Lingwu doing? "Duke Xiao, what is your young master doing?" An official familiar with Chai, Xiao couldn't help but make fun of him. In the crowd, Chai Xiao's eyes were twitching. If it weren't for the fact that they were in public, he would have dragged this bastard over to beat him up. Shameful, truly too shameful. Just as the crowd was laughing and enjoying the show, they saw a handsome horse charge out from not far away. On the horse was a dark-faced general with round eyes and a serpent spear in his hand. The horse shouted, "Slave of 3 surnames, don't run. Zhang Fei of Yin is here." The officials roared with laughter. If this wasn't Cheng Yaojin's legitimate son, Cheng Chumo, who else could it be? Cheng Yaojin, that old bastard, was also in the crowd. When he saw this scene, he wasn't angry at all. Instead, he laughed heartily. "Wahaha! This scoundrel, this brat, is actually playing the role of Zhang Fei of Yin. Why didn't he call me over for such an interesting thing? When we get back to the manor, I'll definitely take care of this unfilial son." Cheng Yaojin's words stunned the officials who were watching the show. Isn't your focus a bit off? You actually think this is interesting and want to personally participate. Unconsciously, the officials around Cheng Yaojin slowly moved a few steps away from him, afraid that this old bastard would infect them with his insanity. Cheng Chumo and Chai Lingwu, these two people, began to fight on the main street of Vermilion Bird Gate. It was very lively. This caused more and more people to gather around Vermilion Bird Gate. They applauded and cheered, making these two people even more excited. The two people fought for dozens of rounds. Then they saw a red-faced man, holding a green dragon crescent blade, rush over on his horse. "I am Guan Yu, Guan Yinchang." This time it was Yuqi Jingda, that old bastard, who began to cheer loudly. He shouted with his broken voice, "It's my family's child. Dog, you even painted your face red. Yuqi Baolin, if you can't beat them, don't go home." His words almost made Yuqi Baolin, who was disguised as Guan Yu, fall off her horse. She calmed herself down and pretended that she didn't hear anything. She raised her blade and attacked Chai Lingwu. The 3 horses fought for 30 rounds. Then they saw another horse rush out from the side. On the horse's back was a white-faced general, holding a double-edged sword. "I am Liu Bei, Liu Xuanda. Little Liu Bu, don't hurt my brother." Then he urged his horse forward. The 4 people fought on Vermilion Bird Gate. This time it was Fang Xuanling's turn to be stunned. The old man's temple suddenly throbbed. The one who called himself Liu Bei was his second son, Fang Jun, Fang Yai. Du Ruhui also poked him with his elbow. "Brother Xianling, your second son is also very brave." Fang Xianling was choked half to death by his words. He could only pretend that he didn't hear anything. He glared at his son, thinking about how to punish him when he returned home. Cheng Chumo, Yuchi Baolin, and Fang Ai surrounded Chai Lingwu and fought. Seeing this, the officials and the common people on Vermilion Bird Gate stared straight at them, cheering louder and louder. No one noticed that on top of Vermilion Bird Gate's Imperial City wall, Pai Lupi's figure quietly appeared, watching the 4 people fight with interest. "Zio, is this the 3 heroes fight Lu Bu in your book? It is very interesting." Li Wanyu was also beside Pai Lupi. Hearing Pai Lupi's question, he smiled and nodded. "Your Majesty, it is the 3 heroes fight Lu Bu." Pai Lupi asked again, a bit interesting. What about the chapter after that? Where did you write it? Has the 2nd volume been printed? The 2nd volume is being engraved and will be finished in 2 days. Once the book is printed, I will immediately send it to your Majesty for inspection. Pai Lupi nodded with satisfaction and continued to look below. Li Wanyu sighed. "Damn, such a big-shot reader. I can't afford to provoke him. If I provoke him, it won't be a problem of sending him razor blades." In order to advertise and market his Romance of the 3 Kingdoms, Li Wanyu went to the palace a few days ago and presented the 1st volume of his Romance of the 3 Kingdoms to Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi liked Romance of the 3 Kingdoms immediately. This historical novel about the 3 kingdoms was very much to his liking. Li Wanyu also took the opportunity to make a series of requests to Pai Lupi, including today's performance outside Vermilion Bird Gate. After receiving Pai Lupi's approval, it was carried out. Outside Vermilion Bird Gate, the performance was still going on. Chapter 272. Outside the gates of Vermilion Bird City, the 4 playboys fought for a long time before Lu Bu was defeated and retreated. The 4 of them left on their horses, and the crowd on Vermilion Bird Avenue cheered again. For the people of the Tang dynasty, it was worth it to be able to see such a scene. For the people of Chang'an City, the scene just now could make them talk for a long time. The civil and military officials were also discussing with each other, not understanding the meaning of the playboys' actions today. Although Pai Lupi knew that the playboys were imitating the plot of the 3 heroes battle Lu Bu in the book, he was still suspicious when he saw them leave on their horses. "Zio, is this your arrangement? Is it over just like this?" Li Wanyu laughed. "Your Majesty, keep watching, there's more to come." He had finally convinced Pai Lupi to allow him to hold a marketing event for Romance of the 3 Kingdoms in front of the civil and military officials, as well as the people of Chang'an City. How could it end so anticlimactically? The performance of the 4 playboys just now was just to warm up the atmosphere and attract the attention of the crowd. After the 4 playboys left on their horses, the crowd thought that there was no more drama to watch and started to talk loudly, discussing the meaning of the scene just now. Some of the scholars who were familiar with history immediately showed off their knowledge and explained who Lu Bu, Zhang Fei, Guan Yu, and Liu Bei were in the 3 kingdoms. Just as the crowd was about to disperse, a few singers in palace attire walked out from the crowd on both sides of Vermilion Bird Avenue with various instruments in their hands. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, they slowly walked to the center of Vermilion Bird Avenue and faced the gate of Vermilion Bird City. They plucked the instruments in their hands and played pleasant music. The crowd that was just about to disperse immediately stopped. The singers opened their mouths and sang in unison. In the Han Dynasty, the heavens are Huanling. The red sun is about to tilt to the west. The treacherous minister Dong Zhuo deposed the young emperor. Zhang Jide of Yin appeared, holding the snake spear, ate Zhonglong. Lu Bu struggled to walk, looking at his home mountain from afar, flattering his horse. The song that the singers were singing was the poem from this chapter of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Accompanied by the singing, under the astonished gazes of Pai Lupi and the officials, more and more dancers, singers, and musicians walked out from the crowd on both sides of Vermilion Bird Avenue and merged into the group of singers. The chanting grew louder and louder, and the number of people in the group increased as well. Along with the music and singing, the people on the Vermilion Bird Avenue started to dance. This scene left Pai Lupi and the civil and military officials dumbfounded. How could it be done like this? Weren't these people just watching from both sides of Vermilion Bird Avenue? Why did they suddenly walk to the Vermilion Bird Avenue one after another and start singing and dancing? Vermilion Bird Avenue, which was more than 100 meters wide, was now filled with hundreds of people. These singers, dancers, and musicians were all performing the same dance and reciting the same poem. After reciting the poem 3 times, the music suddenly stopped. The people performing on Vermilion Bird Avenue all shouted in unison, "The general trend of the world. Long united must divide. Long divided must unite." Drinking wine and discussing heroes, all in the romance of the Three Kingdoms. Huxing County's Li Zio's new masterpiece, the historical novel Romance of the Three Kingdoms, talks about the general trend of the world. Changdong and Shi City, all the major bookstores are selling it. After the advertising slogan was shouted, the civil and military officials in front of the Vermilion Bird Gate were almost petrified. The people watching from both sides of the avenue were also completely flabbergasted. Pai Lupi was even more speechless. He glared at Li Wangyu, who was secretly laughing to the side. "What kind of nonsense is this? Isn't your shouting a bit too straightforward? What do you take my Vermilion Bird Avenue for? Even the peddlers walking the streets wouldn't shout like this, right?" No matter what they thought, after the dancers, singers, and musicians on Vermilion Bird Avenue shouted the advertising slogan 3 times, they suddenly scattered in all directions. Very quickly, they merged into the crowd of onlookers and could no longer be found. Vermilion Bird Avenue once again became empty. Li Wangyu snickered in his heart. Have you seen the flash show of the future? Flash show refers to a lot of people in a specific place at a specific time, unexpectedly doing a series of specific songs, dances, or other actions at the same time, and then quickly leaving. After Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss discussed it, they moved the flash show to the Tang dynasty's Chang'an. They did this to advertise the book Romance of the Three Kingdoms. It could be said that they had put in a lot of effort. These people who were performing the flash show on Vermilion Bird Avenue were all found by Li Wangyu from Ping Kong Fong. A team of 100 people performed the flash show in less than the time it took to burn a stick of incense, but rehearsed it for a day. For this, Li Wangyu paid everyone the same amount of copper coins. If it wasn't for the fact that he had finally saved up some money, he wouldn't have dared to spend so much money. Li Wangyu originally planned to find an actor to cosplay the 3 heroes battle Lu Bu scene at the beginning. However, when the other playboys heard about this, they immediately snatched this job. In order to compete for these 4 roles, the playboys even broke out into a fierce war. After a bloody battle, Cheng Chumo, Chai Lingwu, Fong Yai, and Yuchi Baolin snatched the right to perform. Chai Lingwu originally didn't want to cosplay Lu Bu and wanted to exchange roles with Cheng Chumo, but Li Wangyu dissuaded him. "Zio, why don't you let me cosplay Zhang Fei?" Li Wangyu looked him up and down for a long time. He only said one sentence, which made Chai Lingwu give up on the idea. Cheng Chumo's face is black. The playboys who didn't get the role were very dissatisfied. Li Wangyu repeatedly assured them that there would be more opportunities for them in the future, which temporarily dispelled their resentment. In this regard, Li Wangyu could only shake his head. The Tang dynasty was seriously lacking in entertainment. Look at this group of playboys. They even wanted to snatch the opportunity to cosplay, which almost led to a bloodbath. TSK, how pitiful. Naturally, the rich playboys had also read the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Thus, Li Wangyu had another group of followers who would use force to threaten him. Faced with the threat of the playboys, Li Wanyu began to consider whether to put up a sign at the entrance of Dingzhou village. Playboys and dogs are not allowed to enter. However, considering that it would be unfair to the dogs, he reluctantly dismissed the idea. The cosplay performance in front of the Vermilion Bird Gate in the Imperial City, as well as a flash advertisement, immediately spread throughout Chang and city at the speed of light. At the same time, Li Wanyu's leaflet publicity began again. Leaflets full of slogans and introductions of the three kingdoms were once again scattered all over Chang and city by four-wheeled carriages. Fortunately, there were no urban management officers in the Tang dynasty. Otherwise, this kind of littering would definitely be punished until Li Wanyu went bankrupt. In any case, Li Wanyu's romance of the three kingdoms suddenly broke into the sight of the people of the Tang dynasty. Chapter 273. The flyers that Li Wanyu had people throw around in Chang and were picked up by the scholars. When they saw the content, their expressions changed drastically, and they carefully hid the flyers away like thieves. If there were transmigrators in the future who saw the titles of these flyers, they would definitely curse Li Wanyu for being shameless. The titles on these flyers were truly the essence of the news shock department. Shocking. 3 men did this in the Peach Garden. Yes, this was the oath of the 3 in the Peach Garden. Shocking. Men will be silent when they see it. Women will cry when they see it. Shocking. A woman actually dares to do such a thing in broad daylight. This was the story of Jiao Chan's honey trap at the Fengyi Pavilion. Shocking. This kind of shocking headline was what people in the future hated the most. In short, the headline was hateful, but it was enough to attract attention. Li Wanyu shamelessly copied this trick and openly printed it on the flyers. In this regard, the beautiful boss could only roll her eyes to express her admiration for Li Wanyu's shamelessness. Even in the future, netizens who had experienced the baptism of countless headlines were still attracted by these shocking headlines time and time again. They clicked on them and were fooled, not to mention the people of the Tang dynasty who had not experienced the baptism of headline baiting. In short, these flyers had the effect they were supposed to have. In Chang'an, all literate scholars had a strong interest in romance of the three kingdoms after receiving the flyers. As for whether they could find the content they wanted to read in the book, that was none of Li Wanyu's business. The effect of the flash advertising outside the Vermilion Bird Gate was naturally explosive. In addition to the shocking publicity effect of the flyers, the various bookstores in Chang and welcomed a large number of customers who wanted to buy the book. After the Eastern and Western markets opened at noon, countless curious scholars poured into the markets and went straight to the bookstores. Even the civil and military officials outside the Vermilion Bird Gate asked their servants to go to the bookstores and buy Romance of the Three Kingdoms for them. The book written by the Crown Prince's imperial tutor, Pai Lupi's favorite, and the new Baron of Hu County naturally had to be praised. Regardless of whether the book was good or not, everyone was curious about it. To be able to cause such a huge commotion outside the Vermilion Bird Gate, he had to read this book no matter what. Owner's son didn't go back on his word. His bookstore in Hu County worked for several days and finally printed all 10,000 copies of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. However, with such a large number of books, it was obviously not possible to rely on his bookstore to sell them. Therefore, with Li Wanyu's approval, Owner's son contacted dozens of bookstores in the eastern and western parts of Chang and city and asked them to sell the books on his behalf. Each copy of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms was priced at 500 copper coins, and those bookstores could earn 100 copper coins for selling them. Naturally, no one would refuse such a good deal. Without much effort, all the bookstores in Chang and city had been placed in the Three Kingdoms. What the owners of the bookstores had not imagined was that a huge, colorful poster was sent together with the bookstores. The life-size portrait was unprecedentedly realistic and shocking. In the portrait was a lovely and moving beauty. Beside her was a powerful general holding a halberd. This beauty was so realistic that it was as if a real person was sealed in the painting. Her figure was beautiful, her ears were thin, and her smile was captivating. What was even more unbearable was that the beauty in the painting had a voluptuous body and a slender waist. It instantly made the bookstore owners feel a little impulsive. On the huge portrait were the words, "Romance of the Three Kingdoms," which spoiled the mood. The bookstore owners were so distressed that they beat their chests and stamped their feet. How could such a great painting be wasted like this? At the top of the poster were the words, "Honey Trap," and below the characters were the names of Diaochan and Lubu. These colorful posters were all hand-drawn by Li Wangyu and Yin Libin in a few days. The two of them had drawn a total of 10 posters, and they were also very tired. Li Wangyu was very resentful about this. This damned Tang dynasty. Why didn't they invent a color printer? The scholars and servants who went to the bookstore to buy books were all shocked by the colorful posters hanging in front of the bookstore. Such a soul-stirring portrait of a beauty made the men who had not been destroyed by the various movies of the later generations feel that it was somewhat difficult to control themselves. The woman named Diaochan in the painting, that figure, that curve. For the scholars of the Tang dynasty, such a realistic, colorful beauty was simply a visual bomb. In front of every bookstore with a colorful poster hanging in front of it, there were 3 layers of people inside and 3 layers of people outside. Even those who were illiterate were staring at the colorful poster nonstop. They were even reluctant to blink their eyes. The owners of the bookstores hurriedly sent out their employees to guard the colorful poster to prevent it from being snatched away by others. Many libertines even squeezed to the front and almost stuck their eyes on the poster. They were quickly stopped by the shop assistants. "Hey, what are you doing? You can't afford to pay for this painting if it's dirty. If you want to look, stay away. Don't get so close. No matter how close you get, you won't see anything. What are you smelling? Are you a dog? You can smell something from the painting. Take your dirty hands away. If you reach out again, I'll call the patrolling Wuho." No matter how loudly the shop assistants reprimanded them, the libertines were not angry. They only stared at the colorful poster nonstop with an extremely vulgar expression. If Li Wangyu was here, he would have noticed that the expressions on these people's faces when they were looking at the colorful posters were exactly the same as the expressions on the faces of his roommates when they were watching Japanese romantic action movies behind closed doors. As for the scholars, they were still considered reserved. After staring at the poster for a while, they silently said, "See no evil," in their hearts. Then, they squeezed into the bookstores and asked to buy the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, written by Xianxia. The thick Romance of the Three Kingdoms was actually sold for only 500 coins. Such a cheap price surprised many of the scholars. Some impatient ones, after paying the money, began to flip through the book in the bookstore. The opening poem, "Riverside Immortal," attracted the praise of the scholars. Xianxia, Li Wangyu was still so talented. This poem described the rise and fall of history and the vicissitudes of life. As they continued to read, these scholars were fascinated. The Three Kingdoms era at the end of the Eastern Han was like a vast historical scroll that slowly unfolded in the book. After flipping through a few pages, all the scholars only had one thought in their hearts. This Romance of the Three Kingdoms was a peerless book. Chapter 274. The Romance of the Three Kingdoms was one of the 4 classics of Wuxia. Naturally, it was extraordinary. What was even rarer was that it happened to suit the tastes of the current Tang dynasty's officials and scholars. This book described the general trend of from chaos to governance at the end of the Han dynasty. It had a lot in common with the chaos at the end of the Sui dynasty and the replacement of the Sui dynasty by the Tang dynasty. After the chaos at the end of the Sui dynasty, the people's thoughts were settled. The Romance of the Three Kingdoms also met the psychological needs of the scholars of the Tang dynasty. In the words of later generations, the immersion was extremely strong. Those scholars who read the Three Kingdoms in the bookstore could not help but be surprised to find that this novel was bright and smooth. It was both elegant and popular. Moreover, there was a deep meaning in the words. As the saying goes, understanding the world is knowledge, and practicing human relationships is literature. Every paragraph in the book was full of wisdom and the essence of Huaxia's traditional culture. Good book. A rare good book. This was the unanimous thought in the minds of all the scholars who read the Three Kingdoms. Such a good book should be poured into a cup of good wine and read carefully while drinking. That was a kind of enjoyment. Or perhaps he could boil a pot of fragrant tea and have a beautiful woman to accompany him. Then he could savor this wonderful book. As the saying goes, the earth stove, the tea cauldron, and the fire is alive. Where can the joy of reading be found? Several plum blossoms, the heart of the world. In short, the scholars who read the Three Kingdoms all opened their wallets and bought the book. Even if there were scholars who were poor and did not have enough money, they still shamelessly borrowed copper coins from their companions and bought a book. In the two cities of Chang, and more than a dozen bookstores were like this, it was unprecedentedly popular. The scene of selling books even scared the owners of the bookstores. No one had ever seen books sold like this. Those scholars gave away a lot of copper coins just to get a copy of the Three Kingdoms. The Three Kingdoms, plagiarized by Li Wanyu, was completely popular. Seeing that the stock in each bookstore was decreasing, the owners of the bookstores hurriedly called their shop assistants and asked them to quickly go to Sunji Bookstore in the East City to replenish the stock. Due to the fact that Romance of the Three Kingdoms was a story, most of the bookstore owners didn't ask for too many books when owner's son sent them over. They thought that the books would take up too much space. The books in these bookstores range from 100 to a few dozen books. Now, with so many scholars rushing in to buy the books, many bookstores were sold out. The owners of these bookstores were already starting to regret not leaving behind more copper coins when owner's son came to sell his goods. After all, these were all copper coins. If he sold one book, he would earn 100 copper coins. If he sold 10 books, he would earn 1 copper coin. Looking at the customers who squeezed into the bookstore with strings of copper coins in their hands, the owners of the bookstore sighed in their hearts. This money was too easy to earn. Owner's son, I'm an employee from the Ma family bookstore in Shi City. Our bookstore would like to make up for 500 copies of the Three Kingdoms. Owner, I'm from Liuji Bookstore in East City. Please send another 600 books of the Three Kingdoms to our bookstore. Owner's son, all the books in our bookstore have been sold out. Please give us the books first. Our bookstore is full of customers waiting to buy books. It's the same for our bookstore. All the books are sold out. Owner's son, please send the books to our bookstore first. Similarly, Son's bookstore was packed with scholars who wanted to buy books. When owner's son heard the words of these employees, he was so happy that his beard trembled. He hurriedly agreed and began to arrange for his employees to deliver the books. Li Wanyu, on the other hand, had already anticipated this situation. He had arranged for several four-wheeled carriages to wait near Son's bookstore and informed owner's son that these carriages could help him deliver books to various bookstores. Originally, owner's son didn't think much of it and thought that Li Wanyu was too optimistic. He had sent more than 1,000 books of the Three Kingdoms to the bookstores in Chang and City. Could it be that they were all sold out? It was impossible to sell 1,000 books in a day. However, owner's son naturally couldn't say much about Li Wanyu's arrangement. He just smiled and thanked him and didn't think much of it. Now, owner's son realized that he had underestimated the influence of the Three Kingdoms. He was also full of admiration for Li Wanyu's foresight. He hurriedly called for the four-wheeled carriages to come over and ordered the employees to start moving the books out of the warehouse. Stacks of books that emitted the fragrance of ink were moved onto the carriages. Under the guidance of the employees of the bookstore, they were sent to the bookstores in Chang and City. More and more people rushed to buy the books of the Three Kingdoms. Many of them were just passing by the bookstores. They were either attracted by the colorful posters or the flood of people rushing into the bookstores to buy the books. Out of curiosity, they unconsciously squeezed into the bookstores to see what kind of book it was that so many people were rushing to buy it. After flipping through a few pages, these people who didn't know about the Three Kingdoms also opened their wallets and bought a book, preparing to go back and study it carefully. The books were selling faster and faster. In just half a day, the evening drum sounded in Chang and City. The customers in the market had no choice but to leave. The bookstores also sent in the sales statistics for the day. Owner's son almost had a heart attack when he saw the numbers on top of it. More than 4,700 books sold. It had only been half a day for the Tang dynasty. Such a terrifying sales volume was comparable to a stormy sea. It set off a huge wave in Chang and City. Owner's son suddenly felt like laughing. Those young masters from aristocratic families actually wanted to bet with the men from Hu County. Wasn't it obvious that they were prepared to give away money? There were still 5 days before the bet, and nearly half of the 10,000 books in the bet had been sold today. What was the point of this bet? He had forgotten that back then. He had also thought that Li Wanyu would be the loser of the bet. Owner's son was amused for a long time. Then he immediately called his shop assistant and rode out of Chang and city, ignoring his old body. He was going to tell Li Wanyu the good news and inform the craftsman in the Hu County bookstore to continue printing the Three Kingdoms. According to today's trend, 10,000 books of the Three Kingdoms would not be enough. Not to mention how happy Owner's son was. Wang Ziqiao and the others naturally received the news that Li Wanyu had made such a big scene in Chang'an City. His troops and servants went to the bookstores in the east and west to inquire about the news. When they came back, they described the scene of the rush to buy the books. Wang Ziqiao, Cui Daogu, and the other two could not help but feel their hearts skip a beat. If Li Wangyu's book continued to sell like this, there was a chance that they would lose that ridiculous bet. The four people who received the news looked at each other. If they really lost 1,000 taels of gold, each of them would have to pay more than 200 taels of gold. Although 1,000 taels of gold was just a small amount for aristocratic families like the Wang clan of Taiyuan, it was not a small amount for the four of them. It would even make them feel the pinch. Even as the legitimate sons of aristocratic families, they could only get a fixed amount of money from their families every month. They could get 200 to 300 strings of copper from their families every month. This was enough for them to indulge in wine and women every day, lingering in the various brothels of Peace Square. One had to know that a first-rank big shot in the imperial court only had a monthly salary of 600 to 800 strings of copper. From this, one could see how extravagant aristocratic families were. It was no wonder that old Du would write such an indignant poem. Meat stinks at the Vermilion Gates, bones frozen to death on the road. Wang Ziqiao and the others did not have much savings. Usually, they would spend all the copper they had every month. If they really lost the bet with Li Wanyu, they might not be able to pay the money. Everyone, we can't just sit and wait for death. We can't let that little bastard Li be so arrogant. Inside the Peace Square, Wang Ziqiao hugged a prostitute and said fiercely. Chapter 275. Wang Ziqiao and the others naturally did not want to lose 1,000 gold taels to Li Wanyu for nothing. They originally thought that the bet with Li Wanyu was purely because Li Wanyu was out of his mind and wanted to give them money. Especially a few days ago, in Sunji Bookstore, the book Romance of the Three Kingdoms sold lukewarm. The bookstore sold less than 10 books of the Three Kingdoms every day, which made Wang Ziqiao and the others laugh even more, ridiculing Li Wanyu for being kicked in the head by a donkey. But now, Li Wanyu did such a thing, which was out of their expectations, making them panic. What do you think we should do? I asked the servants to ask around. That stupid book sold a few thousand copies today. Cui Daoga asked. Cui Hong straightened his neck. What can we do? Can you force others not to go to the bookstore to buy books? If you ask me, so be it if we lose. Can Li Wanyu come to us to collect the debt? I won't give it to him. Lu Xiang said, bullshit. This is a written bet. Can you go back on it? If he really takes the bet to the residents to collect the debt, what will you do? If he dares to come, I will let the troops beat him out. Then what if he goes to the Taiji Palace to find the saint? If they really lost the bet, there was no need to consider reneging on the debt. This time, the bet was written on paper. It was different from the previous verbal agreement. In black and white, both sides signed the bet. If they refused to give it up, Li Wanyu would really dare to go to the Taiji Palace and ask Pai Lupi to collect the debt for him. Li Wanyu was now the founding county man. In terms of status, he was the same as these few silk pants elders. How could the few of them, who relied on their family's power, refuse to pay the bet? It's neither right nor left. Then what do you think we should do? Are we really waiting to lose the bet and obediently hand over the gold with both hands? Cui Hong was also angry. His words left Wang Ziqiao and the other two speechless for a while, not knowing what to do. Wang Ziqiao suddenly drove away all the prostitutes and singers around him. He lowered his voice and said to the three of them, I have an idea, but I don't know if you dare to do it. What idea? Let's hear it. Come closer, My teachings are not to be passed on to 6 ears. Chui Daogu and the other two hurriedly came over. After hearing Prince Qiao's words, the three of them were speechless. Brother Ziqiao, this method is extremely risky. What if? Chui Daogu was a bit hesitant. 200 taels of gold was actually not much. Taking a risk for this bit of gold was not worth it. Lu Xiang also shook his head. That's right. At most, you'll lose 200 taels of gold. It's not worth it, right? However, Chui Hong supported Wang Ziqiao's idea. I think it's fine. If we really lose, it's not just a trivial matter of 1,000 taels of gold. What we lose is the face of our family. When he said this, it made Chui Daogu and Lu Xiang hesitate. Just as Chui Hong said, losing a bit of gold was nothing. But to lose the face of the family, that was not okay. Wang Ziqiao advised again. Let's each send a capable troop to do this. After the matter is done, give them a sum of money and send them back to Taiyuan, bowling, and other places. How much trouble can they cause? Chui Daogu and Lu Xiang silently looked at each other and nodded in agreement. It was night, Chang, and City East Market. Suddenly, an ear-piercing copper whistle sounded. In the city square, a raging fire erupted. The intensity of the fire was so great that it lit up the night sky of Chang and City. The flames soared several zhang high, and the momentum was terrifying. East Market Wuho Shop's Colonel Xianxia led his Wuho subordinates and desperately squeezed water bags in an attempt to extinguish the fire. But not only was the fire not extinguished, it was instead becoming more and more intense. Colonel, someone must have set the fire and used kerosene to ignite the fire. Otherwise, why would the water bags not be able to extinguish the fire? The Wuho subordinates who were trying their best to extinguish the fire loudly shouted to Xianxia. On this point, Xianxia had already seen through it. The fire came so suddenly, and the water could not extinguish it. Other than someone maliciously setting the fire, there was no other explanation. His face was already covered in black soot. After being soaked in sweat, his face was covered in black marks. But Xianxia did not care about this. He could only continue to urge his subordinates to extinguish the fire. At the same time, he ordered the Wuho subordinates to push down the shops on both sides of the fire to create an isolation zone to prevent the fire from spreading. Mother Asterisk Kerr, it's really strange. Which shop is on fire? What kind of business is it doing? Colonel, this is a family bookstore, Sun Ji bookstore. When Xianxia heard that it was a bookstore, he did not care too much. But during the day, he also knew that many scholars came to the bookstore to buy books. It seemed that they were all trying to buy a novel written by a county man. He did not know if the bookstore being set on fire tonight was related to this matter. But after all, Xianxia was only a colonel of the Wuho shop. He was not responsible for the arrest case. So this thought only circled around in his mind, and he did not delve into it. He only focused on directing the Wuho subordinates to extinguish the fire. As the most important market under the jurisdiction of Wanyan County, the news of the fire in the East Market was immediately reported to Wanyan County Magistrate Lu Deheng. Lu Deheng, who was woken up, broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly broke out from the arms of the concubines on the bed. He hastily put on his clothes and led a group of yamen runners to the East Market. By the time he arrived at the East Market, the sudden fire had almost been extinguished. Sun Ji bookstore and the shops next to it were all burned to the ground. The embers were not extinguished, and from time to time, dark red sparks would appear in the night. Colonel Qin, why did it suddenly catch fire? Lu Deheng wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked Xianxia. Including the Tang dynasty, the dynasties of Wuxia all attached great importance to firefighting. Although the Tang dynasty would not punish officials for a fire, it still had a big impact. So when he heard the fire alarm, Lu Deheng could not sleep well for the past 10,000 years. Lu Ming House, according to this official speculation, it should be arson. We have to wait until the fire is completely extinguished before we go in to investigate. Hearing that it might be arson, Lu Deheng could not help but gasp again. Arson was a serious crime. According to the Tang dynasty's law, arson was sentenced to death by hanging. If the fire killed people, it would be considered as death by reason. Moreover, arson was one of the 10 evils. It was an unforgivable crime. If it was really an arson case, he would have a headache as the Wanyan County Magistrate. He would have to urge the Yamen runners to investigate the case. Just thinking about it was troublesome. If it could not be solved, he would have to report the case to the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court. That would be even more troublesome. Lu Dehang sighed and could only secretly pray that Xianxia's judgment was wrong. But when the fire was completely extinguished, the Marquis of the Marquis shop and the Yamen runners entered the fire to investigate. Then bad news came. Not only was it confirmed that the fire was arson, but the charred remains of a human were also found in the fire. Chapter 276. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, the Yamen did not have a coroner who specialized in autopsies. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, a coroner was someone who worked in the funeral industry. Due to the fact that examining a corpse was a menial and arduous task, the government would usually send a coroner who was in charge of funeral work to examine the corpse. It was not until the Song dynasty that coroner became official servants in the Yamen. They were equivalent to the forensic doctors of later generations. After the coroner who was summoned by the Wanyan County Yamen examined the corpse found in the fire, he concluded that the corpse was burnt by a weapon. Hearing this report, Lu Dehang felt a toothache. Now, not only was there an arson case, there was also a murder case. This was a huge case. After dawn, the Yamen runners of Wanyan County found owner's son in Hu County and brought him to the Wanyan County Yamen for questioning. Owner's son almost fainted when he learned that his bookstore had been burned to ruins last night and that someone had died. After owner's son identified the remaining belongings and clothes on the charred corpse, he confirmed that it was the shop assistant who had been keeping watch in the bookstore last night. His own shop assistant had died an unnatural death, and his bookstore had been set on fire. The old man wept and kowtowed to Lu Dehang, begging Lu Mingfu to help him get justice. He had to catch the culprit who had committed murder and arson. Lu Dehang naturally had a headache about this. After asking owner's son in detail whether he had any grudges with anyone recently and whether he had any enemies, Lu Dehang sent the old man out. Putting aside how Lu Dehang urged the Yamen runners to handle the case, owner's son walked out of the Wanyan County Yamen in a daze and was numbly brought to the Eastern Market by his shop assistant. Looking at the bookstore that had been burned to the ground, the old man could not help but shed tears. This bookstore was not worth much and could be rebuilt with just a few dozen strings of coins. However, there were a large number of books in the bookstore, especially those handwritten copies and famous paintings. They were all priceless treasures. With a rough estimate, the value of the burned books, paintings, paper, ink, brushes, and inkstones was no less than 500 strings of coins. Now that all of them had been burned down, owner's son even had the thought of committing suicide. When the shopkeepers of the surrounding shops saw owner's son suffer such a disaster, they all shook their heads and sighed. They all comforted the old man. Owner's son, my condolences. Sigh, this is truly a sin. How dare a murderer commit murder and arson in Chong, and in broad daylight? Damn it. Owner's son, if there's anything you need, just tell this old man. This old man will help you get through this difficult time. Owner's son is such a nice person. He has never argued with anyone and is always honest in his business dealings. How could someone be so cruel? The group of merchants all spoke up to console the old man, causing owner's son to feel slightly comforted. He cupped his hands in thanks to everyone and began to make arrangement for the aftermath. He ordered people to clean up the ruins of the bookstore and take stock of the losses. He also arranged for someone to report the news to the shop assistant who was killed. He also had someone send copper coins to express his condolences. After busying himself for half a day, owner's son suddenly recalled something and his face warped in shock. He had no time to care about anything else. He pulled over a shop assistant and hurriedly gave him a few instructions. Then, he hurriedly mounted his horse and ran out of Chong and City. Owner's son suddenly remembered that there were still thousands of copies of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms in the bookstore. He had to go to Dingzhou village to inform Li Wanyu about this matter. As he galloped on horseback, a thought flashed through owner's son's mind. Could this sudden fire have something to do with those aristocratic families? After thinking carefully, the old man could not help but break out in a cold sweat. He had no quarrel with anyone. Apart from those books and paintings, there was nothing valuable in the bookstore. If it was for money, there were many shops in the Eastern market that dealt in gold and jewelry. There were plenty of valuable things. How could a thief commit murder and arson just to steal books? Owner's son did not think that there were any enemies that would be so fierce, except for some minor conflicts with the legitimate sons of the aristocratic families, such as the Wang clan of Taiyuan and the Chui clan of Bowling. Thinking deeper, Owner's son felt even more frightened and his heart raced. He thought of the bet that Li Wanyu had made with those young masters of the aristocratic families. He had promised to sell 10,000 copies of the Three Kingdoms in 10 days. But now, all the books in his bookstore had been burned to ashes. Owner's son did not dare to continue thinking about it. This was not something that a merchant like him could participate in. The old man whipped the horse twice more and sped up towards Dingzhou village. Li Wanyu had just woken up and received such bad news. He could not help but be shocked. He exchanged glances with his beautiful superior and could tell what the other was thinking from their eyes. If this matter had nothing to do with the aristocratic families, Li Wanyu dared to wring his head off and give it to the aristocratic families to kick as a ball. Yesterday, he had just created a sensation in Chang and city and made the romance of the Three Kingdoms sell like hotcakes. But in the middle of the night, someone had sneaked into his son's bookstore to commit murder and arson. This was definitely not a coincidence. With the books burned, it was naturally impossible to sell 10,000 copies of the romance of the Three Kingdoms. A few days later, he would be considered to have lost the bet and would have to pay Wang Ziqiao and the others 1,000 taels of gold. Li Wanyu did not expect that Wang Ziqiao and the others would be so crazy. For a bet of 1,000 taels of gold, they dared to commit murder and arson. This was truly outrageous. Li Wanyu naturally did not know that these aristocratic families dared to do anything for their own reputation. If he had not been conferred the title of meritorious noble by Pai Lupi, the aristocratic families would have already made a move on him. Whether it was the Zheng clan of Xinjiang or the Wang clan of Taiyuan, they had been unhappy with him for a long time. Now, it was only because they were afraid of Pai Lupi that these aristocratic families did not dare to openly deal with Li Wanyu. Li Wanyu's face was gloomy as he asked, "Owner's son, can your bookstore in Hu County print more books urgently?" Of course. Old me thought yesterday that 10,000 copies might not be enough to sell, so I've already informed the bookstore to start printing more. I estimate that in another 2 or 3 days, we should be able to rush out 5,000 copies. That's good. Owner's son, then I'll have to trouble you to arrange for the printing as soon as possible. As for the murder and arson case, I will give you an explanation, Li Wanyu said in a low voice. Owner's son nodded repeatedly. Old me understands. Once the books are printed, Old me will immediately have people send them to the bookstore in Chang and city to sell. Don't worry, there's still 4 days left. We will definitely sell 10,000 copies. Li Wanyu did not say anything else after arranging things. He let the old butler, Li Heng, send Owner's son out of the door. The murder and arson case in the East Market gave Li Wanyu a great shock. At this moment, he realized that this was not a legal society of the future, but the Tang dynasty of 1,300 years ago. If one did not have enough power to protect himself and his family, he would probably be eaten up until not even his bones were left. Just a few legitimate sons of the aristocratic families dared to commit murder and arson in Chang and city. In this world, was there anything that they did not dare to do? Those who steal will be punished, and those who steal the country will become feudal lords. Only the feudal lords will be benevolent and righteous. The so-called benevolence and righteousness of these aristocratic families was indeed hypocritical. After a brief discussion with Su Changqing, Li Wanyu called for Niuwu. The two of them rode on horses and rushed to Chang and city. Chapter 277. Li Wanyu naturally went to Chang and to complain. Although he had the title of a county baron, he had no power or influence. Other than complaining to Pai Lupi, he had no other choice. Li Wanyu was just a white-collar worker who graduated from a second-tier university in the future. He did not know how to solve cases, nor was he as intelligent as Zhuge Liang. If he was bullied, complaining to his parents was his only choice. Fortunately, his current parent, was also powerful enough. No matter what, Lier was still his uncle who hadn't gone beyond 5 generations. Li Wanyu naturally would not be pretentious. He wanted to take responsibility for everything. When it was time to cry, he would not be stingy. In the legislative hall of Taiji Palace, Pai Lupi summoned Li Wanyu, as usual. Zio, why did you come to the palace again today? Is something the matter? Pai Lupi asked with a smile. Li Wanyu would not come to Chang, and if he had nothing to do, let alone to Taiji Palace. Pai Lupi was very clear about this. His nephew was good at everything, except that he was too tired. If he had nothing to do, he would definitely hide in Dingzhou village and live a carefree life. Yesterday, Li Wanyu had just entered Taiji Palace and created such a good show. Pai Lupi was very satisfied, but he did not know why he had come to the palace today. Li Wanyu's face was full of misery. Uncle, I came to the palace today to ask you to save my life. What happened? Pai Lupi asked, puzzled. Li Wanyu took out the contract he had signed with Wang Ziqiao and the others, and handed it to Pai Lupi with both hands. Uncle, a few days ago, I had some conflicts with the legitimate sons of Taiji Wang clan, Bowling Chui clan, and a few other aristocratic families. Feeling indignant, I made a bet with them. I bet that I could sell 10,000 copies of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms within 10 days. Pai Lupi looked at the bet and motioned for Li Wanyu to continue. Yesterday, after my promotion, the bookstores in Chang and sold more than 4,000 books of the Three Kingdoms. This little nephew was about to win the bet, but who would have thought that last night, the bookstore that helped this little nephew sell books was set on fire, and all the books turned to ashes. When Pai Lupi heard this, his expression slowly turned grim. Li Wanyu sighed and continued. If it was only the books that were burned, it would be fine. But the key point is that even the clerk who was on night duty in the bookstore was killed. This is really... At this moment, Li Wanyu's acting skills were off the charts. He was just short of wiping his eyes with an onion. Uncle, I don't expect to win any bets. I just hope that Uncle can help me talk to this aristocratic family and cancel the bet. Sai, with my small arms and legs, I really don't dare to get involved with such a vicious person. His words were very pitiful, but Pai Lupi understood the meaning of his words very clearly. He was insisting that the aristocratic family had committed murder and arson in order to win the bet. Pai Lupi glared at him with a gloomy face. He waved his hand to summon an attendant. Have the 100 Horsemen Department investigate what exactly happened in the East Market. Not long after, the attendant in charge of palace affairs from the 100 Horsemen Department entered the legislative hall and reported to Pai Lupi. Reporting to everyone, the 100 Horsemen Department has already investigated. Last night, at 1 o'clock in the East Market, Sun Ji bookstore caught fire. The clerk who died was also stabbed to death with a blade and then abandoned in the fire. Pai Lupi coldly asked, Did you find out who did it? We're still investigating. But after the 100 Horsemen Department examined the corpse, they confirmed that the method of murder was the method of an old soldier in the army. The clerk who was killed should have been in his sleep. His mouth and nose were covered, and then a blade was used to stab his heart. The blade was inserted between the bones, and he died on the spot. The method was very skillful. This is definitely not something that a thief can do. After the curfew last night, did the patrolling Wuho ask about it? Did you find anything strange? Pai Lupi asked again. In Chang'an City, there was a curfew after nightfall. The streets, which were more than 100 meters wide, were like natural barriers that separated the various markets. And on the streets, they were patrolling Wuho at any time, wanting to quietly climb over the high walls of the market, then pass through the 100-meter wide streets, and climb up the wall to enter the East Market was not an easy task. No, the patrolling Wuho have already interrogated, but did not find anything. But the 100 Horsemen Department can confirm that there are 4 murderers. After carefully inspecting the walls of the East Market, the 100 Horsemen Department found the footprints of 4 people on the wall near the Peace Square. And the same footprints were also found on the other side of the Peace Square. To be able to avoid the Wuho and quietly climb over 2 walls, it's not easy. Reporting to everyone, the 100 Horsemen Department also deduced that the murderers must be fierce soldiers from the White Army, or else they would not have succeeded so easily. Pai Lupi heard this and could not help but look at the bed in his hand again. The murderers went from the Peace Square to the East Market. Last night, Taiyuan Wang clan, Bowling Shui clan, these aristocratic families. Did anyone stay at the Peace Square to drink? Taiyuan Wang clans Wang Ziqiao, Qinghe Chui clans Chui Daogu, Bowling Shui clans Chui Hong, Fanyang Lu clans Lu Xiang. These 4 people stayed at the Peace Square last night. Pai Lupi sneered. Humph, for murderers committed murder, and the 4 of them were drinking at the Peace Square. Haha, what a coincidence. Order the 100 Horsemen Department to continue investigating, especially the troops around these 4 people, find out what their identities are. Yes, the eunuch of the 100 Horsemen Department responded and immediately left to arrange the investigation. Li Wanyu also heard the conversation between the 2 clearly. After the eunuch left, he immediately looked at Pai Lupi with a pitiful expression. Uncle, you have to give your nephew justice. Pai Lupi glared at him. All right, stop acting. I will give you an explanation for this matter. 5 surnames and 7 looks. As expected, arrogant and despotic. Hearing Pai Lupi say this, Li Wanyu naturally stopped acting. He came to complain, and now that he had achieved his goal, he naturally did not want to continue acting. Li Wanyu said with a mischievous smile, Uncle, I made a bet with them. If they want to renege on the debt, you have to help me collect the debt. Stinking brat, Scram. You want me to help you collect the debt? Only you can think of something like that. Pai Lupi laughed and scolded. How about I give you half? Pai Lupi was so angry that he almost kicked him. The more he spoke, the more shameless he became. Your books have all been burned. How are you going to win this bet? I've already asked the bookstore to hurry up with the printing. Today, we will continue to send books to the bookstore. It won't delay matters. Pai Lupi nodded. Ziyu, the engraving printing that you came up with is really good. It can be considered beneficial for the country. With this engraving printing, books can be printed on a large scale, and it will not be so easy for those aristocratic families to monopolize knowledge. Haha, this is another merit you have made. I will remember it for you. Li Wanyu had already reported the engraving printing matter to Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi immediately saw the effect of breaking the aristocratic family's monopoly on knowledge. So he had already asked Li Wanyu to hand over the engraving printing technology to the works supervisor. Now, the works supervisor had already begun to copy the books stored in the palace, and was preparing to print them on a large scale and distribute them to the world. While Li Wanyu was complaining in Taiji Palace, Taiyuan Wang clan was not having a peaceful time. Chapter 278. Chang'an City, Fuxing Square, Wang Mansion. Taiyuan Wang clan's head Wang Rinyu slapped Wang Ziqiao's face, leaving a red mark on his face. Bastard, who allowed you to be so daring? Wang Ziqiao covered his face with his hands, looking at his father in disbelief. What did I do? Didn't I just let my subordinates burn down a bookstore? Don't tell me I have to watch that bastard Li Wanyu humiliate me? Wang Rinyu said angrily. Just burn down a bookstore? You even killed a waiter in the shop with your troop. Just a lowly commoner, what's the big deal? Wang Ziqiao did not care at all. Burning down the Sun bookstore in the East Market, destroying Li Wanyu's books, and winning the bet was his idea. Chui Daogu and Lu Xiang, under his and Shui Hong's encouragement, and after drinking a lot of wine, under the stimulation of alcohol, they also nodded in agreement. The 4 of them each sent out a highly skilled troop. Taking advantage of the night, they climbed over the Peace Square and entered the East Market. Those few troops were also ruthless people. Originally, they did not need to harm people's lives, but as a precaution, they directly stabbed the shop assistant who was on night duty in the bookstore to death. After pouring oil on the bookstore and blowing on the fire, the 4 of them burned the bookstore clean, and then took advantage of the chaos when Wu Ho was busy putting out the fire, climbed over the wall, and slipped back into the Peace Square. After dawn, Wang Ziqiao and the other 3 woke up, and after sobering up, they started to feel a little scared. They were the rich young masters of aristocratic families. They bullied and dominated the market, and even snatched women, and they were not any better than that bastard Zhang Kongbua. But things like murder and arson, they had never done it before, and at this moment they could not help but feel their hearts palpitate. The four of them pretended to be calm, as if nothing had happened. After the peace square opened, they each led their subordinates back to the mansion. Wang Ziqiao was somewhat regretful, so he found his father Wang Renyu and explained everything in detail, but did not expect to get a slap from his father in exchange. Wang Renyu snorted. Foolish beyond compare. Do you think that Li Shimon's 100 cavalry department are all useless? You're just giving him something to use against you. There are many ways to deal with that Li family child, but you chose the stupidest way. Wang Ziqiao was a little confused. He forced himself to say, so what if it's the 100 cavalry department? Could it be that they would come knocking on his door to arrest him? I have already come to an agreement with Chui Daogu and the others. We will send those troops back to Taiyuan, Bowling, Fanyang, and other places. So what if Li Shimon's hands are long? What's more, these 4 troops won't betray us. Wang Renyu looked at the red mark on his son's face and let out a long sigh. Suppressing the anger in his heart, he explained, Ziqiao, you've underestimated Li Shimon and the 100 cavalry department. If he really dares to let the 100 horsemen department come to our door and arrest people, as long as we torture them, once your troops confess, do you think Li Shimon will let go of this good opportunity to humiliate our aristocratic families? At this moment, Wang Ziqiao was also scared. He asked in panic, don't tell me that Li Shimon won't give any face? Anyang is his aunt. Idiot, do you expect Li Shimon to let our Wang clan go because of your mother? Wang Renyu's wife, Wang Ziqiao's mother, was Li Wangyou's only aunt, retired Emperor Li Yuan's younger sister, Princess Tang. When Li Yuan was guarding Taiyuan and had yet to rise up against the Sui dynasty, the two sides had become relatives by marriage. Wang Renyu was Pai Lupi's uncle. Logically speaking, the Taiyuan Wang clan and Li Tang's imperial family had a close relationship. The two sides should not be fighting openly and covertly. But aristocratic families and imperial power, the two sides had loved and hated each other for thousands of years. This was not a conflict that could be resolved just by marrying a few women to each other. Wang Ziqiao did not agree with his father's words. So what? Don't tell me that Li Shimon dares to kill us aristocratic families? Why should we be afraid of him? We are a 1,000-year-old aristocratic family. Wang Renyu only sneered his son's words and did not say much. The aristocratic families had always been the core power behind the imperial power. They held power similar to the imperial power and could even shake the foundation of the imperial power. This was something that no emperor could tolerate. However, an emperor needed the support of the aristocratic families to sit on the throne. Hence, the imperial power and the aristocratic families were always in a situation where they used and opposed each other. Flourishing for thousands of years, there were aristocratic families with 100 years of history. However, there were no dynasties with more than 400 years of history. This was also the reason why aristocratic families like Wang Ziqiao looked down on the imperial power. Wang Mang wanted to change the situation of the Western Han's land annexation. In the end, the aristocratic families rebelled and overthrew Wang Mang's rule. The aristocratic families in Guangzhou supported the Nanyang Lu clan to establish the Eastern Han. At the end of the Eastern Han, the three kingdoms fought for hegemony, and the aristocratic families were the ones supporting them. The aristocratic families of the West Jin moved south, causing the treasury of the West Jin to be empty. The chaos of the Phi barbarians had a lot to do with the aristocratic families moving south. When the aristocratic families reached their peak in the East Jin, their power even surpassed that of the imperial power. During the Sui dynasty, Yang Jian created the imperial examination system in hopes of using it to keep the aristocratic families in check. However, it did the opposite, increasing the power of the aristocratic families. The aristocratic families made use of the imperial examination system to push the power struggle between the aristocratic families and the imperial power into the imperial court. When it came to the Tang dynasty, how could the battle between the aristocratic families and the imperial power be peaceful? Just a few days ago, the aristocratic families used the locust plague to force Pai Lupi to issue an edict. From this, one could see the relationship between the two sides. Wang Rinyu waved his hand at Wang Ziqiao. Okay, I'll deal with this matter myself. You don't have to worry about it. Go take a look at your mother. She caught a cold recently and is not feeling well. After sending his son away, Wang Rinyu closed his eyes and thought for a while. Then, he summoned the housekeeper and gave him a few instructions. The housekeeper lowered his head and left to carry out Wang Rinyu's orders. Within the Taiji Palace governing hall, Pai Lupi and Li Wanyu were playing chess while waiting for the 100 Cavalry Division's report. The eunuch from the 100 Cavalry Division tiptoed into the hall with an embarrassed look on his face. Pai Lupi looked up at him. Speak, what's the news? Just now, the 100 Cavalry Division sent news that the Wang clan of Taiyuan beat a soldier to death for stealing property. After the Wang clan beat him to death, they sent someone to Chang and County to report. Pai Lupi and Li Wanyu were stunned. They didn't understand what the eunuch meant. The Wang clan beat a soldier to death for stealing property. Was this news worth telling to Pai Lupi? Before Pai Lupi could ask, the eunuch continued, the Chui clan of Bowling, the Chui clan of Qinghe, and the Lu clan of Fanyang all beat a soldier to death for different crimes. They have all gone to Chang and County and Wanyan County to report. As soon as he finished speaking, Pai Lupi immediately understood what was going on. In a fit of rage, Pai Lupi slapped the table in front of him and swept the chessboards on the table to the ground. These bastards! How dare they? Li Wanyu also realized what was going on. This was a F*King murder to silence them. The aristocratic families were so cruel. Chapter 279. The troops were not the property of the master, and their status was higher than that of the servants. However, if the troops made mistakes and were punished by the master, even if they were accidentally beaten to death, they would not be punished. The law of the Tang dynasty stipulated, if the master beat the troops to death, he committed murder, but he was punished to death or negligent homicide, he was not guilty. That was to say, if the troops of the Taiyuan Wang clan, the Bowling Chui clan, the Qinghe Chui clan, and the Fanyang Lu clan were charged with violating the law due to negligence, they would not have to bear any responsibility after being punished to death. They only needed to report to the county government. The 100 Cavalry Department had just found out that there were 4 people who committed the crime in the E-City and was investigating the troops of the 4 sons of the 4 families. Then, there was news that the troops of the 4 families were beaten to death because of mistakes. Even a fool could understand what had happened. This kind of merciless method of silencing witnesses made Li Wanyu shudder. These aristocratic families did not care about human lives at all. Even the troops who worked for the aristocratic families were killed just like that. Li Wanyu could not understand or accept this kind of ruthless decision and the practice of treating human lives as grass. Pai Lupi's anger was more because he was played by the aristocratic families. The 4 troops were beaten to death without any disguise. They were clearly laughing at him, the emperor of the Tang dynasty. There was no evidence, and no evidence. Even if Pai Lupi was dead, what could he do to them? Wang Rinyu was not a playboy like Wang Ziqiao. Sending the troops back to their hometowns would only leave behind hidden dangers. If the 100 Cavalry Department could find clues, the aristocratic families would naturally know. Last night, the 4 playboys hurriedly ordered their troops to attack and had already left a lot of clues. If the 100 Cavalry Department found out that it was the aristocratic families who did it, it would probably be a big trouble. Since they had already done it, they would do it to the end. Only the dead could keep an absolute secret. Therefore, Wang Rinyu was merciless. He found a random reason to beat the troops of his family to death. The other 3 aristocratic families, naturally, would not be merciful. After receiving the news, they also chose to kill to silence. After venting his anger, Pai Lupi finally managed to control his temper. He waved his hand and dismissed the servant. Li Wanyu was also filled with helplessness and fear. Uncle, these aristocratic families are truly unscrupulous. Sooner or later, he would teach them a lesson. Ziyu, you will go now and urge the bookstore to quickly print the books for sale. You must not lose the bet. I want these aristocratic families to obediently lower their heads and hand over the gold with both hands. Pai Lupi said through gritted teeth. To Pai Lupi, the bet between Li Wanyu and the hedonistic sons of the aristocratic families was no longer just about Li Wanyu. He wanted Li Wanyu to win the bet and humiliate these aristocratic families. This bet that seemed like a joke had turned into a battle between Pai Lupi and the aristocratic families. If Li Wanyu lost, then he, Pai Lupi, as the emperor, would lose even more face. As the emperor of the Tang dynasty, he could not protect Li Wanyu and let the aristocratic families kill him in Chang and city. This was simply a slap to Pai Lupi's face. Li Wanyu nodded and asked worriedly, "Uncle, those aristocratic families won't continue to use any tricks, right? They won't do anything to me, right?" These aristocratic families were unscrupulous in their actions. They really made him, a white-collar worker of the future, feel a little scared. Which normal person would not be scared? He was not a ruthless person who was used to murder and arson. He was just a white-collar worker. The most exciting thing he had experienced was a gang fight when he was in school. But now, 5 lives had already told him that this was the Tang dynasty. Pai Lupi glared at him. "Why are you so timid? I will let the cavalry department protect you secretly. You don't need to worry, Ziyu." Li Wanyu was speechless. "What do you mean I'm timid? I'm not afraid, even if you want to protect me, with all the palace guards." But he only had the Niu brothers as guards at home. His own safety was one thing. If they really push him too far, he could fight them to the death. But what about his beautiful boss and Aphrodite? No matter who it was, if they were really harmed by those aristocratic families because of him, even if he made explosives and sent them all to the Western Paradise, what could he do? So Li Wanyu had to first ensure the safety of himself and his family. There's also Dingzhou village. "Uncle, you have to let people protect it for me. That's my fief." "Okay." Pai Lupi nodded in agreement. Since Pai Lupi said that he would let the cavalry department protect him in Dingzhou village, Li Wanyu was slightly relieved. He was ready to go all out and fight with those aristocratic families. After leaving Taiji Palace, Li Wanyu rode with Niu Wu to Hu County. He wanted to hurry Owner's son to print the books as soon as possible. Owner's son didn't waste any time. In half a day, he had the bookstore urgently print several hundred copies of the 3 Kingdoms. After checking them, Li Wanyu arranged for a 4-wheeled carriage to transport all these books to the bookstores in the east and west of Chang and city for sale. However, what Li Wanyu and Owner's son didn't expect was that these books were all returned to the bookstores in Chang and city after being shipped to them. Even the copies of the romance of the 3 Kingdoms that hadn't been sold out yesterday were all returned. Overnight, these bookstores all refused to sell the 3 Kingdoms and cut off their cooperation with Owner's Sunday. This sudden turn of events shocked both Li Wanyu and Owner's Sunday. Li Wanyu came to a realization. This was definitely the doing of the aristocratic families, directly cutting off his sales channels. This method of removing the firewood from under the cauldron was even more vicious than Wang Ziqiao's methods of murder and arson. Given the influence and power of the aristocratic families, it was all too easy for them to force the 10-odd bookstores in Chang and city to bow their heads. Moreover, the fire at Sun's bookstore yesterday had also frightened the owners of the other bookstores. Everyone had their own guesses as to why Sun's bookstore had been burned down. But today, the aristocratic families of the 5 surnames and 7 gazes had sent people to warn them that they were forbidden from selling the 3 Kingdoms. Everyone immediately understood. No one was a fool. Putting the 2 together, the owners of these bookstores all understood that Owner's son had offended someone he shouldn't have offended, and that the root of the problem was the romance of the 3 Kingdoms. As merchants, no matter how much they sympathized with Owner's son and how much they despised the actions of the aristocratic families, the owners of these bookstores had no choice but to obey. Without hesitation, they removed all the 3 Kingdoms books from their bookstores and returned them to Owner's Sunday. They also carefully put away the colorful posters, no longer daring to openly hang them outside the bookstore. The methods of the aristocratic families had caught Li Wanyu by surprise. Sun's bookstore had been burned down, and they had lost their sales channels. Even if the subsequent books were printed, where could they sell them? Just as Li Wanyu was racking his brains for a solution, another piece of bad news came from Chang and city. Chapter 280. Within a day, more than 4,000 copies of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms were sold in Chang, and which was terrifying. For a while, everyone in Chang was talking about the Three Kingdoms. But when this famous book began to spread widely in Chang, and it was criticized by many sour scholars. The Romance of the Three Kingdoms was a historical novel, unlike the Records of the Three Kingdoms, which was a historical book. When Luo Guanzhong wrote the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, he made a lot of references to the Records of the Three Kingdoms. This was the so-called 30% truth and 70% romance. In the future, because the Romance of the Three Kingdoms was so famous and spread so widely, many people even regarded it as the official history. But since it was a novel, it naturally had elements of artistic exaggeration and processing. It also had the imagination of the author, which was understandable. It was also Luo Guanzhong's processing and modification that made the Romance of the Three Kingdoms become a model and masterpiece of history. But many sour scholars, after reading the first 5 chapters of the first volume of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, criticized this book. These sour scholars thought that the Romance of the Three Kingdoms distorted historical facts and was full of loopholes. It was an inferior work that misled people. It was normal for some people to criticize. As the saying goes, everyone has their own preferences. Even if it was a famous book like the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, it was impossible for everyone to like it. Li Wanyu did not care about this at all. But what made Li Wanyu speechless was that the shop assistant of the Sun's bookstore in Chang and city to deal with the aftermath hurried to report. The group of bored sour scholars actually gathered together and ran to the Vermilion Bird Gate to kneel down. They wanted to report to Pai Lupi and request that the Romance of the Three Kingdoms be sealed. These sour scholars even piled up the books they had bought outside the Vermilion Bird Gate and burned them all, which attracted a lot of people to watch. Li Wanyu was so angry that he almost cursed out loud. These sour scholars, are they bored? I'm copying a novel. What does it have to do with you? Bad news came one after another. In Chang, and undercurrents began to surge again in various markets. They accused the Book of the Three Kingdoms of harboring evil intentions and reflecting the current sage. The rumors were very vivid. Some people even took out Li Wanyu's Three Kingdoms and pointed to the contents, describing vividly to the crowd how this place reflected the saints and so on. Li Wanyu was even more speechless when he heard these rumors. Was the Tang dynasty also trying to set up a literary prison? He really wanted to ask Luo Guanzhong if he had such thoughts when he was writing the book. Li Wanyu was so angry that he laughed. He thought of a certain college entrance examination in his previous life. The author of the article described something about food. He wrote about a fish, but there was a strange light in its eyes. The question asked, "What does this strange light mean?" Then the author was dumbfounded. "What can I do? I'm also in despair. I don't have any ideas at all." Without the standard answer, how would I know what I wanted to express? Right now, Li Wanyu was in such a state of confusion, yet there was still someone who could decipher that he was reflecting the air from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. This was really King insane. Fortunately, there was no literary prison in the Tang dynasty, so Li Wanyu was not too worried. In the history of Wuxia, the Tang dynasty's open-mindedness and magnanimity were admired by the world. Du Fu, Bai Juyi, and the other big shots often scolded the royal family and the imperial court in their poems, but nothing happened. At most, they were not liked. In the Tang dynasty, there might be people who were dismissed and demoted because of poems and essays, but there were definitely no bloody cases like the Ming and Qing dynasties. The literary prison was a nightmare for the literati in the Ming and Qing dynasties, especially the Qing dynasty's literary prison. During the Yongjing period, because the incantation of the Baiyun Temple's old Taoist, "Heaven and earth listen to me, ghosts and gods are under my command," Yongjing was furious, and the old Taoist was immediately beheaded. Yongjing's Hamlin officials wrote, "Qing Feng is illiterate. Why are you randomly flipping through books? Slandering the imperial court, beheading." Qianlong's assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights wrote, "Seizing the vermilion bird is not righteous. Even a mutant is called a king, beheading a coffin and filing a corpse." Qianlong's cabinet scholar wrote, a heart that talks about turbidity and purity, insulting the Qing dynasty, beheading at the waist. The literary prison of the Ming and Qing dynasties could be said to be unprecedented and at the peak of perfection. Fortunately, it was the Tang dynasty now, and Pai Lupi was his backing. Therefore, Li Wanyu only felt angry and amused about these unreliable rumors, but he was not worried at all. After all, Pai Lupi had already read his Romance of the Three Kingdoms, and he was one of the people who urged him to update. However, this ruckus made Li Wanyu smell a thick scent of conspiracy. This series of methods could be said to be sinister and ruthless. Cutting off the sales channels of books, spreading rumors, slandering, Li Wanyu naturally knew who did these things. Except for those aristocratic families, there was no one else. However, this method was obviously not something that Prince Xiao and other aristocratic families could come up with. In comparison, the murder and arson in the East Market last night seemed simple and crude, without any technical content. Today's action was a conspiracy to kill without spilling blood, and it made Li Wanyu a little anxious and at a loss. More troublesome things continued. Before Li Wanyu could come up with a solution, Pai Lupi sent an eunuch to Dingzhou village to tell him to go to Taiji Palace tomorrow to attend the regular court meeting. The reason was very simple. Li Wanyu was impeached. Li Wanyu was flabbergasted. He only understood what had happened after the chamberlain explained to him. Someone from the censorate jumped out and impeached Pai Lupi, saying that Li Wanyu's book contained evil intentions and slanders saint. The censorate was loyal and devoted, wholeheartedly protecting Pai Lupi's dignity, which made Pai Lupi speechless. Pai Lupi was unable to reprimand this censorate. After all, it was their duty to censor rumors. He also could not say that the man from Huxian, Li Wanyu, did not slander him, so he did not need to worry about him. Therefore, Pai Lupi could only summon Li Wanyu to the court meeting and have him confront the censorate. Li Wanyu only felt that he was cursed in his heart. He originally thought that the Tang dynasty did not have such a thing as a literary prison, but in the end, there really was an censorate impeaching him because of this. He pulled over the eunuch who had come to pass on the message and asked him who the censorate was. This eunuch had already received Pai Lupi's orders, so he naturally told him everything he knew. He clearly explained the situation of the censorate, named Huangfu Yi. Pai Lupi was even afraid that Li Wanyu would be careless and suffer losses. So he had someone pull out Huangfu Yi's information from the Ministry of Appointments and secretly had the eunuch give it to Li Wanyu. In this regard, Li Wanyu could only look up to the sky and sigh. This aristocratic family was really willing to go all out to deal with him.